Beautiful, bustling Budapest, the capital of Hungary, the vibrant city, full of culture and history. Hungary also has a rich chess history, one full of great players. Now it hosts one of the world's most storied chess events, the Chess Olympiad. Every 2 years, players from almost 200 nations gather in one place. Their goal? Win glory for their country. Hungarians have done this many times, including the women's teams in 1988 and 1990. I was there. But no host country has won since 2010 in the women's section and since 1998 in the Open. The last Olympiad in 2022 was full of excitement. The winning nations only clinched victory in the very last round. In the end, Uzbekistan and Ukraine reigned supreme. Who will come through this time? Welcome to Budapest, my friend. This is the 45th Chess Olympiad.
Hello everybody, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be. This is round number 9 of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, live from Budapest in Hungary. The competition is reaching boiling point as the world asks the question, can India be stopped on either side of the playing hall? We had a partial answer to that question yesterday as the Polish women defeated India in a fantastic match, but it still leaves us with a 3-way tie at the top of the standings. In the open section, India currently appear to be the masters of their own destiny, but Uzbekistan will have a thing or two to say about that as play gets underway later today. I'm John Sargent, and with me is Grandmaster Judith Polgar. Incredible to have you here, and Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Welcome back, Danya. Judith, let's start with you. Congratulations are in order in your award at the FIDE 100 award ceremony yesterday. Looked like a busy day.
Oh yeah, hi. I'm very happy to be back here to commentate today and see and observe all the games. And indeed, it's extremely busy for me and for the Chess Olympiad as well.
And Danya, you were with us yesterday, of course, alongside Robert Hess. The question on everyone's lips is going to be, can India be stopped? Was that a question we should have been asking 2 rounds ago and it's too late now? Or can anything still happen?
Yes to the first question and no to the second, John. No to the question of, can India be stopped? Uzbekistan might disagree with that answer. That remains to be seen. But Judith, it's an honor to commentate with you, of course, and John, you as well. We're in for an incredible final 3 rounds. Seatbelts fastened as usual.
Okay, there's going to be plenty of very, very sharp fighting chess all over the venue today. But before we get into today's games, let's go ahead and take a look at what happened yesterday, specifically some of the notable upsets that we saw first in the open section. Let's take a look here. We have, okay, we've got some rating differences here. Danya, I'll go to you first. 2100, 2400. That's a sizable gap. And it looks like all of these are occurring with the white pieces as well.
And actually, that third upset is near and dear to my heart. Lucas Dovalle Cardoso from Brazil defeating the experienced Grandmaster Grigorov. And Lucas's friend came into my stream and he thanked me because I had been playing many, many blitz matches with Cardoso in the last couple of months. So I really, really appreciated that. Very happy for him and very happy for all of these players who get their moment in the sun and get to score the victory, perhaps of their lifetime.
And Judith, as much as we talk about individual upsets, at the end of the day, it's all about helping your country get those match points as well. So some of these might be consolation, some of these might be an upset on a match card level as well. But when it's over the board and you're fighting for every single possible advantage for your country, you just have to take each game as it comes.
Oh yeah, chess is a difficult game, especially as it's an individual sport. But every 2 years we have the Chess Olympiad, and it's a team competition. So you get extra pressure on you, and then some people put even more pressure on themselves. So it's very different game, it seems sometimes. And you have to be very, very good and balanced mentally to be able to adjust from your individual game. And what happens, let's say, already in hour 4 or hour 5. How do you adjust your brain, whether you have to win this game, you have to make the risk of double as normally, or maybe you have to go for a draw, even just in a winning position, because you just want to save time and you want to have the team win. So it can be very, very fragile, very difficult to the players. Sometimes it can be very challenging.
So those were the notable upsets in the open section. Let's take a look at the equivalent upsets in the women's section, where 181 teams are competing. Just the 2 here, but I guess noteworthy, especially against a country like Azerbaijan. Getting the 1-0 there with a 2100 rating for Italy is Salah. So that in itself, really nice scalp, Danya.
Well, only 2 scalps. That's a little bit upsetting, shall we say. But nevertheless, the Rulutalakidu from Greece is a very strong player, not easy to beat. I lost to her 2 years ago in a classical game. But John, of course, the story of the day was the Indian women's team. They will be feeling upset going into today. That was an incredible win by Team Poland, and the twists and turns, particularly as Judith said, starting from hours 4 and 5, keeps you on the edge of your seat.
So as always, before the start of each round, our roving reporter, Mike Klein, was able to infiltrate the venue. We'll find out if there are any security implications this time around, and bring us a report live from the tournament venue. Let's go ahead and hear what Mike had to say ahead of today's matchups.
Thanks, guys, and happy Friday as we await the beginning moves of round 9. A bit of housekeeping before we get to the action. The floodwaters have probably peaked here on the Danube. They've come up just a little bit since yesterday, but the bridges remain open to pedestrian and vehicle traffic, so that seems to be becoming a non-issue. But you know what can't be stopped? That is the play of India. They won again. They're on 16 out of 16, and they are led by World Championship challenger Grandmaster Gukesh. There he is right behind me. He has the highest tournament performance rating of anybody here, 30.85 so far, as he has 6.5 points out of 7. India will take on Uzbekistan, one of the teams tied for second place. Meanwhile, Hungary, fantastically, is tied for second. They will take on USA, who's only 1 point behind. And USA is using the same strategy as India, which is pretty much playing their top 4 boards. India has sat Pentala Harikrishna. He's only played 1 round out of the last 7. USA will again sit Ray Robson. The teams seem to be going with their top 4 boards. By the way, speaking of the World Championship before, Ding Liren, some people speculated after sitting out 2 rounds in a row that he may have played his final classical game before the World Championship, but he returns today. He's going to get a few more games in before his Singapore title defense. Over in the women's division, the Indian ladies had their first stumble as they went down to Poland. Poland held a critical board 4 to win the match. But the good news for the Indian ladies, they are still tied for first place with 14 match points, but they're in a 3-way tie, and they drop all the way down to board 3, where they take on the young American squad, and they are still led by Carissa Yip and Alice Lee, their 2 youngest players. Collectively, those ladies for USA have a tournament performance rating of 26-20. So the youngsters carrying the USA team. We should mention, of course, Poland and Kazakhstan are the other 2 teams tied with India. They will face off on board 1. There's the action from round 9. Now back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mike. It's going to be an enthralling day of games for sure. Judith, we've got the women's section here wide open. A 3-way tie for first. A little bit more difficult to see what will happen here compared to the open section. What are your thoughts on how we stand going into round 9?
Well, I always believe that the last 3 rounds, which are the most important in an Olympiad, because my experience shows, as I was in more than 10 Olympiads, this is the 11th Olympiad I'm following and participating in some way or another. I see that you have to be in the very top, the top 5, 6, 8 even. And if from there you can make a great finish, win 3 matches, you can get any kind of medal in this event. And of course, for India, it must be a disappointment that yesterday they lost against Poland. And so they have to kind of win the event again and show in the last 3 rounds that they've been 3 out of 3. For sure, they will need that. and then whether is it going to be finally, that will be the result. The Polish ladies, they are always famous for their incredible fighting spirit. They are there for many years. They have youngsters also, newcomers, young mothers participating, but it seems like they have a very good team spirit, or at least this is what I've seen in the previous years. So you can never know whether the Poland team is going to get a medal or no, but definitely they are always one of the candidates for that.
Amazing stuff, and they are going to be playing on top board against Kazakhstan today, so we'll be keeping a very close eye on that match. Thank you, Judith. The other matchup that maybe we've got a little bit of an interest in heading into today, Danya, the United States play India, right? So India have lost to Poland now. That's it. That's water under the bridge. Poland will get some pretty decent tie breaks out of that, to be fair. But India, USA today, discuss.
Well, John, let me hit on both of these matchups. First of all, Kazakhstan versus Poland. Both of these seems like, wait, what? We're on board one? We're facing each other because Poland was supposed to lose. Then they were supposed to draw. Then Alina Koshlinskaya wins, and Alicia Slivichka pulls out the most improbable draw of all time. And for Team Kazakhstan, it all came down to Alua Nurman's game where she was completely lost. She blundered a piece early in the opening that was not captured, and at the end, she turns the game around and wins to defeat Team France. What a storyline. But for Team USA, this is always a team to fear. They have Irina Krush, they have experience, they have youth in Alice Lee. So India, that is their reward for losing yesterday. They ain't going to get an easy matchup, John. And that is just the lot of the Olympiad. You lose, you're going to get a team just as strong.
So the women's section stacked on the top boards. Super excited to see how these matchups end up playing out later this afternoon. Let's take a look now at the open section, where the overall standings appear a little bit more one-sided as India cut a lone figure up top. Judith, you were saying how the last three matches in the Olympiad are the most important ones. But of course, if you can get a 2-match point lead in the first 8 rounds, you're never going to say no to that. India at the moment appear to be cruising.
Oh, absolutely. But I think they are not surprising us because they were the favorite to me, as they showed already in the previous Olympiad in Chennai also, that they were the B team, the youngsters, but it was clear that they are there. They are fighting for the first place. They were kind of disappointed last time. And here what we see, it's very clear that we see the World Championship challenger Gukesh on board 1, fighting very hard, leading the team with the full score up to now. And of course, now the last 3 rounds, it has to be the most important. So they cannot give up any energy or waste any energy. So it's very clear that they deserve so far the leading, but we'll see what will happen. And definitely Uzbekistan might think differently. And they know that now today, if they win, they can catch up India. And of course, all the other teams who are just behind them, they also still hope for a medal for sure.
Well, I think it's reasonable to say, Danya, that most of the playing hall are behind Team Uzbekistan today. Of course, the current Olympiad title holders, the winners, the upset winners in Chennai, if they're going to defend their title, it starts and almost ends today because everything hinges on them first beating India here. And then everything else that follows, yes, they still have to be perfect, but it really does hinge on today.
And it also hinged on yesterday, John. It hinged on Nodirbek Abdusatorov, who pulled out the win in the final seconds of the Rook endgame against Alexander Predke. I could not watch that endgame. That was way too nerve-wracking. Vladimir Gramnik, the team captain, he was jumping and hopping and smiling and frowning. And in the end, it was all smiles because Uzbekistan pulls out the improbable win. But today, they will need to perform. And it's quite simple, John. They need to play better than they have played because India has shown the cleanest, crispest, most professional chess. For Uzbekistan, there's been too many one-move mistakes. There's been too many ups and downs. They need perfection. They need what got them the gold medal in the previous Olympiad today.
if they're going to be able to challenge it, they'll be able to challenge that against the team that are trying to take that title from them, right? There's no better opportunity to rise to the occasion. I want to draw our attention because we have two esteemed commentators here who are theoretically on opposite sides of the board on board two. We've got the US versus Hungary. That's also a super fun match. Judith, heading to you first. I mean, we have amazing names everywhere on this scorecard. What are you most looking forward to?
Well, first of all, I'm extremely happy that I see Hungary playing on board 2 because we were not seated as high as this. And the players, Rapport and also Leko and Gledura, I mean, the team plays pretty well and the result shows that. Well, which one? I'm really interested about all the match. I will follow it very closely. But of course, it's always something special to see Rapport playing because with him you never know. For example, the way he won against Ivanchuk a few rounds ago, that was a typical Rapport game, sacrificing something, making it very interesting, and actually at the end even he wins. So that I'm very excited what kind of opening it will be, because whether he plays with white or black, it doesn't matter for him. He plays interesting chess. Leko is usually more solid, that I think it's not necessarily going to be a very sharp game. Board 3 with the Dominguez and Sigurd, well, we'll see how it works out. And I'm also very interested on board 4, how Gledura is going to be fighting with Aranyan.
We've had a lot of exciting moments where I think it's fair to say, Danya, that the Team USA players have given us lumps in throats. Levon Aronian had some Houdini tricks in the early stages of the Olympiad. He seems to have fully recovered from that. Fabi, of course, has been grinding out several really quite long end games to try and squeeze extra points out. Wesley So has been involved in drama. I mean, are we seeing more drama today, or is this the time to calm down and play solid?
Oh, we're seeing a smiling Fabiano Caruana, but let me draw your attention to a very symbolic matchup, very aesthetically pleasing and fitting. Benjamin Gledura on board 4 faces Levon Aronian. What's so special about that? Well, Benjamin Gledura was the hero of yesterday's match. He defeated Hovhannisyan on board 4 with black. He was the only victory. And so was Levon Aronian, who defeated Maxime Lagarde also with the black pieces. With the other 3 boards ending in a draw. So the 2 heroes of yesterday's matches face off today, with Gledura now having the white pieces. But John, when you ask, like, which game are you most interested in? It's like the old Russian joke. A man gifts his friend 2 ties for his birthday. And the next day he comes out wearing one of the ties and he says, "Don't you like the other tie?" It's like all 4 of the games are really, really interesting. And each one of them could decide the match.
Oh, here we go. The games aren't over, folks. This is not what we call the
all right, bye everybody.
Standard. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
That's it,
fun,
guys.
Judith,
We're done.
thanks.
The arbiters are in front of the camera. Clearly a draw's been agreed. It's all good. We'll be getting back into the action soon. Speaking of matchups that are exciting, I think we just caught a glimpse of China-Iran. Danya, I'm going to continue with you for this one. That is going to be full of fighting chess and really exciting to follow too.
Yeah, and obviously we've spotlighted Team India, and you can slice and dice endlessly, but it's very clear who the favorites are. But we've got fascinating matchups on the other boards, with Ding Liren making his reappearance after 2 rounds off. Not an easy day for him as he faces an angry Parham Maksudlu, who wishes to avenge that loss to Gukesh yesterday. And Iran is sticking with their money lineup. They will try to avenge a very difficult loss yesterday, and it looks like, John, the games are underway. Or not yet.
Excellent. Well, very, very soon. We are looking forward to it. I want to see those moves on the board too. Judith, I've got one last question for you before I bow out and I let you guys discuss the chess. Outside of the USA-Hungary matchup, which obviously everyone here is super interested in, what matchup are you most excited to see in this round? Is it just India-Uzbekistan because of the importance for the Uzbek team? Or is there something else that you're also keeping an eye on?
Well, I'm very curious about the China-Iran match, because Iran is getting stronger and stronger in the last several years with great talent. And it seems like they really want to clinch a medal. So they are there, not so close yet, but maybe if they make very good run in the last 3 rounds, then you never know. And that would be something exceptional for them. They are youngsters and they are very talented. But of course, China is also a champion, right? So they would
Of
also want
course.
to get a medal, even though obviously they were coming here to win a gold medal, especially that the world champion is leading the team. So I'm very excited about that match as well.
Okay, well, we've got fantastic matchups up and down the playing hall. What I'm going to do is leave you fine folks to discuss maybe some individual board pairings that you're looking at, or whether we're going to see some amusing ceremonial first moves pop up on the cameras in a minute or two. Always love checking those out too. But Grandmasters Judith Polgar and Daniel Naroditsky, thank you so much for entertaining my poking and prodding in our pre-show here. As we get closer to the first moves being made on the boards, I will leave you folks to discuss the wonderful chess that's about to be played. See you in a bit.
Thank you, Johnny. You're the man, and we'll see you very soon. Judith, we will see right now. We will see some moves coming in a minute or two as we look at Nikita Vitugov. Britain faces Vietnam. We'll toggle between the top two matchups. Our eyes will be darting from board to board to board, and we will be anything but bored, I think, as we'll get some fascinating openings here very soon.
I'm sure about that. This is this so interesting part of a chess Olympiad where there are so many nations coming and playing, fighting in a team. It's very special, not only for the teams themselves being together for 2 weeks and go together on the ups and downs, but also the atmosphere itself. It's so wonderful. I also got a few occasions when I could go into the playing hall. The playing hall is exceptionally cool for the players because they have a lot of space and no audience, unfortunately for me, because the Hungarian fans would be very happy to go in. But it is very comfortable for the players. And the Olympiad is really a chess marathon, a chess celebration. Everybody's waiting to happen because, of course, the leading teams, they want to win medal and be proud of their countries and themselves. At the same time, most of the participants, they are happy just by the participation in an Olympiad. And of course, you know, Danya, that how many friends we have that we haven't seen for years. And then is the place and opportunity where the weaker players, the amateur players, the half professional players, and the very, very top of our sport, Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, the best player, between women and men in the open section. So for this reason, this is the only event in the world every 2 years where you see all the nations, all the different levels of players, and still people can cheer together. And somehow this chess connects us feeling what I always like. It's really there and you can feel it in the room so much.
It's this amazing dichotomy between the rivalry on the board, but the kinship and the class professionalism and courtesy demonstrated off the board by all of these countries and by this man, Peter Leko, who assumes his seat at the table against Wesley. So we saw Lenyar Dominguez shaking hands with Sanan Sigurov earlier. Judith, you'll have reconnections with friends you haven't seen since the 1984 Dubai Olympiad, and you'll have matchups that you won't ever see and maybe we'll never see again. I mean, Leko Sigurov, countries like Uzbekistan facing India. There are so many interesting things to talk about as Fabiano. He's relaxed, but he needs to perform and he's got the white pieces. And we have a round 9 to commentate. Here we go.
Well, I think it's interesting to say that for Fabiano, Budapest is kind of a little bit of his home because he lived in Hungary for some time, I think back more than 10 years ago when, maybe it was already 15 also, when he lived here and had been training with Alexander Chernin. And also I was being his pair training partner. And it was fun and interesting. And I remember not long time ago seeing him somewhere and he said, he's excited to come back to Budapest after so many years. So for him, it's a little bit his home, or at least it was for a year or two. He was staying here because he wanted to stay in Europe to be able to play and be flexible going from tournament to tournament.
Well, there we see the handshake as Richard Rapport arrives a couple seconds late, but still enough time. I don't know if he biked to the playing venue in the rain. Maybe he took the helicopter Maybe he flew with a Zeppelin through Budapest and landed in the playing hall. One way or the other, he's made it. And we have some Sicilians as we look at the bird's eye view. And this features 7 of the top matchups here with Fabiano Caruana, starting with 1e4, a Najdorf. Ooh, Judith, a Najdorf and Gukesh versus Abdusatorov. Ding playing the ready, potentially a Catalan. We'll see on his board. And some people haven't shown up to the game yet.
Well, I have the feeling that the players arrived to the playing hall. It's only that they did not get in through the security, or they went to the bathroom. It's a big hall, It's a big hall, so you have to find your spot and be ready. But I'm wondering what is happening, because the player seems that okay. Now we see that they are really into the game. Interesting to see for me Gukesh, because when I was looking and following his games in the candidates just a few months ago, you can see he has such a special way of sitting at the board. You can feel his concentration so deeply. And but I think something is happening in the playing hall. Don't you have this feeling? Because people are watching away
There's
from
a lot
the
of
board.
milling around and just general weird commotion that doesn't seem to correspond to move 3. But definitely an interesting choice as Gukesh faces the Sicilian again. Of course, against Wei Yi, he chose a very positional line, deviating early from the theoretical path. He's chosen another positional line. He's chosen another positional line. But this one, of course, in the main Najdorf. So we're going to have a lot to chew on here. Gadakomsky will certainly be happy to see the A4 variation, one of his pet lines, and a pretty infrequent guest at the top level these days, Judith.
Well, against Najdorf, I was playing practically all the possible existing move in move 6, and A4 was one of them. But it's very interesting the way Gukesh is playing, that after E5, he brought his knight back to F3, which is kind of logical. That I'm not surprised at yet. But after knight F3, bishop E7, G3 is something that I haven't seen before, to be honest, because bishop C4 is a logical continuation, right? To have control over the white squares, especially focusing on the D5 square to have the control over that. So G3 is kind of a different approach completely, that white wants to put the bishop on G2, which means that the C4 square will be weak, and also D5 maybe will be possible to be playing with black.
Wow,
but of course, it's a preparation, so we can't think of anything new coming from a decision at the board.
Well, this is unsurprising. I ran a quick search. It is an exceedingly rare move, G3. Just a handful of games in the database. Bishop C4 dwarfs it in popularity, but whose fingerprints are always on these kind of weird, creative, cagey lines? His initials are DD, Daniel Dubov. He's played this line extensively, and mostly against one opponent, against Anish Giri in a blitz match that they played in 2021. But he's also faced this against Vladimir Fedoseev. So Daniel Dubov, clearly a proponent of this line. And I see a smattering of other GMs who've tried the move G3. Judah, this is some very deep stuff from the Gukesh laboratory.
Well, I think G3 kind of moves are played not necessarily because that's really the very, very best move, but there are two components of that. Basically, at this level, you always want to give a surprise to the opponent, even though whether it was played before, is it completely new, or it has with a fresh idea later on. But definitely you want to surprise your opponent. The opponent was preparing 2-3 hours before the game, so he has many things in his head already. And maybe this is something that he was not preparing to. So it's already a psychological gain if you play G3. And the other one is that nowadays there are quite an amount of occasion when I'm checking some games, and I wonder, oh my God, in my times, let's say even 10 years ago when I retired from competitive chess, if someone would have played something like this, it's not G3, but there are some moves when I would think, oh my God, people would look at me with such a strange eyes. But these days with the engines, and all its suggestions, it happens that simply the top players also, they feel confident about playing strange moves because
Hmm.
they know that there is some very deep idea for later on in the game. So I think, let's say 15 years ago, you played G3, people would look at you like, wow, it's something very strange what you're doing. Did you touch the pawn by accident?
Yeah, yeah. Like Fischer playing H5 in that night. But Judith, I think I'm puzzling out, and I want to hazard a guess at one of Gukesh's ideas here, because while I was inputting these moves into ChessBase, I noticed that a lot of games were added after a certain move, which tells me that there's a transposition in the cards. And that transposition is that if black castles and white plays bishop g2, a very similar position could be reached via a different Najdorf sideline. Also not, as common as the main lines, but not infrequent. The move g3, black mostly responds with e5, and here white also can play knight f3. And here's what's interesting about this. After bishop e7, bishop g2, short castle, the main move for white is short castle. But here, if I remember correctly, b7, b5 is considered to be very strong for black, and this solves all of the problems. So maybe Gukesh is trying to get a version of this line where black is unable to play b5. So essentially, if he plays a4 in this position, we get a position that we might get in the game. Instead, he started with a4. Now he's played g3. If black castles and white plays bishop g2, Judith, very, very positional and very, very deep.
Yes, in chess, it was always kind of funny and annoying at the same time for me when we were talking about transpositions, right? Exactly what you just showed, that you can bring the same position from this move order or from another move order. But of course, sometimes you can get surprises by doing different move orders. So for example, in this position, for sure, I would be checking d5, playing with black, because that's the key breaking opportunity for black in any kind of similar position, especially after e5. But black played bishop e6, so it can be a difference if white goes bishop e2. Even then we have to check. It was not played yet, or was it?
Yes,
bishop
now
e6?
it was. Bishop e6 played.
Yeah. So after bishop e6, maybe black has in mind that for some reason it can be useful to play bishop e6 first and not castle. But we have to figure out what can be the difference. Let's say after bishop g2, can black play d5 or something else?
Yeah, d5 has to be. So this is a very Nodirbek move. And Judith, I'm already seeing some tricks and traps and zaps here. Knight takes e5. There's d4. And knight e2, I'm up a pawn. Yeah, you're also down a knight after queen a5 check. But Nodirbek immediately playing knight to c6, which tells me that he's heading for the b4 square. And again, you talk about 15 years ago, the knight coming to d7 was largely automatic. The engine really likes these ideas with knight c6 to b4 and then rook to c8, especially after white has pushed a2, a4. So Nodirbek, this guy knows everything, doesn't he? And he gets up from his chair, of course.
Can black play after castle d5 immediately, or something will go wrong for white, for black?
d5?
Because black is holding black the castling, right? For some reason, he's withholding black the castle, and this could be an idea because knight c6 was good for defending the e5 pawn. So this is why d5 could be considered.
Let me tell you why. Kramnik's the captain. He's the pioneer of no castling chess. So Nodirbek paying homage to him. But maybe knight g5. I mean, knight g5 would be my instinct, but now I notice there's bishop g4 with tempo. So definitely something to calculate. Also, you could play knight b4 and rook c. I mean, the king in the center is fine for the time being. It's just we're so used to black castling automatically that it's a little bit weird to see this move getting delayed. I also want to check into the Arjun Erigaisi game, by the way, because they're playing a line that I am absolutely thrilled to see played on the biggest stage.
Okay. We can see the other game as well. This is so far, it's interesting. I'm very curious in this game whether d5 will happen in the next few moves. So let's see the other game.
This is bringing a big smile to my face, Judith. I'll let you start the discussion here, but this is an anti-Berlin line that I have played hundreds and hundreds of times online. as well as over the board. And I believe it's an incredibly underrated weapon. And if black is not prepared for it, it can be incredibly dangerous. And that is bishop a4 in this position.
Wow. I was playing, of course, bishop c6 in 99% of the occasions, and d takes e5. Those are the two main moves. But I was never playing bishop a4, strangely enough.
So I have a story here. I faced this with black, and bishop a4 is a very old move. The first occurrence was 1897, Showalter versus Harry Nelson Pillsbury. In the 2014 U.S. Championship against Ray Robson, I decided to play the Berlin for the first time in my life because he never went into the Berlin. He always played d3. Of course, this time he went into the Berlin, and he plays this move bishop a4, and I'm looking at it, and I've never seen this move before. How is this possible? And it is indeed still a very rare sideline that contains massive venom if black is not super booked up. Black has many ways to equalize, but I'm loving this by Arjun Erigaisi. He always finds that one small little path to creating intrigue on the board. Vokidov responds to the main line, e4. E takes d4 is also equalizing, but white's idea is Smith-Morra style to sacrifice a second pawn. So Judith, rook e1, bishop e7, knight e5, castles, knight c3, and here there's a big branching off point for black. f7, f5 is a principal move that I've analyzed for many, many hours and have faced over the board. But black has also the move knight to f5, which Hikaru Nakamura likes to play.
Well, f5 seems to be a quite dangerous move. So you have to be ready for all kind of tactical approach by white, right? Playing bishop b3 check, king h8, and then I don't know how the attack could go.
Yeah, the best line there, bishop b3 check, king h8, and bishop f4 is the sort of line that I settled on. I just want to show very quickly a trap that a lot of people fall into, which is that after knight to f5, rook takes e4, and we'll delve into these complications if we get them on the board. But d5 is extremely common, even among GMs, and this loses a pawn and very likely the game. Knight c6, bc, boop, bishop takes c6, and your rook is hanging. I pick up the rook and then come back and pick up the e4 pawn. Very, very easy to overlook because you're not expecting these types of tactical ideas in the Berlin.
Yes, this is very interesting from this point of view, that it gives a very different kind of position than when we talk about Berlin. We immediately go in our brain that it's either the end game, right, exchanging the queens immediately, or the other one is that we just simply have a symmetrical position with the pawn structure and there is only one line open on the e-file. But this becomes very tactical, so I'm pretty sure that lately this system is more developed through the engines developing it.
Yeah, I mean, I have no doubt that Vokidov, I probably even have played this line against Vokidov online, and I'll run that search during the first break. There's no question that he is familiar with this. It's on his radar, but he gathered himself there trying to remember his prep, and he's played the move knight f5. So we will see rook takes e4 by Arjun Erigaisi. And Judith, the best move for black after rook takes e4 is a very difficult one. Knight f takes d4. And actually, that leads to some chaos.
I was thinking about knight f d4 when you started to talk about knight f5, rook e4. And indeed, it's interesting. So how does it go? Does it go with knight d5?
I'm already scared for Vokidov, by the way. Knight takes c6, knight takes c6, knight d5 is the best line. And
well, white has full compensation, right? Because a lot of energy in white's pieces. d5 knight, immediately bishop c6 is a threat, capturing an extra piece. Rook on e4 stands pretty good. So black must be playing, I don't know, is rook e8 possible? Probably that would be losing to queen e2, strengthening the battery on the e-file.
Yeah, bishop f6 is the only move, if I remember correctly. f5 has been played a few times, but it loses to rook e7, knight e7, and bishop to g5. See you later. See you later.
Not funny.
And Judith, after bishop f6, I was just trying to remember the best. I think queen f3 here is what I looked at. And I concluded that it was all zeros according to the engine, but an incredibly difficult position for black to handle. Yes, queen f3, I just verified. Bishop e5, black has to know this move. And now queen to h5 is very, very interesting. And this is all that I know. White has a big initiative here. There's this c3 and bishop c2 idea. Vokitov better have studied this for a couple hours. Otherwise, he's in for a long ride today.
When you say couple of hours, you mean couple of 100 hours?
A couple of 100 months, maybe. Yeah.
I mean, in these positions, you can really burn yourself unless you really know very well all the details and you analyze with the engine, you understand what the engine is saying, because this is also a big question, of course. But we see knight e5 on the board instead of knight d4.
This is not good for black. This is very common. d6 is probably going to be played, but after bishop to f4, I've had this so many times. It's a very unpleasant position for black, and already an edge for Arjun Edge Igaisi out of the opening. So we're going to see d6, bishop f4. And Judith, I think a lot of players with black, they think that once the pawns are traded on e5, it's got to be equal. But it's very, very hard for black to breathe. I mean, you don't have oxygen for your minor pieces. c7 is hanging. And this has been seen over the board as well. I am not liking this. And if instead bishop e6 is played, which is probably, relatively speaking, a better move, then bishop to b3, I think, is really strong, reinforcing your control over the d5 square.
Yes, d5 square is a very important square for this position, because if once the knight can get to d5, it seems like white is really taking a very strong initiative. You're right that many people think that after an exchange of the d and e pawns, and we have open files on the d and e, the central lines, it can be very easily equalization or drawish, equalish position. And indeed, in these positions, even though it seems like kind of positional, but it can be extremely tactical. And by one tempo, it can make a huge difference. But for me, it's hard to imagine that black is not prepared, that I think black should be prepared on this, because he plays also pretty quickly. He was not spending too much time. It's true that Arjun is spending practically no time until this point. But definitely we can say that it was a great choice by him playing the bishop a4.
Yeah, and Vokitov's looking off to the... He's doing the... Oh, I'm trying to remember my chess-based file look. He does seem a little bit too confident to be going into this blindly. And I'll show one final line. If, in fact, we go down this line, bishop e6, there is knight d5 here, but it's not as good. After bishop to b3, Judith, just a funny little note. I checked this in the database. There's only one game after bishop takes b3, a takes b3, and c6. And that game was actually played in Budapest. I mean, what are the odds of that? This position was reached, and Gyula Pop, Hungarian grandmaster, lost this position in 2021 with black. White traded everything on d6 and got this like nagging advantage, like very small, but very annoying. After the trade, the rook trying to infiltrate d7. Do you think this is a serious edge? Could Vokitov be going for this endgame? Could he have studied this endgame?
Well, I think this is the kind of endgame you're not analyzing really, because you know that if you get this is like heaven. I mean, at this stage of the Olympiad situation, it's fantastic just to play one-sided. So black has to move away with the knight, because black cannot go rook d8 with either of them, because of rook d1, the doubling the rook, and the knight will be falling off. So black has to go either knight b5, which is it doesn't seem so good to me, to be honest, or knight f5. Doesn't really matter, because in this move or the next one, rook goes to the 7th rank, very powerful. And the a1 rook without making a single move is also very active, because a takes b3 happened, right? So the a8 rook is tied to the a7 pawn. So after rook d7, it means that black has to bring his other rook to passive play, defending it from b8. And there, of course, it is a big question how white can improve the position and strengthen the position. But I think there are several ways of doing so. And even with g4, it's possible to push away the f5 knight, which is not standing too bad. there. So this is not something black should be aiming for. He should look for
Yep.
something different.
Pop immediately went wrong in this position with knight c8. The only drawing line is a series of computer moves, and no, this is a healthy dose of nasty. If black goes for this, I'm looking at Shamsuddin Vokidov, who is so well prepared, and wondering, is he trying to remember his prep? That's what Vladimir Kramnik is hoping. He knows a thing or two about the Berlin, but we will see how this game unfolds. Speaking of exciting developments, we have to take a look at our second board matchup between USA and Hungary, because we've got some very exciting developments on that board as well. An Armenian variation in Leko versus So. I haven't seen that since Rafael Vaganyan played it in the 1980s, Judith. And very sharp Najdorf on board 3 between Dominguez and Sanan Sigurov. I'll let you drive here, Judith. What catches your eye of these 4 boards?
Well, definitely the first which catches my eye is the Dominguez game, because they are already heavily in their preparation in a very sharp Najdorf line. So this is a clash of preparation, so that can be extremely sharp. But we know that very sharp preparational lines can easily be ending up in a draw. The second game between Leko and Wesley, yes, this is not very common and popular line these days, but it's going to be a very sharp game, I believe. And then on board 4, I don't know if it's a Ragazin or something like that, but so far it's kind of not so interesting, so it's not too many things happen. Black wants to play pushing e5 and trying to equalize the game. While on board 1, Caruana played the 3 bishop b5 system, which he has so much experience. When he played against Magnus also, they had that opening quite a bit.
Ooh, I'm looking at the blue arrow Judith in the Dominguez game. Could we zoom in on that for a second here?
Let's go.
Look at this. Look at this. This is the current position, and apparently rook takes a2 is the best move for black.
Yes, but
what?
this will be not a surprise for Dominguez. He's a very well-prepared player.
40 games in the database, by the way, after rook takes a2.
So rook a2, king takes, queen a8, king b1.
And I just a lovely geometric idea. So king takes a2 is a move, but I think it leads to a draw, and I don't think it's what Dominguez will play. Black picks up the second pawn and then picks up the loose rook in the corner, the rook on h1. I'm looking at the database here. There are some games, 7 games. White played queen d3, queen takes h1, bishop h3. And of course, this is all zeros. Yeah, what else is new?
Well, it seems like pretty dangerous for black, but of course, if you made... I wanted to go queen c2, sorry.
Uh-huh.
I wanted to go queen c2, and but it seems like the computer doesn't like it. And knight
and then
g3.
bishop h3.
No, bishop h3,
knight g3.
exactly. No, bishop h3.
Mm-hmm.
And after queen h2, probably don't play queen h2, because after queen h2, my plan was, I can only simply take on d7. I also had this idea to play bishop d5 and rook h1.
Ooh, with the light square domination. But queen f3, maybe black holds on. Obviously, you cannot go into this unless you're armed to the teeth. So this is unlikely, Judith, after rook takes a2. Bishop h3 is the sort of hot move. This is what the experts are playing nowadays. Sam Shankland beat Duda in this position. And I'm pretty sure that this is actually a line that came on my radar. I'm a Najdorf player, and I did not like this position for black at all.
Yes, when you lose the e6 pawn in this position, the structure suddenly changes quite a bit. Also, the bishop can regroup itself to c4, and it's a quite good defender on the c file. And of course, the d5 square will be weak forever. And otherwise, the bishop on f1 is kind of very passive.
Oh,
so...
oh my gosh. I'm looking at a crazy line, which we might see, Judith, because after bishop h3, the main move here is queen to a5. Okay, connecting the queen and the rook. Bishop takes e6, check, king h8. Here, if white takes the knight, then black will deliver a check on a1 and move the queen back and win the bishop. So this correspondence move h4 has good results. And apparently black's best move here, this is ridiculous. Knight ef6. in order to seal off the pathway for the white king with rook to c8. And if white plays, oh my gosh, this is incredible. Let's say
Bishop
white clicks in
c4.
FG. Bishop c4, rook takes c4.
And queen a4.
Checkmate, unstoppable with rook to a1. So white has to find bishop to c5. And it's equal, obviously.
Of course. I'm pretty sure that the computer says 0, 0, 0.
King h8 only move, by the way. No, but this is mockery because black gets checkmated here with the queen coming in, so the king has to step away.
Well,
Enough.
King
My head
H8
is already
quite,
hurting.
quite impressive.
My goodness. But Sigurov hasn't played rook takes a2 yet, and there are alternatives. I'm not sure if they're good or not, but rook takes a2 does seem automatic in most recent games. Wow.
So that's considered to be the best, right?
It's considered to be the best, and the only other move that has been played with regularity is queen to a5. It scores very poorly, and it's a terrible move because of knight to c1. And I'm excited to see what John Sargent has to say about this. But Lenyar Dominguez looking up at the skies, reviewing his prep on his opponent's turn. Judith, I'm already worried for Sinan Sigurov here.
I don't know. He must know what he's doing. If you play this opening, you must be ready for these things.
John Sargent, does he know what he's doing? Do you know what you're doing?
I certainly don't know what he's doing. The thing that the thing that impresses me most about this is that we've got to this point with Sigurov still having more time on his clock than he started with, right? So the level and intricacy of the preparation for these players is absolutely astounding. Yes, we're on move 18 at the moment, but I'm willing to bet there's another 6-7 moves worth tucked in the brain of the black pieces at some point. So it's really quite something, because Judith, you're not just preparing I know this opening to this many moves. You're preparing this specifically for a named opponent who you're going to be playing in a particular round. And you're looking at a database going, I need to understand all of the main lines. I'm trying to anticipate their style of play, what their most likely responses are, where they're going to deviate. It takes a long time. It's hard to do overnight.
Well, you know your opponent quite a bit, and I think Dominguez is famous for that he has a very good opening preparation. So he had games like this. And well, there are, when you play a game, you can get surprises, but sometimes you have such a strong opponents with being an expert in this particular line that you're also unhappy if you get exactly what you were preparing for. It can happen only with very few people, I think, but it can happen that, Sigurov, he has plenty of time, right? You just pointed out that he was barely spending any time. But why he's thinking, of course he's prepared for this position. Of course he analyzed rook a2 and queen a5. I'm pretty sure about that. But still, he's wondering that what can be in the preparation of Dominguez.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's not.
Oh. Hang on. No, it's all... Oh. Something's going on over here. Okay, never mind. Well, rook a2 has been found. It looks like we have the arbiter elsewhere. Maybe... Oh, no, that was quick. I think that's a draw. Never mind. Okay, so nothing controversial, but that's a very, very quick draw in that match. So that's India, Uzbekistan, board 4. Folks, we are nearing the end of the opening phases of this particular round of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. As you can tell, all sorts of stuff is going on at the moment as players continue to delve deeper into their preparation and we start to see some fighting middle games. We're going to go to a quick break so you folks can top up your caffeinated beverage of choice. And when we come back, we will see basically whose prep runs out first. Catch you in a sec.
Hi, I'm Badana and I'm here with Judith Polka, and I picked a game that I really liked of hers to show today. Judith, is very cool to be here with you. and I'm very excited to show you one of my favorite games of yours.
I'm very curious which one you picked. So let's start, and then I tell you which one is it. I'm white, right?
Yeah.
I made e4 all my life, so it's easy. Then I make this. So what did I play here? Because I played bishop b5 and d4.
You played bishop b5.
Okay. Castle. Bishop g7, c3. This is how it went?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you tell me why do you like this game of mine? Why did you pick this one?
Because I like the open setups.
This game actually we played in the first half of the tournament. I have won already quite a few games. And I was playing with white against Chilingirova. She's from Bulgaria. And the Women's Chess Olympiad, this was the first Chess Olympiad I played. I was just 12 years old. And it was very special for several reasons for me. Because at the time, in '88, the Olympiads had 4 boards in the open section and only 3 boards at the time in the women's section. And I played together with my sisters, Sofia, she was 14, Susan was 19, and there was another team member, Ildiko Madl, who was also 19. And I was just 12 years old. And I was playing in board 2, so they were kind of happy because I won one game after another. And in those times, it was not team match which counted, but it was board match. So it did matter whether we won our match out of the 3 games 3-0 or 2-1. And my sisters were very happy that I was playing in the middle. And we were always starting with a win by me, or they could count on me winning one game after another. So that was something very nice for them, but it was also very nice for me.
Great time here,
Yeah.
really. Yeah.
You enjoy the commentary? We pulled you on the couch today. You finally got on the couch.
Nice cookie.
No, it's my cookie.
Anish, this is my cookie. I worked all week for it.
It's my cookie. I told you, right?
You did say you wanted it right before you got here.
I didn't hear about that, Danny.
You both want the cookie down?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, how are we gonna send
Okay,
it?
who's higher rated?
I didn't know you guys act so bad. It's such terrible acting.
Things you do for money, I mean.
All right, FIDE rating.
Who cares about the FIDE rating?
No one cares anymore, man.
Okay, let's settle this on the chessboard.
Let's go.
All right.
Okay, I just no. Okay, so that period, I needed money, guys. That period, I was desperate.
You're clearly not born to act.
I lost the semifinal of GCC, so I really need money at the time. I just heard the news, I have another child incoming. And then Daddy, he offered me to make this video. And I was like, how bad it's gonna be?
But that doesn't justify the bad acting.
Yeah, I know, it was terrible.
Like,
It's terrible.
My cookie? My
Yeah,
cookie?
no, okay, the script was amazing, but the acting just ruined everything.
Yeah, script also, right?
I'll set the clock.
Let's settle it on the clock, yeah, for a cookie.
Oh, you guys are gotta be kidding me. Switch colors, play again.
Again, a draw, I guess.
Yeah, that was the joke. How did you like the scripted doc with we scripted the final
This is
combination?
good.
How did you like it? Cool, huh? Some nice touch, classy.
All right.
Just like the script, I think the combination.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, but the final
Let's go.
scene is really bad.
Let's go.
The happy ending, so-called.
Oh my God. You guys are hopeless. Okay, we're arm wrestling. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. Come on, Fabi, we just did a bunch of push-ups. You guys, this is insane now. It's a cookie. We're taking it to Twitter. Twitter battle? Most likes wins?
This is so
It was rehearsed! It was rehearsed, okay? It was rehearsed.
so cringe.
I think it was the highlight of the video.
So cringe. It's extremely cringe.
Look at that chicken.
Look at that.
Can I please have a cookie?
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you.
You want it?
Awful. In my head it was better, Awful. No, I told you.
Has Sopiko seen this? It's so cringe.
Okay.
I'm not doing
No,
I'm not stooping this.
this is bad.
Or cookie.
This is bad.
I think we should watch this again, the video.
No, enough. No. Oh, can I please leave? So bad. That's why I have a chess.com contract and you don't with it.
At what cost?
A draw already agreed on board 4 of India's match in the open section. So pretty quick stuff going on here. You're live with the 9th round of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, live from Budapest in Hungary. I'm John Sargent, and joining me are GM Judith Polgar and GM Daniel Naroditsky. Folks, we've had a great start to the day so far. Judith, let's start with you. Some really fun and deep dives into some of our players' opening preparations as we begin today's broadcast. Of course, we'd expect nothing less for the tail end of the tournament.
Well, of course, the opening phase of the rounds are always very interesting, especially on the top boards, because they made a lot of preparation already during the day. Their mindset is very much on focusing not only the game, but also to the finish of the whole Olympiad. So you always see by the time management also how much players are spending on the first 10 or 15 moves. What does that mean? Whether they spend the time because they are hesitating which one to choose out of their preparation, or they just blitzing out and they want to have the psychological effect also on the opponent that I know what I'm doing, so I'm very well prepared, because these are important things in chess. And when we enter into the middle game already, that's a big question who has a big advantage, or it's a balanced game. But we shouldn't forget that in the middle game, anything can happen, especially later on in time troubles.
Absolutely, Judith. You mentioned a great point about squeezing out a psychological advantage as well. Danya, we've already had a draw on board 4 of India, Uzbekistan. Vidit drawing his game super early here. What can we read into as far as India's match preparations or psychology there?
I've got 2 words for you, John. Raceler Hildebrand. Raceler Hildebrand. Apollo 11. You were just kidding. That was the game, correspondence game from 2022 that Vidit and Bakidov copied. Move for move, the 2 correspondence players agreed to a draw a little bit earlier. So this was a line known to both players, and it doesn't really change, in my opinion, the dynamic of the match. Vakidov is outrated, but Vidit has the black pieces. I think this is part of the team strategy for India, but yeah, great preparation. Vakidov, his 3rd game at the Olympiad, he reminds me of that guy at F1 races, you know, that team that replaces the tires really quickly and then recedes back into the shadows. So Vakidov comes on for 5 minutes, makes a quick draw, back he goes, retreating to his hotel room.
Excellent. A quick pit stop for Vakidov then in that mammoth tie. And that's an important one as well. Uzbekistan want to be pushing for a win there. So a quick draw against Vidit with the white pieces there, straight out of opening preparation. We're now going to take a look at the women's section of the whole. 181 teams are busy fighting here for gold, silver, and bronze medal places. And we are specifically going to be looking at a huge matchup between Poland and Kazakhstan. Of course, they are both tied for the lead of the Olympiad at the moment. So Judith, Danya, I will leave this wonderful position with you folks to go ahead and take a look. What have we got?
We've got a bird's eye view. Judith, what catches your eye here on this top matchup?
Well, of course, on board 4, it's interesting because it catches my eye because it is Sicilian. I'm always attracted to that one. But if we start with board 1, it seems like a kind of a strange position, having still the pawn back on d2. So white probably later on wants to play d4, as in always in these kind of structures, which is a what is a Rai Lopez Italian structure where pawn has on e4 and e5, and the center is very important. So I'm expecting later somehow white knight will be capturing on b6 and play d4, or differently playing knight b2, maybe regrouping to c4 and trying to push the pawns a4. I realize it that black did not castle yet, which means that at some point black can also play aggressively, playing g5, knight g6, h5, knight f4. So it can be an interesting idea sometimes. On board 2, I don't know, I've never played these structures having the bishop on g7 here. Black is still behind in development because the b8 knight is still there. So black has to make a good development, but I think black is completely fine in this position. On board 3, it is very much in the beginning of the opening. And board 4, yeah. And well, actually we saw on board 2 knight a4 is a very provocative move because the c5 pawn is already very much, can be in trouble, but if it has to be pushed to c4, then the very important d4 square is given away for the white knight. And board 4, Sicilian, it's still absolutely theory. Knight b6 is an important move because it's attacking the d5 pawn right now, and white probably must take on b6, or most likely she can sacrifice on d5. Playing queen a5 can be the move, but it's all theory, so we are very much in the beginning.
Well, we can take a look at that board 4. I think we're both very partial, very biased, pro-Sicilian commentators. And I mean, what are we going to look at the London system? Board 2 is very positional, so we'll kind of let that unfold. And as you said, Judith, this is an h7, h5 Najdorf, which is a very popular treatment of the Najdorf. I wouldn't be surprised if I flipped on the database and saw Polgar versus, I don't know, Laszlo Vadaj from 1984. I mean, this is a pretty well-known position.
Yes, it's a well-known position. But I'm surprised that white is really spending a lot of time. She spent like more than half an hour already. And this is definitely an opening preparation, or has to be an opening preparation. So maybe bishop g5 is also possible to consider. Definitely. D5, to give up the d5 pawn is also sometimes can work, but these are the positions where you should not be thinking about new alternatives. You have to be prepared to this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, just blitzing out all these moves and then saying, oh, okay, now I need to start thinking. That can be a little bit disturbing, but Alicia Slavichka, the hero, saving that completely hopeless position against Ventika Agarwal. The problem is today's a new day. Your opponent does not care about the result yesterday, and Alua Norman herself pulled off a miracle. Queen to a5, Judith, is the move that catches my eye. I've never played these h5 lines for black, so what is black's response to queen a5? Because knight c4 looks very dubious to me. Can black get away with that? Queen c7 is also possible.
I think queen c7 should be the move, the intermediate move, which I always like very much in chess. And when I teach, I also say a lot about that when the most natural move is expected by the opponent, don't make it immediately. Think about it. And in many times you have a better move, an in-between move, which means that we attack, we do something in order that the opponent cannot continue her plan. Like the b6 knight is attacked, but now after queen c7, for the moment, queen takes c2 checkmate is threatening, right? So white has to deal with it with either with rook d2, but rook d2 would be not good enough, because after that already knight takes b6 to d5 would work, because rook cannot take on d5 because of the c2 checkmate. So white has to make a decision whether should she play c3. Probably it seems so, c3 is the only move. And after that, black can go knight c4, for example. That can be a very interesting continuation, being very active. So from one point of view, of course, white will be capturing on c7, exchanging the queens, I believe, takes, and white has to move away with the bishop. which is a big question where to go, to play bishop f2 simply back, or to play bishop g5, taking advantage of the black's move, which was played before the h5 move. White has the pair of bishop, which can be given for white some advantage, but also for black, it can be quite a good position. For example, after bishop g5, probably knight h7 can be a very powerful move, because if the white king would be on b1, then white could just simply go back bishop c1 and keep the bishop pair. But now it's not so easy for white because of bishop g5, knight h7 can be, I think, a good move, pushing back the bishop. And then even g5, or just play g6 or knight e3. So the black squares can be weakness for white. So right now it's a problem for the bishop to move away, because if bishop h4, then knight e3 can be unpleasant, and black is capturing the f1 white square bishop, and then the position is just completely fine for black. Black can also get advantage if she can eliminate one of the bishops from white camp. So the f8 bishop can be powerful on the black squares.
So this is why h5 is played, Judith. So you have the retreat knight h7 with tempo. But just to complete your excellent and astute analysis there, I want to show that knight c4 is a blunder. See, and this is why you can't stumble into these lines blindly, because you look at this position, what could possibly go wrong here? Well, you could lose the game. Because after bishop c4, rook c4, suddenly the knight jumps to a5. You can't move back to c7 because of the pin. And if you drop away to b4, that rook is going to get toasted. I'm not sure exactly how, but it's going to happen. I can guarantee
c4.
a3, rook b5. Ooh, maybe b4? I'm going to cheat here first. Oh, you're right, Judith. c4 here. Oh. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Oh, that is lovely. That is lovely. And the b6 square, I always knew move 5 a6. The weakness of b6 would cost black the game. That's why the knight was bad. No, just kidding. Okay.
Yeah, I think after queen a5, queen c7 is an important switch.
Well, we'll see if Alicia plays queen a5. She's expended now almost 10 minutes. There are other moves. Bishop takes b6, obviously, and even knight a5. But maybe we should leave her to this important decision and quickly take a look at maybe one of the other top matches or one of the other top boards, Judith, because obviously USA has been doing some work, as have Canada, Hungary, a lot of other great teams. Of course, India, who dropped down after their loss yesterday, will try to score a victory. That doesn't sound like a very fun team dinner yesterday, Judith. I'm sure you've had experience with those.
Well, when a team is losing and they can discuss why and what happened and what kind of mistakes they did, and especially if there was a blunder or something, of course it's difficult, especially when all the players know that towards the end of the Olympiad, every match point counts the double. And they might have felt that they have a significant lead of 1 match point. You have to start all over again. And when things are going not on your way, it's not a help. So now they have to be very strong and win today. I mean, that's very important. But of course, it also means that there are a lot of pressure on the players.
Mm-hmm. And I flipped on the top board, but I talk a lot about this sports concept, staying ready, right? You might be a bench player, but when you're called upon to perform, you got to go in all guns blazing. And Tanya Sachdev, she gets her chance. She's played a couple of games thus far at the Olympiad, but what an interesting matchup we'll have on board for Sachdev versus Alice Lee, who needs no introduction. This position is boring. Let's go to Sachdev versus Lee. First, we're going to go to the bird's eye view. Judith, maybe there's a more interesting game that catches your eye. We've got Irina Krush versus Vantika on board 3 in what looks like a very complex kind of Queen's Indian-y type position. Can we jump on over to board 4?
Yes, I think we can, just to see what's going on there, because it's the most interesting. And it's already, we are in the beginning of the middle game in this game. So that's why it's worth talking about this one. We have different side castling, which always makes it a sign that it's going to be sharp and calculative game. And we see already black played b5, wanting to play b4 and push pawns, or going back with the queen to b6, and only after that to push a5, a4, b4. So that's the way black could be playing, or just to play knight b6, knight c4. Probably that would be first the intention. And white seems to be a little bit slow because bishop is on g3. So obviously I would like to have the bishop on f4 or somewhere out of the way of the g2 pawn and somehow start pushing g4. But also knight e5 is something right now that it can be the move, because after b5 the pawn on c6 is a weakness. But for the moment Tanya played king b1, protecting the a2 pawn, because king b1 is always a very helpful move in such a positions. Rook c1 can also come. But it's right now black has not a bad position at all, I must say.
And I want to know what book Melikachian, the women's captain, is reading, because it must be the most interesting book in the world. If it captures his attention over this opposite side castling game, just giving Melik a hard time. He's awesome. He's the longtime motivational coach and indispensable captain of this fearsome women's squad. This is a big decision for Alice Lee. She can push b4, she could deploy her knight, and we will keep an eagle eye on this game. And it's the matchup of experienced Tanya Sachdev, so many tournaments, so many countries, and Alice Lee only at the beginning of what promises to be an incredible career. But we will hop right now on over to Mike Klein, who is live in Budapest, where there has been apparently a complaint about Kramnik and phones in the playing hall. We got to listen to this. Mike, your turn.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with a developing story from inside the playing hall. I'm not sure what you caught on camera, but Vladimir Kramnik, the captain of the Uzbekistan team, registered an official complaint about the existence of phones inside the playing hall. Now, to catch you up, ChessBase India does have permission to record the Indian boards in the open section, and they use 4 individual cell phones on tripods to film those. I talked with ChessBase India earlier in the tournament. They said that those phones are all in airplane mode. In fact, they have to be in order to be able to last the 6 hours without the battery dying. Now, I actually got into the playing hall and took advantage of Vladimir Kramnik's smoke break to ask him outside about this situation. He told me that it's against FIDE regulations for phones that can transmit to be inside the playing hall. He was quick to tell me that he was not actually saying that they were being used for any sort of inappropriate reason, but simply their existence wasn't allowed. Interestingly, only the phone on Gukesh's board, on board 1, was actually removed from the playing hall. It was taken to the fair play room, and I've just been told it has just been returned to Gukesh's board. So Vladimir Kramnik not happy with phones in the playing hall. Phones are able to transmit, according to him, and he said that he has no problem with cameras being in the playing hall because cameras cannot transmit. He was quick to talk to me. We'll see if the round is over, if he makes himself more available, but that's the news from inside the playing hall. Now back to you.
Thank you, Mike. Cutting edge reporting there. Mike Klein live on scene in Budapest. And Vladimir Kramnik, he wears many hats. He captains Team Uzbekistan, who faces India. And Judith, I never really understand what the drama is about, because it's real simple. Get the rule book out. Either it is against the rules or it isn't. There is no gray area. And either the phones are allowed or they're not. And, you know, if Kramnik believes that it's against the rules, then he should point out the exact rule in the rule book. And if he's right, then the phone should be removed immediately. If there is no such rule, then they're allowed to stay. End of story, or am I missing something?
Well, we tend to think that things are black or white as we are chess players sometimes. And I fully understand your point that it should be very clear. And many things should be very clear. At the same time, there are photographers and there are officials and there are VIPs who do have an option with special permission to have their phones in the playing hall. And of course, when you either say 100% nobody can do it, which also has its drawbacks, or you make exceptions and then debate always can move on. And well, these telephones are used, as we heard, for transmitting the game. It's instead of a camera mode. I think if it's checked properly, it should not be a problem. But this whole thing about around technology, fair play, and all these issues, I think it's a very sensitive thing, and it has to be taken very careful. It has to be analyzed, x-rayed by FIDE. They have to be very sensitive about it and very clear about it. What is allowed, what is not allowed, and whatever is allowed, they have to make sure that nobody has the intention or the possibility to use it for bad things, right?
You're absolutely right. Obviously, this is, as you said, a sensitive topic, often discussed, and it's important to be nuanced and mature and forthright about what the rules are. But for now, the match continues, and some very exciting games. We will take a look at some of the other matchups on board 3 and board 4. But before we do, I know I'm being a little selfish here, Judith, but I wanted to take one very quick look at the Arjun Erigaisi game, because during the break, I checked my online games, and I have something kind of interesting to share here. So I'm just double checking. Yes, this is indeed the case. So we have this position currently on the board. And how is this reached? Well, of course, we were talking about the bishop a4 line in the Berlin. We left off here after c6, which gives Arjun Erigaisi a really nice position. Bishop takes d6, queen takes d6, bishop to b3, queen to c7. And I actually had this exact position against Vidit in an online game, believe it or not, through a slightly different move order. I played the move queen to f3. And, actually, no, my rook. Wow, this is really, really fascinating. Queen f3, knight d6. In this position, my rook was on f4, Judith, against Vidit. Here, Arjun Erigaisi's rook would be hanging on e4, but I really don't think that it changes that much because the rook can swing to d4, even back to f4. White's much better here, is he not?
It seems so that it's not so easy for black to develop because the white bishop on b3 is much more powerful on that diagonal, stopping black to develop to e6 with his bishop. Also, the rook on e2 controls the e-file, and just in the next move, whatever happens, white brings the last piece, which is not in the play, the rook from a1 to d1 or to double the e-file on e1. At the same time, after rook e2, maybe bishop d7 is possible to play. This is what I would think. The rook e7 might be an interesting, or you want to go rook d1.
My instinct to be rook d1. I was also thinking queen g3 or queen f4 could be considered. Can I maybe try queen g3?
And knight b5 is not possible to get out of the pin because of capture and rook e7 and rook d1.
Super important, yeah. Ugh. Wait a second. Now, how bad is this after queen f3? This might even be better than what I had against Vidit. That rook on e4 might be an asset because it guards the e6 square. Judith, queen f3, Vakitov really dropped the ball on the preparation here. Surely he must have some way to limit White's advantage. Maybe bishop e6? Can this be
bishop
tried?
e6. Can black really go bishop e6?
Well, at the end, there's g6 if you take with a rook. Ooh. But I think you might be able to get away with it. And maybe you have to.
This is the best because this is active. So if bishop takes e6, f takes e6, white plays rook a to e1. I mean, white has a very nice position, right? And the white queen from f3 will be moving away to e2 or to h3, g4. It's clear that it's white who is playing for a win, but at the same time, it seems that maybe this can be the best defensive idea because black stays active.
And I'm assuming that Arjun will play queen f3, which of course he does not have to. And in fact, apparently queen to h5 is even stronger and leads to an even bigger advantage. Just a very aggressive deployment of the queen. Again, that Vidit game was a different move order, just so people have the context. I played bishop to b3, bishop f4, rook f4, queen c7, and here I deployed the queen to f3 because the rook was hanging. Arjun, he takes first, then brings the bishop back to b3, and now he's got the freedom to maximize the activity of the queen, and he might maximize his Olympiad performance here unless Vokidov manages a defensive stand. But Judith, am I right to be very critical of Vokidov's opening treatment here, or am I overstating the case?
No, I think you're absolutely correct what you're saying, and it's a very sad story for Vokidov, because we are very much in the beginning of the opening trans going to the middle game, but basically it was an exceptionally good choice by from Arjun to play with this bishop a4. It seemed like maybe it was an unexpected choice for Vokidov, but you have to be prepared for this, right? If you go Berlin. So it's a very difficult position for Black here, and it's very challenging in a very critical moment of the event.
Yeah, this was an oversight, a snafu by Vokidov. But on that note, let's take a look at our board 3 matchup between China and Iran, because an unexpected result can throw the standings of this tournament into a tailspin. We've got Ding Liren back in action after 2 days of rest and playing a kind of cagey reverse Benoni. He's shown a predilection for these systems. I remember he played this against Giri and Tata Steel. But that's not the only interesting game, Judith. We've got Yu Yang on board 3 with what seems like a nice position. What catches your eye here on this board 3 matchup?
Well, on board 1, what is interesting that they are very much in the beginning of the opening. So they are both spending a lot of time in the opening phase of the game. So they're like thinking about it, how to put their pieces towards entering into the middle game. So that is kind of a little bit unexpected that they are thinking so much already at such an early stage of the game. The second board with Tabatali with Vey, it's interesting how he's developing. Whose move is it?
Let's take a closer look. That seems like a pretty cagey position, and then we'll travel back to the U.S. match because I've got a really, really interesting development there. But interesting developments here. Tabatabai had a great game yesterday with Black. Here he's trying to maximize his advantage with White. Judith, this was this line. Yeah,
wow,
I faced it this morning.
C4. Wow.
En route to my drubbing by Nihal Sarin for the 15th time. Bishop C4 has gotten popular online. I have no idea what this is or why you can't take it. I never take this pawn.
I've never seen this move before.
Yeah, it's a thing now, and apparently there's like some queen h5 line. So I never take this pawn, and I don't think anybody ever does. And it's not a transposition to the knight or bishop to d3. Yes, this is how they play it now.
But
and White tries to go c4 and get some sort of like tempo down hedgehog, which apparently is still good. What is this?
I'm sorry, but can you go back to bishop c4 because
yeah.
I don't know. Probably our audience understands it, but I don't.
They don't, and I don't, and
I don't know. I have to digest this to play bishop c4, and after e6 to play bishop d3. You must be kidding.
The Sozin, but without the so. It's just the so. First occurrence of bishop c4 in 1966, but first occurrence of the move bishop to d3 was, 1992 somebody played it. Jan Nepomniachtchi has played it a few times recently. And again, Daniel Dubov. His fingerprints, and Nihal. All the usual suspects.
Danya, I would need an explanation by you. What is the point to force e6 and only then to play bishop d3? What happens then if without bishop d3? C4? Yes. Can you explain
why don't you just, if you want to go c4 that badly, I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea why it's so important to force e6. I'm checking now what Black's main move is after bishop d3. It's knight c6. As in, I still don't get it.
Don't tell me you understand it.
No, Judith, bishop d3 is actually also very popular nowadays.
I'm sorry, bishop c4, e6, bishop d3, I think it will chase me for a few days.
That's like when Ding played, like h3 in the Queen's Gambit declined. And is he trying to go g4? We have no idea what the idea is. So here, g6 is actually uncommon, combining these two moves. Okay, so they're just speaking a language that I don't understand.
At least we are two of us already.
Yeah, safety in numbers. And okay, so we get some trades here. This is the weirdest game of all time.
I would love to ask Magnus about this, you see. What do you think about bishop c4, e6, bishop d3?
Yeah, I don't even know what to compare it to, Judith. Like, I'm thinking, is there another line that I know where you provoke something this early and drop back like that?
I mean, the only
I know
thing
a line on the Nodirbek.
The only thing I can think of that you want to avoid some kind of dragon kind of things of g6, because e6, g6 does not fit really together, right? But it can be only very personal, psychological idea, because you want to stop your opponent of doing something they do all the time. So I don't know. Let's see what's the position. Because black, I don't like black's position so much, to be honest. That d6 weakness is quite annoying. So after, of course...
Yeah, like once he comes back to his chair, he will take. And I think, he'll go knight e4, Judith. And now black has to find activity.
Well, bishop a6 is possible to start with, or queen b6 check and then bishop a6.
Mm-hmm.
Because after bishop a6, the question is whether bishop a6, queen b6, white goes out to h1, or knight c5, giving up preferably the knight and keep the bishop there.
That's an awesome move. Knight, I'll just highlight, no, you take this one. I want to keep that one. Or you slide away. And I think that black is very active here and has prospect of opening up the center. So as much as I like white's grip on these squares, I also like black's knight on d5 and just general piece activity here.
Yeah, but you have a weakness on c6. Sorry, not you, but Wei.
And so I'm the commentator, so do I.
So probably white goes bishop d2 with the plan of queen c2 and rook to c1. But black can go queen c4. Maybe it can be powerful, somehow controlling some very important squares. White goes queen f3. I mean, black has one nice piece, the d5 knight. Nothing else.
Yeah, but it's a really nice knight on d5. And we'll have to wait Amin, because he got up from his chair. Now he sat back down. Judith, we have some crazy developments on a few other boards. So if I may quickly take us around a couple of sort of hot spots, starting from Benjamin Bach's game. And yeah, we haven't talked about him yet. We talked about him yesterday. He defeated Badur Jubava. But Team Netherlands has had a rough go of it. But Benjamin Bach has been one of the shining stars, one of the bright spots. I got to just show people the position that he's got with black against Lucas Cardoso. And 24 moves have been made, and there's almost no pieces left. Queen versus two rooks and bishop and three pawns on the queen side. This just gets crazier and crazier, doesn't it?
Well, it looks pretty good for black. Material up, having a bishop and two rooks versus queen. Of course, white has this, knight or bishop g5. Okay,
I just
enough.
had to rewind because they went into this really famous line, I think, that's supposed to lead to a forced draw. But somehow, Lucas did not initiate that draw. Bishop b5. Okay, calm down. This is well known. Knight d6, king d8. This is all theory. Yeah, rook d7. It's all zeros. Benjamin knew it. And where was the mistake? b5 apparently is inaccurate. And this is the first new move. Apparently, after like c4, Judith, this is just a dead draw with a perpetual coming up. What is the significance of that? Rook a7 here. There is queen to b6 check and c5 just driving in the wedge. Lucas creates these dark square weaknesses. Is that the reason b5 is inaccurate?
Well, absolutely. I mean, in this position, white has material down. At the same time, the pawns can be extremely powerful, but only if they are connected and blocking the black square bishop. So after b5, it's a huge danger for white that the black's bishop will show up on c5, And not only it gets active, but also it blocks and stops the pass pawns of white very easily.
Man, this will be so frustrating for Lucas, who goes down a line that's supposed to guarantee a draw and then messes it up at the last moment, giving Benjamin Bach a pretty big advantage here, which he'll try to convert. Of course, the game far from over. A lot of the fight's still ahead. But speaking of fight still being ahead, one fight could have been behind us if Lenyar Dominguez had spotted an incredible resource in his game against Anand Sigurov. Let's revisit that game. And Judith, maybe I'm missing this. I verified this, of course, with the computer. This is absolutely worth showing. And I hope to God that Lenyar doesn't realize he missed this. So,
yeah, that can be quite annoying if you realize it during the game what has happened or what is the move that you might have missed. Let's see where we are standing in that game.
Okay, so currently we have this position, d5, probably slightly better for white, but this is not where the blunder occurred. Let me rewind a little bit to this position after move 20, king h8. Now, there's an obvious move that Lenyar did not play, which is queen takes b4. Why didn't he play it? Because it looks like black advances d5 with a very nasty discovered check. But Judith, there is a showstopper here. Whoop! Look at this move.
Not bad. Not bad.
Oh my gosh. And okay, so if black takes the queen, we take the queen, and everything is hanging. If black takes with the knight, then the rook falls. If black takes with the queen, the bishop falls, and then the knight will fall, because otherwise the rook will fall. And so Anand Sigurov would have fallen if Lenyar had found bishop b6.
Wow.
What do you make of this? Lenyar?
Well, you know, it's very difficult to spot these ideas. Of course, Lenyar was, I'm pretty sure without exaggeration, that he was spending thousands of hours in this kind of structure, analyzing it with both colors, trying to figure out the nuances, the very little smallest details. But at the board, you might think, because this is a thinking process what we have, right? That, okay, we know that queen b4 is possible, but then you just say, okay, d5, I just don't want to see that pawn coming to d4. And you just simply don't look further. That's the big problem. It's not that you cannot find it. And this is the problem when you make your exercises and you make a training, let's say Puzzle Rush or whatever, you solve problems or studies, that you know that there is a solution. So you have a huge help. But at the board, you don't have this. You are on your own to decide where to look for opportunities and where it can be some dose of those tactical ideas. So it's very much goes that you have to go after your intuition, just to go and calculate further or sense that there should be something.
I completely agree. Difficulty exists in many shapes and sizes. Yeah, Lenyar Dominguez can find bishop b6, but as you said, he thought that road was closed, right? There was a big sign there, detour ahead, and after d5, he just stopped calculating. And again, ignorance is bliss when it comes to not realizing that you had a chance essentially to end the game. He does, I think, have a nice position here. It's a very messy position as the rooks have come off the board. But we'll get a trade on d5. We'll likely get a long, potentially technical process. But maybe we should also check out Magnus Carlsen's game, Judith, as this one will take on a clearer shape. Carlsen plays Vladimir Fedoseev, really a crowd favorite, a very enterprising player who now represents Slovenia, and they also have a knight arf. Or do they? No. Sorry, this is not a knight. I assume this was like a rook g1 knight arf. No. This was a semi-Tarrasch.
Yes.
Wow, I got that completely wrong.
Well, what is this? Of course, Magnus is famous to win drawish positions. I don't see too much advantage for white. I mean, we see a very symmetrical position, still in the opening phase of the game. Very strangely enough, Magnus was spending more time than his opponent, significantly more time, and I don't think he's happy with this.
Yeah, let's rewind a little bit, and I can show people why I thought this was a Najdorf after a couple saves. It was because of this knight on f5, but let's go from the start. Magnus, c5, typical Fedoseev, very principled. Okay, mutual assured destruction in the center. I've seen this before, Judith, so this has to be some sort of theory. Okay, delayed Rui Lopez, e4, e5. Knight f5, and what was Magnus hoping for? Did he think this was better, and now he's looking at this and saying, after knight c6 it's just equal? Is it?
Well, I'm sure Magnus will be playing it for a long time. He has no problem playing positions where he does not have advantage, but he is very eager to discover what kind of playing opportunity, just to play the game and have some interesting ideas he's going to be looking for. I believe he wants to go bishop g5 in next move, and somehow the f6 knight can be bothered. Yes, for this, I'm not sure knight c6 is the best, but after bishop g5, of course, if white reaches to capture on f6, that would be fantastic for white, and then it's already an advantage. But after bishop g5, maybe, well, knight d7 probably is not a move, because knight b5 immediately would be a blunder. Knight c7
Me
and
love
knight d6.
castle with check, which is a terrible move, by the way.
Yes, because you're going to be pinned by the bishop on g5, the f6 knight, right? So white can simply go out and then bishop f6 and knight d5. So black has to make some very accurate moves, I believe. This is why I'm not sure knight c6 is the best.
Ooh, knight g8 is the best move, apparently, actually. Knight back to g8, just evacuating, pulling the chair out. And if knight d5, no problem. We're good. Everything is under control. All operations are normal here. I agree, Judith. I wouldn't go for this if you're Fedoseev. Maybe just chase that knight away with g6 first. Don't procrastinate and get that horsey out of your business.
But maybe after g6, white is not moving with the knight, but plays bishop g5 first. And only after knight d7,
maybe
white goes knight d6. Knight g4.
Yeah.
Oops. No, then bishop. That's important if bishop g5 is not possible.
So then where is white? Knight e3? But then I think black can actually breathe easy. And now you see why Fedoseev is thinking. And knight c6.
Knight c6.
Wow. Magnus is going to start doing Magnus things after bishop g5. I think this is a potentially serious inaccuracy unless Fedoseev has very carefully calculated the consequences of bishop g5, Judith. Typical Magnus. Dead equal. No, wait a second. Suddenly he's better.
But you know, these are very interesting positions, and it makes sense, a lot of sense for youth players and for any player to see Magnus's games, which seems to be a very equalish position, even without queens and symmetrical position as this one. And you have g6, which probably would just, I would think that almost equalize immediately. And you have a move knight c6, which looks more or less similar. Okay, what's the big deal? What's the big difference, right? At the same time, these very small things adds up at the end in Magnus's hands, and then something serious can come out of that. I'm not saying he's going to win this game, but I know that he will try to win this game.
Well, Magnus, he plays the endgame strictly like a drill sergeant. We got another drill sergeant here waiting to share his opinions. John, take it away.
Was waiting for that transition to come in at some point this week, and my chips weren't on today, but thank you so much, Tanya. This really is Magnus doing Magnus things. I associate Magnus with being a little bit like a health and safety inspector that you don't particularly like. You think everything's okay, but there's a 120 item checklist that he goes through, and he goes, yeah, but what about this? Okay, and then this, and then there's a series of traps, and you have to pass all 120 before he actually lets you squeeze away with a draw. We saw a great example of that in his game against Parham Maksudlu a little bit earlier on in the Olympiad as well, where it felt like everything was completely dry, and Magnus was like, no, I still got 37 things on my checklist here. I'm going to torture you for another 80 moves. Absolutely incredible stuff. thank you both. This has been great. I also want to mention as well that this is not the only event Magnus Carlsen is going to be playing in this particular month. We have a fantastic follow-up event, the 4th event of the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. That actually starts next week on the 25th of September. So the Julius Baer Generation Cup, this is the last chance for the top contenders this year, folks, to claim their seat in the CCT finals at the end of the year. We've got Magnus, we've got Ali Reza, we've got MVL. They've already secured their spots with dominant performances. You can see them as a result on this wonderful little graphic we've got here. But who's going to be earning the golden ticket to join them? Tune into the chess.com streams on September the 25th and we find out. And if you want to check out more, you happen to be in chat right now, use !CCT in the chat for everything you need to know. So really, that was power hour here, quite honestly. Really looking forward as well to seeing Magnus grind out the middle game and seeing if we can get an advantage heading into the end game here. We're going to take a quick breather from our coverage of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad for now. We'll be back in just over 5 minutes, though, with more, so refresh your drink, and we will see you shortly.
So generally, I'm a big fan of Eric Rosen in general. I recommend him heartily for his content, which is both really fun and really educational. I think he has a great presentation style, and he's actually opened my eyes to quite a few gambits and variations that I was not aware of. Treat every blunder as a gambit is, I think, good at building the kind of mentality that I would approve of. Because if, let's say your opponent hangs a piece, and already I'm saying hangs a piece, that's not the right way to put it. A piece leaves a piece hanging, and you're trying to figure out, is there some hidden nefarious design behind this move, or is it just a straight up blunder? It's very important not to go too extreme into either side. You should not just assume that it isn't a blunder because your opponent is rated X and you're rated Y. And I've kind of was impacted by this as a lower rated player. When I faced someone higher rated, I would just kind of assume that they saw everything, and that if they made a move I thought was a mistake or a blunder, that there was absolutely no way that I could be seeing more than them. And that went out the window with experience, because I realized everyone's human, everyone makes blunders. Even GMs leave pieces hanging. It's not common in longer form OTB chess, but in Blitz and Bullet, you'll see it happen all the time. And when I do it on stream, people are often so surprised, like, oh my God, he hung a rook. Oh no, my rook. But it's actually quite common. I mean, there's nothing about me or any other GM that inherently keeps us away from blundering pieces. So I really like this piece of advice. I think it tells you to treat your opponent's moves with respect. So don't just automatically laugh at your opponent and assume that a hanging piece can be captured. You should double check that there is no hidden intention behind it. At the same time, you shouldn't give your opponent too much respect. And if you don't see a reason that a piece should not be captured, you should always trust yourself. At the end of the day, if you trust yourself and your opponent ends up fighting you in the you-know-where, listen, then that was a great experience, a great learning experience. And then you can ask yourself, okay, what did I miss, right? What can I pay attention to next time the situation occurs that'll make me a better chess player? That's the great thing about chess, is that no matter what happens, in the end, you do benefit. But this mentality of always double checking and not making automatic moves, even when you get really excited about a potential blunder, I'm all for that mentality, and a big fan of Eric Rosen in general. So definitely a good piece of advice to put into your general toolbox.
What's the most interesting thing in your life right now? Right now, my life has other challenges. My kids grow up. My son is 20 and he's in university already, and my daughter is 18. So they grew up and they kind of fly out from home. I did a lot of things in the last decade and always seeing new challenges, new ideas to accomplish. But my main goal is right now, especially seeing that the world is so chaotic. We can say, I don't think I'm exaggerating if I say it's a very big mess. So how to find my balance between my family, my parents, my husband, my kids, the things I love, to promote chess and to do things which I challenge myself. I create new things which I think it's worth doing. For promoting chess and whatever I'm doing, I'm looking for creativity and to feel good about it and enrich the chess community and whatever I'm doing.
Hi everybody, I'm Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson and I welcome you to my course, an aggressive 1e4 repertoire, part 1. I believe this course is aimed at all levels, which of course is always an easy thing to say. Basically, the approach has been to be as aggressive as possible against the main lines, setting an emphasis on surprise value while still having some soundness in order to pose unique problems. Knight f6. We're going for the most aggressive. Knight to g5, d5, e takes d. Knight a5. Bishop b5 check. That's just the main line. dc, bc. And here I have a bunch of new ideas after queen to f3. And hopefully this will not only fix my chickenness of not being able to play 1e4 aggressively, but also give you a bunch of fresh ideas when we're done.
Three rounds to go, some critical matchups in this playing hall now. We are getting down to business at the sharp end of the tournament here at the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. I'm John Sargent. Still joining me are Grandmasters Judith Polgar and Daniel Naroditsky as we take a look now at some of the top games in the open section, but maybe a little bit of recap on what we've seen so far. Judith, we're now... We thoroughly enjoyed opening preparation territory where some of our resident players in the hall got maybe put under a little bit of time pressure. Now it's all about calculation and time management in the middle game, that shift in mindset. It can be quite difficult to explain maybe to more casual players how you shift your mindset from one phase to the game to the other. It's not always so easy.
Oh, it's not easy at all, to tell you the truth. It depends very much how your preparation worked out in the opening and then how you're entering into the middle game. First of all, the time also is very important. It is a psychological factor as well, but also whether you got energy after the opening because you were well prepared, you played it well, you had a good time management, and also you feel comfortable in the position what you got. Or contrary, the other way around, that you're kind of unhappy with the type of position you got, you're behind in the time. It is quite difficult this way, and we'll see in the next minutes that some players did get a very unpleasant position already in the middle game, which makes it very hard. And of course, as we are reaching out to the last few rounds of the Olympiad, everything has much bigger at stake.
You couldn't have said it better, Judith. Absolutely. There's a lot at stake. And speaking of uncomfortable positions, Danya, this is the must-win match for Uzbekistan on the top board. And when I think uncomfortable positions, sure, it's possible for me to think of a less comfortable position than board 2 for Prague right now. But I'd have to do a little bit of soul searching, if I'm perfectly honest, to think of the last time that happened. I'm going to leave that position with you guys because I'm fascinated to hear how you guys are going to break down this position for black. I will catch you guys on the flip side.
Well, John, I think you're probably right. This is, I think, an early. There we go. This is slam dunk. An early chance for Uzbekistan. And I don't want to jump the gun, but given the trouble that board 3 is in against Arjun Erigaisian, let's not forget, we already have a result in this match, a draw on board 4. So the stakes are raised even higher. Javahir Sandarov basically has to win this game. And this was a French advance, Judith. I spent the entire break analyzing this position. And the more I analyzed, the less I started to understand until the very end. And I actually strongly believe that if Sandarov identifies the right plan, which is to prepare h5 and h6 of the move knight f3, Praggnanandhaa is in quite a bit of trouble here.
Yes, actually, I'm looking at this game for quite some time that something interesting is going on in this game, as Praggnanandhaa has a very passive position, we have to admit. I mean, look at the bishop on e8, bishop on e7, knight on f8, king on h8. Somehow it's not very comfortable. And white is extremely aggressive in this game. We see both pawns already on h4 and in g5. And the h-pawn is planning to move even more forward, as you said, h5, h6 probably. In this kind of position, white's problem can be that you have the feeling that you have a great position, you have great energy, great attack. At the same time, it can give a problem that this is good, that is good, the third one is good, and then you spend time and you can get confused what is the best out of the good moves. So it can happen that you ruin it that way, that you cannot choose out of the many different continuation. Knight f3 is a move which can be played with an idea to play h5, h6. At the same time, the bishop on e7 defends pretty well the f6 weakness, at least from the queen. The queen cannot go there, queen f6, queen g7 mate. So the white knight has to go to f6. But we have to see how dangerous it is for black. It can be very dangerous because after knight f6, and let's say white is exchanging the bishop, the white square bishop, the f7 pawn can be extremely vulnerable and attackable. So right now it is very difficult for black. At the same time, black has a pawn up, but he cannot be too happy about it because the 2 pawns on the queen side is not too useful against the b5 pawn and the rooks on b1 and a1.
I did not notice that black was a pawn up. Thank you. I honestly did not. I see some folks in the chat mentioning MVL. That game is just a draw. It was fireworks, but Maxime is just repeating moves of the white pieces. Not great for France. But here, looking good for the white pieces. Javahir, I should say. Now, Judith, I just want to quickly spotlight how this initiative is going to unfurl and how someone can use the engine in this position in order to inform yourself about the position, because it's so complicated. Just looking at the engine lines is going to give you no information. But here's what I did. I looked at knight f3 and assumed that, let's say black just allows h5 and h6 and we get this structure. One thing that I did is skip a bunch of moves. I gave white like 5 moves in a row and try to understand what is the buildup here. And people need to understand that this is a very slow burn. As you're saying, Judith, nothing is going to happen fast. It's incredibly slow. It's like Bolero by Maurice Ravel, one of my favorite classical pieces. It's just the same set of notes repeating for 16 minutes, louder and louder, and slowly you're winding your tentacles around black's position. But how do you actually do that? Here's the idea as... Wait a second, pause. Do we have knight f3? Because if we don't, then I will shut it. And yes, we do have knight f3, so I'm going to continue my point. Here's what the computer likes to do if it has a bunch of moves, Judith. King h2. I'm just going to pass the turn. King g3. Okay, queen d2. Now it wants to play knight f6. Now it wants to take with a g-pawn, which was a surprise to me. And now knight g1. This is the final idea. It's acrobatics worthy of a Cirque du Soleil show. And the whole point is to drive the rook out of c7, transition into an endgame where you will eventually win the a7 pawn and crash through. Easy, right?
Of course, easy. What else? How can we summarize it easier than to say easy? I mean, this is definitely, to say softly, it's not the first thing what comes to mind to go knight g1 e2 in order to exchange the queens, right? So this is exactly what I'm saying, that you have a great position, you know that you have the initiative, and you know that there are several ways of improving the position. But this is extraordinary what you just showed with king coming up to h3. So optimize your king first, and after that to make all this plan. Because definitely it's not the first thing what comes to mind to exchange the queens, and that's how simplify the position and go for the win, and use the a file that way, that what the pawn was sacrificed, that is the way to convert your advantage into win. But definitely it must be a very uncomfortable position for black. And we see knight f3 played in the game, so this continuation happened. But I don't know. I'm very curious how White is really going to be improving his position. But I'm also very, very curious what kind of idea, defensive idea, Pragnananda can come up with. But it must be a very stressful situation right now for him.
You won't believe, and again, I am mentioning the engine here, but only because I believe this to be worth mentioning. The top move here is queen to d8. And the whole point is you prevent h5 at all costs. But wait a second, you give up a7. Yeah, you do. And you come back to b6 and chase this rook away. It comes back to d8. So if Prague believes that this h5, h6 idea is really, really devastating, and it is devastating positionally, he might choose to give up a7. I think this is a possible continuation. But Judith, from a human perspective, right? Let's take off our computer eyes. b6, bishop b5. I mean, as Yasser likes to say, black will have nothing to suffer for. Whereas here, if he dies with a full stomach, at least up a pawn.
Well, it's an amazing idea to go queen d8, queen b6, queen d8 back. It seems like to me that if you have to go queen d8, giving up the pawn just to stop h5, it's a desperation in the other hand. Like black is really desperate what kind of moves he's able to make. So this is a huge problem. At the same time, I'm not sorry for the a7 pawn at all. So I understand that black wants to have some breathe, and he does not care about having the a7, because indeed, once white plays h5, h6, black has such a weaknesses that definitely he's going to suffer forever. But he played rook a3.
Wow, which was not on my radar. I forgot that this move existed, but he's just trying to get some pieces off the board. I don't actually think this will change the nature of the position. I think Javier will take it and play h5 and just proceed with his plan. As long as he keeps the queens on the board and the knights in proper position, he keeps the bind going. He is just playing for suffocation here. He is playing Karpovian chess, and he's almost up an hour on the clock as well. So good chances for Sandarov. But let's go to our 7-board view that features all of the marquee matchups, individual matchups, of course, from this 9th round, Judith. And let's keep going around the horn and doing justice to all of our heroes.
Oh yeah, it's a great idea, because in other matches also games are developing, and we are getting into the 3rd hour. So they are playing for 2 hours already. Definitely everywhere we see middle game already. And also we see what is the situation on time-wise.
Okay, here we go. So Gukesh, it's been a while since we talked about it. I think Gukesh has exactly what he wants, maybe a very small pull. I'm looking over at Ding, the red board up on top. His position looking pretty promising as well. Of course, Fabiano Caruana and Richard Rapport, the top board for the Hungary-USA matchup. Judith, I'm just announcing the games because all of the positions are interesting. I would like you to steer the ship in the appropriate direction.
Well, I would pick Rapport first to talk about, because it's very funny to see the king on b7, because at first you would think the king is on g8, right? That's where it's supposed to be. But I think black did not castle actually in this game, so it didn't take the tour from g8 all the way to b7, but only from e8. And king on b7 stands pretty stable, but which means also that on the king side, probably eventually black wants to go f5 and be more active, which would not be possible, or would not be advised if the king would be on g8. So in this position, the last move was queen c1 for white. So black has to make a decision if he's going back to h8 with the rook to defend, not to weaken his position by playing g5 or h5. But something has to be done by black. Also, maybe, well, for now, knight f6 is not possible because bishop is not going to go looking to h6, but it's going to be looking to c5. So now black has to make a decision whether to play h5 or rook h8, I believe. But definitely, I think the king from b7 will be moving out to a6 or a7, just in case, to go out from all kind of pins, so that knight on d7 can be relieved and go to f6 or regroup to f8 and e6 or somewhere. But just in case, to go out with the king, it is very useful. The question is whether can white play d4 at some point. I think this is a big question. Or will white go rook e2, rook b2 to double on the b5 and just put pressure on the queen side? Also, can white go regrouping rook e2, rook b2, and after that knight d2, knight b3, and maybe some tactical issues? Or white should just wait and see what black is doing and reacting accordingly.
Very well explained, Judith. Fabi loves these positions. This is kind of similar to how he outplayed Abasov in the candidates. I was trying to make king b7 to h7, but for some reason, this evil server wouldn't let me play my legal move. Richard, his king belongs on the other side. He did not read the opening report, and he's made a move. And is it king g5? But okay.
g5.
Okay, so
I thought he doesn't want to go h5. Yeah, I thought it will be a weakness, heavy weakness on f5, but maybe he believes that white has not enough time to transfer his knight from f3 through d to f1, g3 to f5, because the d3 pawn is vulnerable and attackable.
So could I start with like rook e2 to try to go to b2 and tie down the knight, and then try to get the knight around to f5?
Okay, king a7.
Okay, king a7.
Or king a6. Leave it on a6. Leave it on a6.
Some rook takes b6 later down though. So let's say I double.
Yeah. Knight rook b8.
Okay, touche. Now let's get the knight around.
Okay.
And you're like, I wasn't the one who made the weakness on f5. That was Rapport.
Knight f6.
All right, I keep it going.
Rook ed8.
I ignore.
You ignore it. You don't care. It's not
it.
your pawn, so you sacrifice it. Rook takes d3.
You take mine, I take yours. Bishop c5.
Okay, sorry. I don't go rook d3. I go bishop f8 immediately first. I just thought you wanted
now I have to defend. I wanted to do a one-move trick. That's what I'm all about. Queen c2. I think I have to. Maybe queen f1, but whatever. Queen c2 is approximately how Fabi would defend it.
Actually, I was surprised on g5.
Yeah,
was
this necessary? Was this necessary to create this additional source of problems?
Yeah. Well, let's see how Fabi will continue, whether he also considers that rook from e1 to transfer it to b2 gives the best chance.
And of course, Judith, you pointed out d4. I mean, that has to be calculated basically in every position. Given how brittle the structure around black's king is, I would be extremely skeptical about d4 here. In fact, that might be why Richard played g5, to be able to push the knight away with g4. But I just know that Fabi likes nothing more than to massage these small Rosalimo advantages. This is like his version of paradise. Give him a St. Louis apartment, a Rosalimo, a 0.3 advantage. Fabi's happy.
Well, we'll see how it works out. Let's move to another game. What do you think? We have a
Yes.
very interesting game between China and Iran. Also,
We do indeed. Let's go to the bird's eye view, and there's a certain world champion who's playing in this match. Maybe we should take a look at his game. Earlier, we were checking out Tabatabai, whose position we liked, and I still very much like. But maybe a quick look-see at the world champion's game, Ding Liren against Maksudlu. What do you say, Judith?
yes, absolutely, and it's an interesting game. We are already in the middle game. White's move was Queen B3, and for some reason we see a question mark now next to it.
I mean, let's rewind a little bit, right? Let's see how this was reached. This was, sort of a typical reverse Benoni. Okay, apparently
And
knight
it
b to
started
d2.
very slow.
Wait, I know this position, actually. I feel like this is familiar to me, and I'm pretty sure knight takes d4 is supposed to be a slight advantage, but I have no idea where I know this from. Like, there's
And
this
why
line.
is it an advantage? Takes and bishop g3.
I have no idea. I think hg, queen d4, and maybe knight a3. But I don't remember. I feel like I looked at this, or I commented a game that featured this line. Anyways, I mean, Ding didn't go for it completely understandably. He kept the structure and then pushed c5, typical idea. And Judith, queen b3, frowned upon somewhat. Was there a better move? Could he have played a4 immediately, or knight h4? Parham returns to e6, by the way. Annoying little move. Annoying.
Yeah, regrouping it to d5 maybe.
Well, yeah, queen b3 actually might have been a pretty serious mistake. I don't even know what the best move was. There were alternatives. But Ding, okay, a4 apparently was quite strong. But Judith, am I exaggerating here? Because now White's queenside play is suddenly at a standstill. And this is a huge problem.
Well, in this position, it's the main idea what White is playing for is a4 and b5. But after bishop e6, a4 is not going to be such a help because b5 is not necessarily would be a threat because of knight a5. And queen b4, I mean knight c4, bishop a5. So there are several problems for White. Also bishop takes f3 and e4. So this is why bishop e6 looks a very nice move, because now after queen b3, bishop e6, the e5 cannot be taken, so black can easily transfer his bishop to d5.
Can I try knight fd2, or will you just replace the bishop with a queen?
Yes, I think bishop takes g2 is very sensible.
Will the Hydra grow another
queen
head?
d5. Though after queen d5, maybe knight e4 will be the move.
Knight e4, just trying to meet fire with fire. And if I take, of course, takes with a pawn and then b5.
Well, that was the idea, yes, to take with the pawn.
Maybe I can drop the knight away, but then you can drop... Okay, this is getting very complicated. Maybe knight d7? Because this pawn is tender.
What about b5 here?
b5. But knight takes c5, I think?
Sorry, it's a pin. Sorry. That was a blunder.
No. I mean, knight d2 has to be considered. The problem there is b4 will fall.
Exactly.
Before you're able to defend b4. And before we miss another move in this game, let's go back to the live board for a second. Ding down to 38 minutes. Judith, I mean, obviously he is the world champion. We want him to recover from the tailspin, but you see an inaccuracy and you immediately start worrying for Ding Liren.
Yes, of course, many people talk about it. What kind of world championship match are we going to be witnessing in November? But I think the whole world is rooting for Ding to be in the best shape he can and play well, because that's what we want to see in a world championship match, to see a really good world champion playing there and a fantastic challenger. But for Ding, it was not easy since he became a world champion, it seems, that He's a fantastic player, nobody doubts it, but he's kind of struggling with his form ever since.
Yeah, and I can guarantee that nobody would like to see Ding return to form more than Gukesh, because he wants a fight, and obviously Gukesh is such a, just a great human being, and I hope that the chess community at large, whether or not you root for Gukesh or Ding, can wish the best for Ding and wish for him to stabilize his sort of emotional state and return to his beastly form. Because that match in Singapore, it's going to be a historic one, obviously, as he plays a4, and we will likely see a bishop established on d5, and a very, very zesty game, typical of Parham Maksudlu. It seems he never has a normal position.
Well, black seems to have a nice position right now. What about leaving Ding here to in deep think? And then we'll come back a bit later.
Let's learn some more about the other positions.
Yeah, let's see what's going on in the other matches as well.
Back to the bird's eye view here for a second. Any other really interesting games in the China match? I don't think anything else is changing all that fast, Judith. So maybe we can keep moving around, unless there's a game that you want to pause for a second on.
No, we can move on. England, Vietnam, right?
Yeah, board 4, England versus Vietnam. Let's have a look-see, because a lot of players that have been talked about. Vietnam has punched well above their weight. And England is a really unique team. I mean, they've got so many legends on that team, Judith. I love me some Michael Adams.
Yeah, Michael Adams, I was playing for like 3 decades, I think. First time I played with him when I was 14, something 13,
Wow.
14, something like that. And it was some rapid match. And when I played together with my sisters against the English team. And later on, of course, in many, many encounters in round-robin invitational grandmaster tournaments. Endless time, endless preparation when I played with the white pieces. What should I play against the Marshall attack? This was always the number one question when I played with Mickey.
That guy, man. And Luke McShane, another legendary player. I think to his game, we want to go first, because his opponent is wonderful. He is wonderful time. Tuan Min Lee has been knocking out Super GMs left and right, crushing Ariantari in the previous round like a schoolboy. And Tuan against McShane in a Rui Lopez. This is looking pretty juicy for black, I gotta say, Judith. I'm looking at a knight check on h3. Black is playing really without risk, right?
The question is, I mean, that's a check, but what you have in mind after king g2?
I figured that out later. Maybe knight g5.
And you want to give another check on h3?
I want to give another check.
I understand, but rook e1,
Me
bishop
like pin.
h3, and then you want to go queen f6.
Me like checkmate.
Yeah, this is not exactly what white has in mind to play.
Yeah, Luke, something tells it it was not in his chess base file going to the round.
So let's see if after knight h3, white would go to h1.
Uh-huh. Okay, can I make another one-move threat? Queen f6?
But now f4 is possible, I think. And your h3 knight can get in trouble in a later stage of the game.
So,
unless you go some...
I feel like there must be something. Bishop f5, but knight f... I don't want to give that bishop away. Can I get it to the long diagonal?
Well, maybe you can go bishop b6 and try to eliminate the knight, and then bishop f5 and somehow get to e4. Or another idea is to go rook e8 instead of bishop b6.
Exactly, just like slow burn. And white is a little bit paralyzed here, isn't he?
Yeah, white's development is not very well so far.
How? I mean, I'm sure that white has some path to equality. I mean, you can see Velbar only slightly in black's favor, but first of all, Min Lee might decide, I'm playing with the black pieces. Knight takes d5, let's make a draw. But Luke's last move, g3, really puzzles me because he is asking for it. And Min Lee will play knight h3 check. I'm pretty confident. He's a
Well, at the
confident
same
guy.
time, the knight on f4, it's quite annoying, but maybe d takes c6 was the best.
You know, or also queen f3, perhaps. I mean, there were workarounds.
True.
Twirling his hair. That is what Min Lee does when he is deep in thought. That's a bad sign for his opponents. And Luke McShane, of course, at his peak over 2,700, was known for a while as the highest rated amateur, I think, because he did hold a day job. I don't know how true that was. Judith, maybe you have more insight. And perhaps we should look at some of the other boards on this matchup.
Yeah. I think we board 4 maybe. What's going on with Jones against Tran?
And Bick confirms Goldman Sachs was Luke McShane's employer. Let's take a quick look at that Gawain Jones game and then move on perhaps to Armenia versus Germany before circling back around to our top board. Looks like Gawain Jones has a very Gawain Jones-esque position. He's played the King's Indian. He is the author of a King's Indian course on Chessable. And Tuan Tran went right into the lion's den. This is a horrible position for white.
Well, it looks great activity for black. Having all the pieces are playing in the center and on the files and the diagonals. So it is a very optimal position for black.
And there's easy ways to improve. I mean, Luke McShane was employed by Goldman Sachs. This position, Goldman sucks for white. Maybe knight c2 can be tried. Judah trying to get the knight around to d4. This is a typical maneuver, but I mean, my eyes are just darting around. So many ideas here for Gawain. b6, knight c5. I mean, lots and lots of... Knight d3 is a move as well, hitting b2.
Yeah, knight d3 I like a lot. That is,
this is
very unpleasant.
Disaster. It's a complete disaster for white. And Vietnam might suffer this defeat unless Tuan Tran puts together some incredible defense here. Yuck.
Okay, we'll come back to this, I think.
Okay. Should we take a quick look at Germany, perhaps, versus Armenia? Two powerhouse teams. And then perhaps we can come back to our top matchup. Here we go, the bird's eye view, and already a draw as Dmitry Kolar's against Sargsyan draw their game. On the top board, we have a struggling Vincent Keimer, who suffered a couple of defeats at this Olympiad. Jude in a very sharp position on board 3 as well. Looks good for Gabriel Sargsyan.
Yes, their white looks quite good. The question is whether what happens, can black capture the pawn, which is sacrificed now on d3.
Let's
we'll look into
zoom into that board. Okay, so Bluebaum, and by the way, yes, there are 2 Sargsyans on Team Armenia. That's like Smith, Shant Sargsyan and Gabriel Sargsyan. Tomato. Look at this position. This is like Dingley Wren's position, but times 400. Black doesn't have a light squared bishop, and white has instead a huge kingside attack with knight takes h6 now threatened.
Well, this looks like a very difficult position for black. I don't even see how black can defend and not lose any material.
That's Vincent Keimer, I think, who's making a move. Or is that Matthias Bluebaum? Why does...
No, I think it's Kramer.
Who is this person? Why does he have so much hair? Okay, so what about knight e7 here? Can we... Oh, it doesn't work because of takes and queen takes d4. Are you kidding me?
Simple as that. Okay.
Ay. So what does black do? Knight g8 maybe? There's Matthias Bluebaum. That's Matthias.
Knight g8. Maybe it is the best move.
This is a mess. Knight d6 is possible. Maybe
bishop
f4.
c6 simple bishop c after knight d6, simple bishop c6 and e5 pawn can be grabbed.
You can take it immediately, actually, Judith, and maybe now, except for queen e4, now knight d6 just slices off the connection. And if black has to play f6, let's not even talk about this any further. f4, I wouldn't say that this is completely winning for white, but it's pretty darn close.
Yeah, I doubt that white is not going to win this game, and not even in a very long time.
Okay, so that would be a huge win for Armenia. On board 4, it's a dynamically equal position between Grigorian and Danchenko. Sharp, but equal. And on board 1, Martirosyan, I think he holds a nice position as well against Vincent Keimer. So looking pretty good for the multiple-time Olympic champions Armenia, Judith, as they try to mount a comeback in the last couple of rounds. Okay, maybe time to go back to our top boards, India versus Uzbekistan.
Yes, let's go what is going on, because that's a very exciting match. Pragnananda was in some trouble, and we see some real action over there. So let's go back to the Pragnananda game.
Oh my goodness, we have lots of action there, Judith. You're right.
There absolutely some fireworks are happening. So it is, look at this position. Knight without, no need to play h5, h6. Why not to play knight f6? Just give it away.
Yeah, just quit the playing around, the horsing around. Literally horsing around. So what happened here? We had rook a3, takes. I was expecting h5. We got knight f6. The problem is this knight does not have to be captured. And of course, it was not captured. I don't think that black calculated past g takes f6. Just no. Okay, no. Instead, he brought his queen back to d8 and said, congratulations, this knight looks beautiful. What is it doing?
That's a big question, because if white would capture on e8, exchanging the knight for the bishop, it can work, but for the moment, white cannot put pressure on the f7 pawn. And for black, finally black can breathe, because what an exchange it is for black, right? For exchanging it for such an active piece like the f6 or the knight itself. So the question is, can white play h5 now? Because I think black cannot take on f6 even now, because takes, capturing back, g takes f6. So this white has not to worry about. But the question is how black. h6?
No, that's crazy. No. G8, GF, still queen g2. Sorry, forget I said anything.
I think for black it's to sit and wait. That's the real stuff. Maybe bishop e7, threatening to take on f6 twice.
And Judith, if one very important point, let me just make a pass move. Unless I'm misunderstanding the situation, this is actually not good, because it creates this huge hole on g6 that black can use to just block any potential checkmate. So this is the problem with knight f6, is that you cannot get your pawn to h6. Now, I'm not suggesting black should play rook b8, and your move really puts the heat on white, but maybe there's something even more efficient that you can do. I don't know what it is, though. Bishop e7 looks great.
Well, of course, the question is, what is white's next move, right? This is the big question. Rook c3,
Can I go like rook c3?
Yes, I was just thinking about that.
Okay. e4. I mean, this might get completely wild, and in that case, white's time advantage.
Yeah, white also has to be careful, but let's go e4.
Apparently, this is Peter's laughing in our face, but fluctuating a little bit. Now, black can take on d3 and then take on f6. No, but the bishop hangs. I mean, Jesus, so many moving parts here. Take me away from this.
Well, after e4, maybe black can wait.
Oh my God, there's an insane resource. GF. Okay, we are vindicated, Judith.
Bishop c1 and bishop h6.
Oh, come on. Bishop back. And white is at a dead end.
Yeah, that's tough.
Oh. How did the commentators not see that in 5 seconds? Okay, so it's like this Mexican standoff on the king side if white plays h5.
Now, queen d8 is a very good move. So now I think Praggnanandhaa has some hopes.
Definitely.
Because,
And,
of course,
maybe-
white would not like to go back to g4. Then white wasted 2 tempos, and after knight g4, I mean, psychologically, it's a bad message, right? That I went to f6, I lost the tempo, then I go back. So I admit, even though sometimes it is much better to admit that you made a mistake and losing 2 tempos than to stick to your plan, which you know already that it's bad, but you don't want to show it that so clearly that it's bad. But after knight g4, I think bishop e7 would be a very strong move, prophylactic against h5, because the g5 pawn would be hanging.
Yeah, my coach, old coach Gregory Kaidanov, called this saying sorry. Just making a move, thinking, nah, this is kind of a bad idea. Let's get the heck out of there. But you're right, Judith. Sandarov might have acted a little bit impulsively, and this might have set us up for some new wrinkles in this game. But there are 2 other boards on this top matchup, both of which have really intriguing positions. Arjun Erigaisi continues to prosecute his initiative with the move g4. On the left, we have Gukesh. Judith, is Gukesh slightly better? Maybe just a very quick assessment of that position before we move into Arjun?
Well, I definitely prefer it to play it with white. I don't know if it can be too much. Little bit, I have a feeling now that it resembles the Sveshnikov, where black has the weakness on d5, but with the e6 bishop, it's kind of handable. The a6 pawn is also a weakness, so white will be thinking when to play b4 and queen d3 and somehow strengthen the position. But I would rather play it with white for sure.
Yeah, slightly for choice, kind of way vibes. And speaking of vibes, Arjun's all about them anti-Berlin vibes. Let's very quickly see how his initiative is going and how Shamsuddin Vokidov's defensive effort is going. Because the last move, g2, g4, kicks the knight off of f5 and paves the way, Judith, potentially for a rook infiltration to e7, although I wouldn't be sure that that is, in fact, where he is going after the knight drops back to d6.
Well, it seems like knight to d6 is the only move, don't you think so? But then rook e7.
Uh-huh. Okay. Can I try to smoke that rook out of there? Rook e8?
Can you? Can you really do this?
I mean, I'm praying that bishop f7 doesn't work. I feel like I can. By the hair
Yeah,
on
it
my
seems
chinny
like
chin
you're
chin.
getting away with it.
But in this line, I always find that, you know, these rook d4 ideas are annoying because the d6 square is such a big weakness. And then the other rook can come into e7. Do you have a move here?
What about rook e8, fe8?
fe8. I'll slide. Let's dance.
To d1. And after bishop e6?
Tactics. Oh my gosh, wait, is there queen e5, bishop b3, rook d6? No, that loses the game because of bishop g4. Oh, but then, oh my gosh, this is ridiculous.
Yeah,
I think bishop g4 is
takes
winning
d1.
for black. Can I just show the idea? Bishop b3, rook d6, and still this doesn't work. This is just flashy, but black can go the other way, and rook d6, bishop d1 slices off one rook, and then the black queen will slice off the white queen. That doesn't work. Maybe there's something simpler, Judith. Like queen to c5, for example. It just feels like white has to have something here. That I refuse to believe that black can get away with this.
Well, the question how the pin is going to be, maybe just bishop queen g5 and queen f4.
Just sneak on down. I'm not. What about queen c5? What is black's move there? Maybe b6.
What about
is annoying.
b6?
Queen g5, slow and steady wins the race. This looks fantastic, Judith, because you're also keeping an eye on the d8 rook. This move right here is pure class.
Yeah, somehow black is very much tied up. And c5 is not possible to play, which is important to knight b5.
Oh, God. And the rook on d8 attacked a gazillion times. Yeah, this is fantastic stuff by Arjun. And he's played rook d4. Apparently, the blue arrow shows us bishop to c8 is the only move, really, that keeps black with realistic chances of survival. But come on, bishop c8, rook d1.
And I'm thinking
Really?
that I think c5 is not possible still because of knight b5, rook d8, and queen f7.
But then king 8 shade there.
No, but I take rook d8, queen
d8.
Ah, okay.
But you're right, Judah.
Okay,
Knight
so-
b5, knight b5. Oh my goodness. So this position, queen
No.
f7.
Hold on. But couldn't we play queen f7 first?
Here?
Yeah.
But here I can play queen f7.
No, queen f7, sorry. So rook d8 takes, queen f7, king h8.
So queen f7, rook d8 is checkmate for people because the queen is pinned. And apparently white has a move here, and it's not queen takes queen because the rook takes the rook.
Don't
with
tell
check.
me rook
The
d3.
king g.
Rook
Oh, we
king
both thought of
g2.
a prophylactic move.
I think rook d3.
It's rook d5.
Rook d5.
It's rook d5.
Yes, because
Why?
knight... no.
Because why not rook elsewhere on the d file because of bishop to d7? Judith, here
And
there's
rook g5.
bishop a4.
Oh my god.
And the whole point, if we compare and contrast, is in this position, there is the move knight to d4 and the rook is sliced off. So you need to put it in front of the d4 square. I mean, this is literally, Dvoretsky would find this impossible.
It's insane.
That's so incredible. Now, I was thinking c5, knight to d5, to my primitive eyes, was a more tempting move.
Yeah, but knight b5 is so much more beautiful.
That is actually, rook d5 is actually low-key incredible.
Well, knight d5 is a simple way of doing it, I understand.
Black has to go here, and I'm looking at Primitivo, knight f6, and rook takes d6, but that also doesn't look that
But
convincing.
that doesn't work. Maybe...
Can I go knight d6, gf, and queen c5?
Nah. It shouldn't be good. Is it?
Knight, it's losing.
Queen b5. No, not queen b5. Queen...
No, I share your intuition that this is yeah, knight e4. Oh my god.
Knight e4. Ah, rook d7, rook d7.
Rook
Wow.
d7. No, but this is every time we see an Arjun Aragaisi game, there's beauty at every corner. And for people newer to chess, why is this lost for white? Because white either drops the queen or drops an entire rook with check, and black will have a kingdom and a horse for the queen. But Judith, I do think after rook takes d6, there's no questioning white has to be better here. The question is, like, by how much?
Bishop d5 you go, and bishop e4?
Or queen c5, rook d1, king g2. I actually think you can gobble up some more pawns on the queen side.
Bishop takes g4?
Maybe queen a7 or maybe c3 first.
Yes, you have quite enough pawns.
Yeah. This is a hard position to assess. And remember, this is if black finds bishop c8, which is a big if. How big of an if is this, Judith? Is there anything else that Vakitov might be tempted by?
Well, it is a very dangerous position right now, and he knows it, that he has to do something with the knight on d6 because it is not standing too well. Wow. And the problem is that there is a double problem for black. That rook d1 is it can be just as difficult to handle than rook e7. So both has to be handled by black, and that's why bishop c8 seems to be the only move.
Yeah.
But maybe there is something else. I don't know if rook f e8 work with an idea after rook
still rook d1.
Still rook d1.
What happens
and
if
after
still
that,
rook d1?
if bishop e6?
Well, first of all, your earlier idea, Judah, Queen G5, I still think is aging
Oh
like
yeah, he
fine
had
wine.
something very
It's exactly
similar.
the same. It
Yeah,
says
yeah, yeah.
all of the principles prevail, but I was going to say Arjun is presiding over his position, but he is not. He is gone. He is watching from a distance, as is John Sargent, who has been keeping a close eye on the developments and joins us now. John, what an incredible set of twists and turns. Arjun Erigaisi, this man is an assassin.
First of all, Arjun, Judith, I've been enjoying this so much. Every single time there's been a twist at the end of a line that's 6 or 7 moves deep. Suddenly there are 2 more options, but wait, one works, one might not. There's an only move here, 3 moves there. This is actually incredible. Just hearing you guys break down this position and how much mental stress Volkidov must be under right now is incredible. Obviously, the position is a little bit sharp for both players, but it's really clear that White's in the driver's seat right now. And maybe Judith sparing a thought for Volkidov here, even though he needs to find bishop c8, even though White is playing so unbelievably strongly. If Arjun even misses one move or maybe plays a wrong move order, it's entirely possible for the advantage to disappear quickly. So it's not just one-way pressure.
Well, we can say as evaluation that it's very clear that Black is trembling whether is it going to be a big problem or he can sneak away from the problems and make a draw. But definitely Black has no winning ideas in his mind at this point. And for Arjun, of course, he knows that he has the grip, and he has a potentially huge advantage. But he has to be very accurate, because really one move, Black gets out of the tightness of this position, all the pins, and defends everything on the 7th rank, the f7 pawn, the rook e7 entry. The big problem of Black actually is the knight on d6, because if the knight would be suddenly on g6 or an f6, then everything would be in order. So this is why chess is so difficult, because you have to have harmony with your pieces. They have to be somehow optimize the position, and White has a very active play right now. The only move is g4 where we can discuss whether it's a weakness or an attack, but it was a very important move to push away the knight. So those very important mentioned squares are free for White. So Arjun has to be extremely precise. And of course, in this match, at this stage, he knows that this game can be a decisive one.
I mean, you say weakness or an attack. It looks very much like an attack from where I am sat here. Danya, a word from you, not just on this board, but this match. If we have Uzbekistan better on one board, Arjun better on his, we've got board 4, which is already a draw. The fate of this entire match could come down to Gukesh Abdusattorov. How awesome will that be?
Uzbekistan, more like Uzbekistan. And I mean, are you kidding me? That was a terrible pun. But that's what Kramnik is thinking right now. Are you kidding me? Because this was a just fiasco by a normally very well-prepared player. Arjun is on fire. He's given up only one draw. You have to anticipate something like bishop a4, but he just always seems to find the right place to go with White. With Black, he might be the hero of this match. Of course, Gukesh has a relatively insipid position, maybe a tiny pull. And where is that heat going to come from Team Uzbekistan? It might have to come from board 2 because board 4 has ended in peace. Man, oh man, are we in for an amazing next few hours.
This is going to be fantastic stuff, and I've just had news that with 2 puns in a single sentence, Danya has officially surpassed 2950 on the live pun rating, so congratulations there. When we come back, we'll be taking a look at the women's section of the competition as it continues to heat up alongside India-Uzbekistan in the open section. Folks, grab your drinks, maybe get comfortable in your chair because it's going to be a long grind towards the rest of this afternoon. See you soon for more world-class chess.
It's a pretty normal, equal middle game position. White played here knight to e4, and you may think for a second of how would you play here if you were black. I'm pretty sure that after white goes knight e4, many players would just, let's say, trade the knights, because why not?
Yeah, trade the pieces because why not is... I have been very guilty of that logic as well. For a lot of GMs, you see that their default is not necessarily to trade and release the tension, but actually to embrace the tension in the position and to see if they can maximize their profit from a trade. Sounds like a finance instructional video, but I'm not saying knight takes e4 is bad here, but you should always leave open the possibility that trading might be bad.
Chess with friends is fun, and Discord is your place to talk with friends. This month only, Discord is joining forces with Chess.com. Win a game against Wumpus, Nelly, or Clyde, and you'll win a free month of Discord Nitro. And watch out for a super secret opponent later in the month. Play them all only on Chess.com.
Hi, I'm Badana and I'm here with Judith Polka, and I picked a game that I really liked of hers to show today.
And this game was special for several reasons, but let's move on with some of the next moves. And then I tell you more and you ask your questions. I took back. It's a pawn sacrifice for initiative. I was always very happy to give up material in order to look for activity. E5 I played, right? Knight e7.
Bishop g5.
Bishop g5. Yeah, I like this move generally because I pinned the queen. And now castle. So I do like to sacrifice pawns. At the same time, if I don't have to give up material, I might as well take it back, yeah? I took this back, queen takes, knight c6. Why is this possible for black?
So we're attacking the queen, and if they take on c6, then we can take on g5.
And when you saw this game of mine, what did you think around this position?
I thought white was still better because it's just more active and developed, I felt. And also we might play bishop f6 at some point.
Oh, that can be strong, yeah?
Yeah.
So I like my move. This was a very strong move, moving away my queen and b6.
Your challenge is to guess the accuracy level.
Okay.
Yep. So you won with the black pieces against Prague.
Yeah, let me first see the game. So I guess till e6, it's everything is perfect. Because I knew this theory, and f5 was already not great. 92, 93.
89.6.
So it's actually
but still a very good game. Game number 2.
This one must be quite high, yeah, because this was quite a good game. Thing was Nijat was very solid with white, and I played a risky opening, and I was very deeply prepared, but yeah, I was pretty much playing all the perfect moves in the position, and even if the position was equal, I thought both of our accuracies was very high at some point, and then he played this rook d3, rook f3, which gave me good chances, and then also I think my technique was pretty much close to perfect. I would say 95, 96.
Very good, spot on. It's 95-2. Yes, very, very good, impressive. And then the final game.
Oh, I've seen this game. I've surely seen this game, but I can't recall who played it. Is it Magnus?
Yes, it's Magnus, when he became Grandmaster in 2004.
In the Dubai Open?
Correct, yeah.
Dubai Open. Trying to think who followed. Deepan, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. And now the accuracy score of this game.
For sure, a very beautiful game, but I can't see any clear mistakes. So let's say 97, 98.
Yes, it was actually 100%.
Wow.
Yeah, 100% accuracy from Magnus in that game.
Yeah, seems like a
perfect game.
We're back with the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. We are deep into the middle game in round 9 of 11. Very limited time now for teams to continue to impress and attempt to sneak away one of those medal positions. All we can do now is play each game as it comes and maximize those opportunities on the board. We're going to be moving now from the open section into the women's. Judith, a word from you on the games we've had so far today. I've been enjoying you guys going down these lines so much and discussing so many different ideas that can occur out of the middle game. One thing I wanted to point out is that even when these super GMs are doing such amazing preparation to moves 20 plus deep, there's still so much more to explore in the position. So for anyone who's saying, oh, you can just flip an engine on, chess is all solved, everything's fine, let's just go home, there's still so much more we haven't uncovered. That's just not true at all.
Absolutely. I mean, the home preparation is very much done with the engines, 100%. It's very, very clear. But it's also something very special for the players, not to only ask the engine what kind of evaluation it gives, what kind of ideas it gives, but they have to work a lot to understand those ideas, understand why it's suggesting that idea, and also understand how in the middle game and later on in the later phase of the game it can be useful, which is not easy all the time. The computer suggestions can surprise you any time of the game, and also evaluation can be very tricky because some things can be absolutely not human continuations, so there you can go wrong very easily. But in the middle game now we are very much deeply in it already, so we've been ups and downs, some mistakes, some inaccuracies, but now definitely we are reaching out to the most interesting part of the day.
And Danya, computer moves surprise me as much as human moves do, it looks like most days. But you know what? I'm totally okay with that. The computers might be able to give us what, but it's the how and the why that helps elevate our chess understanding. And you guys have been delivering a lot of that today. But quite honestly, these positions have been super complicated, even compared to some of the earlier rounds in the tournament.
They definitely have. Listen, John, we like computer moves, of course, but when they are found by a human, we don't want any computers in the playing hall. Neither did Vladimir Kramnik. He was like, keep the Nodirbek away from Nodirbek. And no. And we've got, speaking of computer moves, we've got some fascinating developments over in the women's section with Alua Nurman, as usual, implicated in a tactical struggle. Kazakhstan takes on Poland, the two heroes of yesterday's carnage. And shall we dive into the bird's eye view? Because all of these boards seem to be going haywire.
Let's go ahead and take a look. We're going to be picking Armenia versus Ukraine to start off with. Some really fun positions on the board and a completely fresh set of positions for us to analyze and destroy one line at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, over to you.
Lady.
Well, let's see what's going on in one by one in this big match. In the first board, I must say, I think I would be quite... White has a good placement with his knight on b5. At the same time, those weaknesses, like for example, the d6 pawn cannot be attacked with another piece. So if black will have time to go, I mean, she played just b6 in this moment, but if she will have an opportunity to play rook b8 or bishop b7 and f5, it's not so easy for white how to continue the game, how to progress, how to improve her position. So I think black is doing pretty fine here. On board 2, it is kind of interesting that white has many weaknesses. There are many islands, pawn islands, in this game for white: e3, c4, a3, and black has a great defense with the knights on e6 and g5. So that seems to be a pretty nice position for black as well. Then on board 3, I see something that white has a significant advantage, because black is quite passive and white has very optimal setting of pieces. There are weaknesses for black, especially the side pawn on h6. And then on the fourth one, maybe we can take a look at that one, because that's kind of very tactical. So right now I have no idea what's going on there.
Whoa. John, what's going on there? John has nothing to do with it. He got up and left. It's us two. Oh, there he goes. Just kidding. It's us two, Judith. But let's go to board 4, because Natalia Buksa is winning, close to winning in her game against Danielle Yan. So that might be a point for Ukraine. Ina Gaponenko, 5 minutes on her clock after 18 moves, and has to find knight h5. What is happening here?
Well, it is somehow very tactical position. The black does not have an f7 pawn. Instead of that, black has a bishop on f7, and the h file is completely open. For the moment, it's good for black that there is not much happening, and it's pretty safe for black having the knight on f6 defending. But knight h5 is a question whether can she do that, and how is it going further. It's black wants to go b4 also, and this is why it's important somehow to push away the queen on e5.
Judith, I have to interrupt you for a second. I just have to connect my other headphones.
So in the meantime, black, I think, plays knight h5 in order that the queen on e5 should be pushed away if it's possible. So black can play b4. That is a big breakthrough for black. So this is why it can be very dangerous for white. But this is a typical position where one bad move with either color, and then you can collapse.
I can hear you now, and indeed, knight h5. But look at the clock, Judah. You don't see this every day. 4 minutes now. How on earth is she going to navigate these Byzantine complexities? I'm not sure if you were going down any lines, Judith, after knight h5, but where is the white queen going to go? Up to e7, down to e3. You pointed out b4.
Well, I think first white should go maybe queen g5. Though after queen g5, now I see a very interesting move playing bishop f6. What do you think about that? Just really to be consistent, and I want to push away the queen from the 5th rank. So let's say bishop takes f6, ef6, and then I think white can be in big trouble, because queen g4 or queen h6, b4 is there. So it's I would be very scared with white, to be honest.
Maybe
rook h5, rook h5 and knight e4. That's what you want to point out.
I was thinking bishop d3, but shoot, a knight e4 probably even stronger. Something to this effect. Yeah, black would have 1 minute to figure out a defense against the mate. I mean, rook takes c2. My mouth is watering, but Ina Gaponenko's clock continues to tick. Let's go back to the live board, because now with 3 minutes on her clock, she grabs her head with her hands. What is the other move? Is it knight e8 that she's trying to decide between? Is she just in panic mode?
Well, I mean, in this position, the tension is increasing, especially when you have under 3 minutes and you have to play quite a number of moves, and it's tactical, and we know that anything can happen in one move also. So it's not so easy to make a distinguish what is the difference, whether better to go knight e8 or knight h5 if you already consider that you want to push away the queen from e5 in order to play b4 and somehow pose difficulties for white.
Now, this is even Grishuk, I think, would start getting worried here, or he might start feeling right at home with 2 minutes for 22
Oh
moves.
no, he would be just warming up, thinking another minute and 10 seconds, and then he moves. No, 1.5 minutes he would spend.
Yeah, he'd still be outside on his smoke ray, and it's all under control. Look at the just the tension, the nervous tension from Gaponenko. You want to avoid all-out panic because then you just freeze and you make an irrational decision. I want to point out very quickly, Judith, that I wouldn't rule out even a queen sack for 2 minor pieces, largely for positional reasons that white has on the menu as well. 1.5 minutes now. Tick, tick, tick.
But what do you mean? You want to go knight h5, rook takes h5, bishop e5, rook e5?
Yeah. And I'm worse.
Yeah, because black would go, I think, queen c7 going back. But that's a panic idea, I think, from white's side. And knight h5 on the board.
Okay, I slightly overreacted to this relatively straightforward move, but I was a little bit worried that we would see some sort of, as you said, panicked reaction. And now, huge moment for white. Where does the queen go? I am a little bit partial to this type of idea. Queen takes e7, of course, Judith, also has to be seriously examined by Sargsyan. This grab the pawn. Why not?
So what happens if black goes b4? Is it a problem?
My initial thought was start with
Rook
rook h5
h5
and then think. Just sack first and think later.
Yeah.
Okay, now there has to be some sort of a money move. Some bishop h4, queen h5, no.
Well, maybe you can go bishop g7.
Mm-hmm.
B takes c3.
Mm-hmm. So bishop c3, rook c3.
And then just bishop e5.
bc? Ah, bishop e5 here.
I'm not sure.
But maybe cb and bishop a2? And b1 queen and rook c2? And queen d5 at the end? Oh my gosh. Is this actually...
bishop a2, right?
It's not the move. I just wanted to show the
No,
audience.
because actually queen g5 was not an awful threat because of bishop g6.
Yeah, and here, look at this. If you take, you get made it slide back down cold-blooded. This does not work for black. But Judith, you're saying there are no threats in this position, so black can take her time and generate a threat of her own.
Well, maybe rook c2, or I don't know what's possible to make.
Gosh. Well, let's dial it back for a second here, because this is pretty deep into the rabbit hole, and we've got lots of other developments here. We're going to keep an eye on this game, but I'm looking at like 2 other boards simultaneously. Vaishali is in huge trouble, apparently, and Alice Lee is in big trouble for Team USA. Let's start with Vaishali. We shall go there. India versus USA. Let's start with a bird's eye view. Okay, what do we see here? Judith, where's Vaishali? She's on the top board getting crushed by Tohurjonova.
Well, bishop e6 was the last move. White to move. So white has to make some good move. What about... can't she play queen e5?
Well, let's take a closer look and see if she's got any saving chances here. Where is her queen side? It's nowhere. She's down 2 pawns, and you're suggesting queen to e5.
Yeah, with the idea to simplify the position and exchange it in one way or another.
Can I try f6, just keeping everything on the board? No, queen d4. And rook takes e6 becomes a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, that's over.
Yeah, this looks over.
I mean, maybe
bishop d7 does not work. Well, if takes, then
How
simply
easy is
exchange.
this? How easy is this to convert, though?
I mean, it should be like over, no?
I'm not actually totally like. Would you play GH?
No, I would just leave it A5.
Okay. I was thinking maybe I can throw this in.
Okay, B4.
B4?
I mean, I could start with B4 if I don't want to deal with all this, but I just don't think that this can cause any trouble for white.
Yeah, it's like pinching a dinosaur. It's like I'm throwing this way and that way, and okay, maybe D3. I mean, I'm pretending at least to have some counterplay.
Let's pretend. Okay, Rook D1.
Let's pretend. Let's not
Or
pretend.
Rook D6. Yeah.
Nodirbek had a similar dilemma yesterday, like whether to put the rook behind the pawn or in front of the pawn.
Well,
Rook
I would
D6.
rather play actually Rook D1 because after Rook D6, Bishop C4, you can stop it. But I mean, after all, White has two connected passed pawns.
Mm-hmm. No,
Right.
and there's no weaknesses, and the king is safe. And I'm just
Yeah.
going to rewind us back because we want to get to the Alice game. And also, like Queen E5, probably not the only move. But your point is well taken, Judith. If you can get the queens off the board, that definitely simplifies White's stats. We will not see H takes G5. That blunder's made in one. Maybe there's some computer move here. Wow, rook to D6 and rook to D8.
Yeah. I was just
Frustrating.
thinking about that to Rook D6, Rook D8. I think that's that looks pretty cool.
Pretty much technical victory should be attainable here for Begim, but we've got a different type of position on the bottom end of the table between Tanya Sajdev and Alice Lee. Let's go straight there
Yes.
because Tanya is attacking.
Oof. What an attack she has.
Okay.
What an attack
E6.
White has.
And 5 minutes, she is borrowing a page from the Gaponen playbook for 18 moves in this position.
Well, she is going to play E6, I guess. There is no move that can distract her from doing so.
If I may rewind us a little bit, because I was looking at this in the break, and in this position, Tanya sacked the bishop on G6. Very natural, but Judith, E6 was quite a bit more devastating, this version of the sacrifice, because here, if black takes it, you can actually just go GF, and the open G file is going to spell immediate death to the black monarch. Instead, Tanya can't blame her. And after E6, she sets up the threat of bishop E5.
But you know, I was also thinking, I want to show you another idea instead of bishop instead of E6. Nice idea to go bishop G5 with an idea after HG H4.
In this position,
after
Tanya
taking,
has just played E6.
Yeah.
Whoa. Oh my God. Yes,
Once I
you
played
cannot
the game,
take it.
maybe you saw my Gukesh game, and there it was also the main idea. I sacrificed the piece, and then I had time to play G4, and nobody could stop me playing H4 and opening the H file. I mean, probably there is black should obviously not take it. I just wanted to show
That's
this
lovely.
idea that this can be sometimes very awful for H8 king.
And how Judith, the hero of the attack, can be a piece that has not moved at all the entire game. Now, this dilemma for Alice Lee, because the tempting move is bishop G7, which I think is actually very bad, because it maybe walks into knight F5 with tempo.
Mm-hmm.
What do you share that sentiment? Is there another move? Rook E7, Queen B7 you can play. It's terrifying. Wait, Queen B7 actually threatens Queen H7.
Yeah,
Ooh.
but White is going to go, I think, bishop E5, bishop
High
G7,
cover. This is possible.
Queen H6, King G8. So maybe black is still alive.
Yeah, very much so, actually, I would argue. Can White go knight F5 and knight H6? Probably not.
Queen G7.
Knight F7, King G8. Yeah, black is surviving and thriving. How does White proceed the attack here after Queen to B7?
Yeah, bishop e5, bishop g7. Yeah, it's not clear what is the best form of winning.
I hate positions where it smells like there has to be an immortal combination. If you just had Paul Morphy on hand, there's like knight takes c6, and every move you look at, there's just one problem with it. And I'm a little bit worried that Tanya, with 4 minutes left, might not be able to figure anything out. Now, she can go, Judith, queen takes h6 and queen g6, and essentially force the repetition, because Alice cannot allow the bishop to remain pinned. So are we predicting something like this? First of all, Alice, of course, still has to find queen b7, because I'm a little bit worried that you might get enticed by bishop g7, and I'm actually not sure what the best move is here for white.
Well, I would go knight f5.
And if knight takes e6, then, oh yeah, no, this looks horrible for several reasons.
But this queen b7 move is can be very powerful for black, because yeah, queen b7, and it can be very frustrating with white, that you think you're absolutely winning, and then you want to go this move. It doesn't, not winning that much. It's still better, but you're not sure how it wins, and then you start spending your time, and you have to admit, and queen b7 is played.
That right there is a money move. Alice Lee pausing, keeping her composure on the big stage. And now Tanya, I think that if she smells the repetition, she should go for it. But you know what, Judith? After bishop e5, bishop g7, queen h6 is easy to see. But like you said, to get yourself to just move the queen back to g6, those like slow, boring moves when you're attacking can be really hard to play.
Well, and it's hard to say that, okay, maybe I'm not winning, I just have a better position. But I think bishop e5, I like that. Bishop e5, bishop g7, captures on h6, king g8, and then go back. Because after all, white has a huge army of pawns on the king side. And there is a weakness for black on c6, so it should be still clearly better.
But the time situation to me I mean, it's catastrophic for Tanya. I mean, 30 minutes against 4 in a position that lacks any kind of structure or principles. You need to calculate on every move. And okay,
Well,
Tanya,
that's part
obviously,
of it.
considering moves like, no, but queen h7 is such a huge threat. It just takes the teeth out of the attack immediately.
Well, and India needs this victory so much in this match. Right now, it seems that this is a must-win game.
Bishop e5, bishop g7 on the board. Alice Lee shifting into her seat. Big moment. We can wait for the move here, because this is a game-defining moment. If Tanya plays these two 6th-rank queen moves, we will likely see a repetition. If she doesn't find it, if she panics, that will spell disaster for India, who is very likely to lose board 1 as well. And she takes it. King g8 instantly played by Alice Lee. Judith, what do you say? Queen
Lot of tension
g6
in this match.
Will this be played? What's your call?
Well, I think white should not exchange everything on g7 yet.
3 minutes for
It's
Tanya.
good that Tanya has no time to watch the other boards of the match,
Oh, yeah.
because on the first board, she would see that they are doing really bad on board 1. And if we look at it, board 2, well, Divya is doing pretty good. I mean, it's a more pleasant position, but she has a weakness, an isolated pawn on d4, so that's very good chance that that would be a draw. On board 3, Irina is playing, I mean, it's a complicated, messy game. Anything can happen. So board 4 is something that India should definitely collect the full point, which will
And
be
queen
not easy.
g6 has been played. Tanya, so far, admirable, keeping her composure. But of course, The next big decision will come once Alice slides her king back to h8. And this is a momentous decision indeed. If she feels that this match is slipping away, she might go burn all the bridges with 3 minutes. I don't care, because the team needs are always, personal needs are subsumed entirely by what the team needs from you. This is going to be super, super exciting. We will go back to the open section momentarily. But what a moment here. What a match. And what an important game for Team India, who suffered that devastating loss yesterday, Judith. They did not expect to find themselves in this position.
But it's
Literally and
interesting,
figuratively.
just seconds ago, we saw Black Alice Lee watching what's going on. She was looked out towards the left, seeing what's going on the other boards. Like, you can see and feel how nervous she is. She feels the responsibility she has.
And the maturity we take it for granted how these young players on an unimaginably high pressure stage demonstrate the professionalism of a veteran, which Alice Lee is doing here. But she doesn't have much of a choice. I mean, knight f5 is looming. You've got to move your king away. You Kamsky move your king away. And she is about to do not that. What did she play?
She played king h8.
Okay, it was hard to say. Yeah, king h8 on the board. Always hard to say from the camera angle, and king h8 has been played. I think we're going to get a repetition, Judith. I don't think Tanya is going to do anything crazy.
No, but she can't. She has to play on. She's not going to play on? Oh, that will be...
I don't think so.
Oof.
3 minutes.
No, I think she made only a repetition. She made only a repetition for gaining time.
Let's see. She plays queen g6, and this is her last chance. The train will not stop at any other stations. Either you play now or forever hold your peace or forever sign the peace. Alice, just pausing. So much you're taking. A couple moments there. King h8 played. And the arbiter standing by. We know what that might mean. They're ready in case Tanya decides to sue for peace.
Well, how would you decide with white? You don't see the other boards, let's say, but you see you're short on time. You feel that you had a winning position all the way, or for most of the moves, like 10 moves ago.
Mm-hmm. I would play. I feel like my ego, my emotions would not allow me to, probably do the responsible thing. I'd probably go queen h5 check, Judith, king g8, and maybe something like f4, because white does have some pawns for the piece. It's not like you've sacked your queen. And Tanya, she understands the gravity of this decision. I think I would just get to a taxi to Ferenc Liszt Airport, fly back to Charlotte, and say, I'm not cut out for these decisions.
Well, she's thinking too much, giving away a lot of time. And still, which move are we in right now?
We are on move 29.
So still 11 moves to go. Very difficult. But if she's making a draw, she will regret it. But it's one thing to decide whether you agree to a draw or you play on. And if you play on, how to play on and how to continue, right?
It's easy from the comfort of your room. Of course, she should have played on. Should have found a way to keep the attack going. Hey, you're down a piece. You got 2 minutes to 30, and it is far from a guarantee that India loses if she draws because, well, obviously, Begim will likely beat Vaishali, but Divya Deshmukh has some life in the position. Vantika Agarwal, very complicated position as well.
Oi, look at that. Tanya is looking on the side. Not a good sign. Focus on your game.
2 minutes now.
Spending time looking the other. She's going to be unhappy, so she puts extra pressure.
Draw.
Oh, she makes a draw. Look at that.
Alice so relieved. She just is thanking the stars that she doesn't have to look at this position again. She was going to stop the clock and call the arbiter and claim the draw. And that is exactly what she does.
Oh, Tanya will not sleep well tonight.
And she was winning Judith with bishop takes g6 or with e6 earlier. This is a big result for USA because the top board will win. India's back is against the wall in the women's section. In the open section, it's their opponent who needs a miracle to happen. What a game. I'm so glad we caught that. Judith, back to the open. I think Gukesh, he just played the most level game of all time, and it's fizzling out further. I think we will have a peaceful result on the top board.
Well, let's see what they are up to in that match. They are very much into the fourth hour of play, and this is the hour when the most drama happens. Time troubles already, and some results also, and more or less
but the repeating moves. They've made two-time repetition so far. I'm just going to show this. Look at this. Knight c2, a7, a3, c6, c2, a7, and now Gukesh. Gukesh can play knight a3 and trigger a peaceful result. Nothing happened in this game. It was just maneuvering. The same structure was maintained. I think that no reason for Gukesh was down on the clock for any shenanigans given Arjun's position.
Do you think he's going to be agreeing to repetition?
I mean, yeah, I think so. And, you know, he understands that Prague is worse, but Arjun is better than Prague is worse. Prague has serious chances. Arjun very likely to win. Again, that look to the side. I think we're going to see a handshake there.
All right. Yeah. I mean, this was exactly the scenario of Tanya. You're looking, then looked on the side, and that's when you're going on downhill with your decision. When you start considering that, okay, maybe I should, you go look at the other games, and practically almost doesn't matter what you see, you go for a draw.
Mm-hmm. And listen, maybe he'll look like a fool, but the problem is, yeah, you got to pass pawn. But black has this d4 square, so the moment you take your eye off of it, black sinks his teeth into d4. The d6 pawn is a weakness in name only. It's perfectly well protected. Gukesh now down to 10 minutes. Looking to the side. Darting across are his eyes. To the score sheet they go. And back to the hotel room, I think the players will soon go. I don't know why.
And it's interesting.
Like Yoda suddenly.
What did he play?
Knight a3. And Nodirbek doesn't even claim repetition. I mean, he's confident in his position.
The interesting thing with this pawn on b4, that in 1 second you think it's a powerful pass pawn, and the other moment you think it's a weakness. It's kind of a tricky pawn on b4.
It's like those illusions, right? You look at it closely, it's an old lady, and then you stand a little further, it's a young woman. And Gukesh, actually, I apologize, he is the one who can fix the draw with knight c2. He got up there, took a millisecond look at his teammates, sat back down. There's no other move, Judith. b5, knight d4 is foolish.
Yes, because then suddenly the a3 knight is very much out of play. The knight on d4 centralized, threatening with knight f3 fork and knight b3 at the same time. So white would get not a good position. So white should guard the d4 square by playing knight c2.
I'm going to give the guarantee that we will see repetition. There's no way Gukesh with this. He's looking around, and it's that mental release, and he's done it. And a look at his opponent, eyebrows raised. Shall we call it a day? Yes, we shall.
Yes.
But they shall. We shall not. We still got games going.
But they are looking for an arbiter who just arrived.
Handshake, draw. Second draw of this match leaves us with 2 boards. Leaves us with Magnus Carlsen, who is apparently worse against Vladimir Fedoseev. I think we should go to that game because Judith Arjun still has a clear advantage. No major transformations there. Same with Prague. Those games are still stable. Can we look at Magnus?
Let's see how it developed since we looked at it last time.
What a beautiful angle. I'm going to bring up the board. Oh my goodness. Magnus in time pressure. And is he worse? This is the current position.
King on d5.
Holy smokes. This king is not there by choice. It is there as a prisoner. It is not the ambassador of the white pieces to the black rook. It is a prisoner of war.
Poor king. If black could play knight e3 checkmate in one move, but it's still on d4.
Oh, Judah, you are cruel. Now, big question. If f takes e5, as Magnus falls to 2 minutes for 12 moves, does black recapture on e5, and does black have checkmate in the event of king takes e5?
Actually, after fe5, I think rook g4. Don't you think so?
And Judy, your move. I'm thinking of knight c2, knight e3 as well. Going for mate.
e6.
King c7. Bishop g3, rook g3.
Yeah, but white can go king c. Maybe
oh my
not.
Gosh, and he has taken. No, he's got g4.
Wow.
He's got g4.
What a move.
Oh.
But the knight g.
Knight c2, knight c2. Judith,
g takes f5.
Oh shoot, rook g4. No, that's got to be winning for black.
But this looks very strange.
Fedoseev, I'm friends with. I know that Fedoseev. Look, he sees something. Is knight c2 the move? It is. The blue arrow shows it. What's the move here? What is the clincher?
Rook g4, or knight e3, king e4, rook g4, bishop g3.
I think it's rook g4 because if bishop takes f6, I believe there is rook takes f4. And if king takes e5, bang, you have a choice of checkmates. Now, if bishop g3, Judith, I think e takes f4 and just shove that pawn down.
It's so simple as that. Wow.
It's mate in one on the next move. Oh, Magnus is going to very likely lose if Fedoseev plays knight c2. You called it immediately, Judith. You spotted that square even before the players did. And will he find it? Will he play knight c2? Are you kidding me?
And Magnus
is
look at.
Disgusted.
He's shaking his head. He has low on time. He's frustrated what he has done.
But I'm just like at a lot. Of course, I didn't see the intermediate moves, but we thought that Magnus was in business after Fedoseev played knight c6. It was going to be another vintage Magnus endgame. That's a vintage endgame, all right. And you know what? Fedoseev is always a very difficult opponent for the top guys. He does well against Hikaru. There's just something about his style that makes him a slayer of the top players. He's demonstrated it so many times in Title Tuesday. He's a monster. Oh, and Magnus, he was doing completely fine until a couple moves ago. And he went the wrong way with his king.
Yeah, but he was spending too much time. This is absolutely unusual for Magnus to go down to 2 minutes and to have
I'm
so
going
much
to show in
behind
5
the time.
seconds. I'm going to show the moment 2 moves ago. This position, he has a dilemma. Does Magnus Carlsen, as we wait for Fedoseev to find knight c2, which way does he go? And Magnus should have gone forward and then taken and then pushed. And that h-pawn is rumbling up the board. Something that Magnus didn't like here. As you said, Judy, he was hesitating.
That he did not play king f7.
He walked into the cage, then he pushed f4, trying to undermine the e-pawn. Fedoseev said no. Ignore, full ignore. And now the panic move by Magnus. Slovenian fans' hearts are beating here. Oh, I think he sees it.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to play it. It's also, again, such a typical situation when your opponent has 2 minutes on the clock. You have 22. And then you see the move. Even if you see the move, you want to control yourself. Take your time. Calculate what is the best move. I have my chance. I have my opportunity. And then you have to like control yourself so hard that no, don't play too fast. There's no reason to do so.
And Fedoseev, I mean, Judith, we've all been there, a situation where we're playing Magnus, a team match, and we have a winning move with black, and you see it. I mean, pretty easy to just hold your nerves in check. But for Fedoseev, what a moment. I'm very familiar with his approach to the game, his creativity. Suspense. He's got 20 minutes, fantastic time management, plenty of time if he wants to spend it on quintuple checking this move.
And he went f takes g4.
Oh my God. Magnus?
But I'm not sure it's such a bad move. It's just a different way of handling the situation.
Wait, but f takes e5. There's no mate anymore.
Well, but you can win the game without giving a mate.
But that would be nice.
Well, after
Magnus?
fe5, maybe just f5. What do you think?
And by the way, Magnus down to 90 seconds. I want to be very clear how difficult this defensive task is for him. But he's a dead man walking right now. Fe5,
Actually,
f5, Judith, you were proposing.
Yeah,
b4.
but f takes e5 is also possible.
But then b4 is a big problem, isn't it? And he's taken on e5. And what has Fedoseev intended here?
But you know, when Magnus plays g4, you tend to think that it's a genius move because he's world number one. This is the case. Though Magnus gave away his emotions and he was shaking his head, so it was an information that Fedoseev could have used, that there is some real problem for Magnus, or at least that's how he considers it.
You're right, and it's the fact that knight c2 threatens mate in one. It's the banality of the move which makes it hard to play. How can Magnus miss? You just like mating maneuver. It's just so easy to sit here and criticize. Reminds me of that moment with Vincent Keimer from their World Cup match where Magnus made that catastrophic blunder. He got up from the board, and Vincent, Peter and I could not believe it. Obviously, devastating moment. He missed it, and Magnus won that match. Here we go, 94, centralizing. I think Magnus will hold this game.
Well, definitely he's more relieved. I mean, just a second ago he was close to losing, and suddenly he's king on d5, not on danger, but actually is an active attacker.
I thought I knew Vladimir. I mean, I could sense that he was excited. He could sense that there was something there, and I was starting to write the story before the player had written it, right? I was the overeager journalist calling the shots before they were made, and it's not meant to be, but the game continues, and anything can still happen. And
Yes,
by the way,
and
Arjun's game is going crazy as well.
Well, you know, we have 2 draws in the Indian match and 2 still running. Pretty nerve-wracking for the captain probably at this stage. And for the players.
Okay, off we go, I think, back to our top board, because insane developments in that game where we have sung Arjun Aragaisi's praises, but Shamsuddin Vokidov has said, no, I am not disappointing my team captain, and you are not going to write this chapter so fast. He is fighting back, punching back, and very much still in this game. Look at those camera reviews. Look at the tension.
Yes.
Whew. But okay.
Tension is escalating. But you can see in a second ago, we could see Ivan Sokolov, who was the trainer of the Uzbek team, captain and trainer of the Uzbek team in the previous Olympiad.
Shoot, Arjun is down on the clock. He made this very flashy move, queen to g6, right? Exploiting the pin, and apparently that gave up the lion's share of his advantage. I'm not going to show this right now because we've got moves coming in. Queen takes c5. And now we have an imbalance, bishop versus knight. If the knight comes out, I am not seeing any advantage at all. But I love this move from Arjun. I think this is the only way to keep the fire burning.
Yeah, queen d4 is, well, it's a positional move, but I think he gave away quite a bit of his advantage. I mean, he still has a beautiful bishop on b3, but is it so special after queen captures and knight f6?
No, I think it's close to equal, but you know, I've lost a lot of these types of endgames in blitz to Arjun. Rook c4 there?
Well, black can even play rook d8, and after rook c7, rook d7. I don't think there is too much for white. So
He's gonna give a check
I
on
wouldn't
c8
make
and
a
him
bet
bishop
on.
e3.
I wouldn't put my bet on Erigaisi anymore. Unless black is going to be avoiding the queen exchange.
And there's no easy way to do that, right? Queen g5 walks into rook g3. I'm going to give this sort of, I don't even know what to predict because black has 10 minutes, but there's over 10 moves to make. And in these endgames, right, it's so easy to make a series of inaccuracies without realizing it and suddenly end up in a lot bigger trouble than you suspected. Kramnik nervously pacing behind him. Whew.
Yeah, Vladimir is in an interesting role at this event.
Interesting indeed. Anything but procedural. And on the other board, we have very much kind of the same type of position. So this is where the transformations are at. But just a quick look at the bird's eye view to make sure that nothing insane has happened in Sindara versus Prague. Your instinctual thoughts on that one, Judith?
Well, let's see what has happened. We have some simplifications. So finally, white gave up the knight for the e8 bishop. Black did not have to make the weakness of g6, which is quite a good situation for the moment. And black has still a pawn up. I'm very quietly saying that. But at some point, it could be an important information.
Could
because
white might send the other knight to f6 potentially? Probably not here.
Why not?
Hey, having said Peter, you have to say Paul. Having said knight f6, you have to say knight f6. This is, I think, perhaps the critical move, Judith, even though just something about it smells. He's gone king g2 instead. Has Java here.
The question is, what was the point of king g2? Just to, maybe he wants to improve for a later endgame that the king is optimally placed on maybe g3. He didn't want to get checks on c1.
Remember, that was
So
an
maybe-
old computer idea, right? King g2, king g3.
Yes. But maybe the situation is that white really wants to play king g3, then he wants to go rook f3 and queen f1. I like usually very much the battery where the rook is front of the queen. But the question is whether black can go king g8, but then already knight f6 can be more powerful, or how black will be able to defend the f7 pawn.
The time pressure is just ubiquitous this round. 8 minutes versus 7, and we got 10 more moves to the time control. I said Peter, I said Paul. I'm also going to say John. While I'm at it, John, this final stage before the time control is going to be pandemonium.
This is always such a critical time because sometimes I would take a look at the eval bars, I would take a look in chat, I would take a look inside my own heart and head, Danya, and say, this game's a win for white, this game's a win for black. Completely forgetting that, of course, if you have 10 moves to make until the time control and you've got 5 minutes left, you absolutely can never take stuff like that for granted. We just saw Magnus potentially lose and now potentially draw, and goodness knows what's going to happen in the next 5 minutes. So these are the best players in the world really struggling with these sort of circumstances. I will mention, though, Judith, it's unusual to see Magnus be in such time pressure like he is here. Normally, he's the one applying the pressure to everyone else.
Yes, it is very rare, I think, that Magnus is in time trouble, which means that he got already an opening, I believe, which he was not very comfortable with. And then somehow it was pretty much equalish, so he definitely wanted to play the game for long. He had no idea to make a shorter draw or anything like that. He's always like that. But he had to figure out how is it possible to play for a win. And so it was somehow not his game, I think, for quite a long time. Now maybe it's not so bad, and now he starts to feel comfortable that there were ups and downs for both sides. But it seems like it's not completely his day.
Well,
even if he's going to be winning even the game, it's not the game that he would be proud of, at least so far. Not.
Sure. I mean, at the end of the day, though, Danya, you can be playing a game where you're worse and you're worse and you're worse and you're worse, and then there's a single blunder or there's a single opportunity and you're better, and all that matters is whether you're better and you take that opportunity on the final move of the game, right? Like, if the point's on the board, you don't have to be proud about it. You just have to bring the point home.
Of course, when you are in team, then it's something that you want to collect, but it's also that you want to play good game. Sorry, Danya.
No, not at all, Judith. I wanted to make a shallow point that Magnus on the outside is still annoyed. On the inside, he's like a guy from a movie scene where the bad guys are looking for him and he hid away in a little cave in the forest, and bad guys have just passed. And he's breathing a sigh of relief. Like, oh my God, I did not just lose on the spot, because that is what Fedoseev had, a win on the spot with knight c2. A sleepless night awaits him. But we will be regaled by an entertaining endgame because Magnus's job is not done here. He needs to keep his composure, make the time control, and pull that half point out, John.
We are far from done here indeed, Danya. The middle games are showing a lot of maturity in this hall now, as we see Stuart Conquest, the fox in the background there. Some bright colors on show in the playing hall. Eyeing over Magnus's game. And we are going to be starting the beginning of the end shortly. So a lot of end games about to appear on our boards, on the top boards, and indeed all throughout the playing hall. We're going to a quick break now, and when we come back, we find out who ends up taking home the points here at the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad.
Thanks, guys. We are here inside the Chess Expo at the Olympiad, and it's my pleasure to talk a little bit about the Women in Chess Foundation. They've got their vendor booth. We've got co-founder Daji back here, board member Lulu Robs, and I want to talk with the president, Amelia Costelao. So first of all, tell us about the Women in Chess Foundation. When did it get started, and what do you hope to accomplish?
Thanks so much, Mike. We got started in October of 2023. Our mission really is to empower young girls in chess, ensure that they are staying in the game long term, but also too, we want to make chess a safer space for everyone, which is really our main goal.
And is there a particular time or age or reason that women are leaving the game, and what do you hope to do to sort of fix that?
So it's really around puberty and kind of 12, 13, 14 that young girls are leaving the chess world either, because of school pressures, societal pressures. And so for us, we really want to invest in these young girls and make sure that they have the tools that they need to succeed. One program that actually we're announcing today is the launch of our Women in Chess Chessable Scholars, which is a wonderful collaboration we're doing with Chessable. And two of our young girls are actually here, Amon from Palestine, and as well as Kanishka, who's playing for the Scottish team. They're two incredible young women, and we're working with Luciana Morales and as well as GM Artur Yusupov to train these girls to make sure that they have all the resources they need to become top chess players.
Great idea. We've talked with Eamon a few times. I think our viewers already know her and her story. What are some things that you've done to help her succeed? I think she's on 7 out of 7 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are providing her with free training from GM Yusupov. So she will have 3 months of free training with him, access to Chessable courses. We'll support her if she wants to travel to any tournament and needs financial support either that way. And so we're really just hoping to give her a great start to her incredible chess career that she's starting kind of here at the Olympiad. So.
Yeah. And actually, I think that's a little bit of a scoop. I don't think she told me who her Grandmaster trainer was. But most importantly, our audience that is listening might be finding out about the foundation for the first time. What can they do if they want to support you?
Yeah, absolutely. So they can go to our website, www.womeninchess.com, and get involved either by becoming an advocate and making their local chess community safer or donating to our organization. We are a 501c3 nonprofit, so all donations really make a difference for us so that we can reinvest it into young girls in the chess community.
All right, great idea. Thanks for your time. Women in Chess Foundation, support them however you can. Now back to you guys.
Fires all over the playing hall, and they're not reducing to embers just yet, even though the pieces are being traded off here at the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. We are in the thick of the middle games in round 9, starting to become the end games. And while I'm going to bring some attention, folks, to Dingley Ren, who is fighting a very fun position against Maksudlu, it does make sense for us, and it is absolutely correct for us to go back and take a look at Magnus Carlsen, with him being so low on time, needing to make so many moves and get back in. Judith, is this the most excited you are for looking at an end game in the room right now, or are there some other games you've got your eye on too?
Well, end games I like very much in general. At the same time, I'm more excited about the top board games, seeing there the end games. But this is interesting end game to look how it shifts from drawish to bad position for white. Somehow something is not right in Magnus's play this evening.
And Danya, a word from you before I let you get back to the analysis. The fact that we see eval bars go from drawn to one side to drawn to one side repeatedly, it only shows us that there exists a theoretical line to achieve that result. It doesn't show us how sharp things are and how careful a player, even like Magnus, needs to be.
And this is, a good lesson for me, because once knight c2 was missed, you put your faith in Magnus's defensive skill and his endgame skill.
Yeah.
But something is off with Magnus today. He's in a bad way. He's in a bad mood. He's disgusted with the way the game has gone, and that disappointment has not left him. And it appears that once again, Vladimir Fedoseev is a couple moves away from potentially securing a victory. And John, that club of people who have defeated Magnus with the black pieces, on buses, there's seats reserved for the elderly, persons with disabilities. We should do a seat reserved if you have defeated Magnus with black in a classical game.
A seat reserved at the front of the bus on the top deck for Vladimir Fedoseev. We'll see if he can make that happen. I feel like that the body language from both players says it all. Magnus, I was trying to work out how much of it was a bluff, how much of the disruption and the frustration was trying to shake Fedoseev off of the scent, and then the stare Fedoseev gives Magnus.
That's the key move. He's found it.
Absolutely huge. The death stare from Fedoseev is fantastic against Magnus Carlsen. Now, I'm going to leave you folks to take a look at the rest of this and the other end games in this playing hall. Best of luck. I'll see you guys on the flip side.
Wow. Judith, this is not over. This is the first thing I want to say. Black's hard work is still ahead of him, but Fedoseev knows this is close. Rook a4, the only chance for Magnus. And this is another critical moment. Do you go e4? Or do you go knight takes h2? What's your instinct?
Well,
knight takes h2 looks great.
Yeah, knight h2 looks great, but also e4 looks great, because when you can push your passed pawn, it's also quite a useful move. But yeah, knight h2 and going back to f3, but still there is some technical issue here that Fedoseev still has to work for the full point.
There's a big issue, Judah. Knight takes h2, rook takes a7, knight f1 would be amazing. What's not amazing is rook f7, picking up the knight with the skewer. So let's hold everyone's horses. Literally, Fedoseev will hold his horse on f3. This could easily turn out to be a draw. Even the engine often fluctuates in these positions. So e4, rook takes a7, and e3, that does not look good, Judith, because the white bishop controls the promotion square. He has captured on h2.
Well, I think there is not much to be done with white than to capture the pawn on a7. And then we'll see whether black is taking the b2 pawn first or moves back with his knight to f3 to defend the e5 pawn, passed pawn, and only after that he starts pushing the e pawn. But also, for example, why this could be winning for black, because after rook a... But he did not take rook a7.
What? What did he do?
He took bishop takes h2. And he believes that in the rook endgame, he has more chances than without the bishop and the knight. Unexpected decision.
But Judah, rook takes h2, rook takes a7, rook takes b2. How on earth is that salvageable? As Magnus one move away from move 40. I mean, G3 may be winning, but rook takes B2 has to be winning, no?
I was even thinking about playing king e4, and after that to play g3, or rook c2 check is also in there. b2 is hanging as well, not to allow king to go to d5. But now it's a question whether should black play g3, should black play simply rook takes b2, king e4. So there are again several options for black, but it seems that black should be faster with his pawns because it's already on g4, cross the half line.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just not saying rook takes b2, white will play a4, black will push g3, white will put the rook on the g file, black will push g2. That has to be winning because black will stop the a pawn from behind and either move his king forward or push his e pawn. I mean, I've seen everything from Magnus, all sorts of acrobatics, but these two passers with white's king banished to the other side, Fedoseev drinking quite the concoction of beverages there to calm himself down. He has 7 minutes to make the time control, which is 2 moves away.
Yes, we are going to finish the 4th hour just in few minutes. So the players are deeply in concentration for a long time already. And we've seen quite a few moments in this game when it was not the best play was not the best move was played in the game. And this was the last surprising decision by Magnus, that he gave up his pawn and he thinks that he has good counter chances with his a pawn, which is very difficult to imagine that Fedoseev will not win this.
And it's table-based position. Magnus gets up. Bobby the b pawn goes down. Magnus gets up. And Fedoseev, with violence in his eyes, he knows how close he is now. And patience. Patience. He's holding himself back, forcing himself. There's no reason to make a move in 5 seconds because you'll get an additional 30 minutes. I think 30 seconds after this next move. G3, Judith?
Well, G3 comes to mind first, and I don't see any reason why black should not push the pawn immediately. I mean, I think Fedoseev also thinks what can go wrong? What can Magnus have in mind? After G3, maybe white starts to give check on F7.
I want to make one point here, which could become important.
In the meantime, sorry, just one information before you express your thoughts. Important game, Pragnananda game, they agreed to draw. And Arjun is playing only in the match India-Uzbekistan, 3 draws, and Arjun is having a better position, very short on time. Maybe we could jump over there also later
10
on.
seconds. I will just very quickly point out that one thing that could happen here is queen versus rook, and that actually is not as easy of a conversion as you can think. I'm just quickly going to show people how this could happen. G3, rook, G7, G2. I'm being very quick because we want to go to the Arjun game, but you could get this mass pawn race where black has 2 Ferraris and white has 1, and you could get a situation like this. And actually, okay, black is winning here, I think, because white will lose the rook. But if Magnus can get rook versus queen, he gives himself at least an outside shot if he knows some defensive techniques. Here, unfortunately, the rook and the king are too far away, and I don't see this happening, but keep an eye out for that. Let's go to Arjun.
Yeah, let's see the game between the big match, one of the biggest match of the day, of course, because India is the leader after 8 rounds with a full score. Which is incredible pressure.
Oh my God! He just blundered! Oh my God! Why is this a blunder?
Bishop F7.
Queen E4? Queen E4, Queen E8? No, I don't know. Oh my God. Why is this a blunder after Bishop F7,
because
Queen F7?
D4. Queen D4, Knight F6, Queen
Knight
D8.
F6, Queen D8!
Oh!
No way, but Arjun with 1 minute, can he find it? He missed! Did he miss
it?
Holy cannoli. Let me show this. Bishop F7 on the spot was winning. Queen f7, Judith. You spot queen d4. Bang. And you're either losing your queen or your rook. I cannot believe this. Rook e3,
Yes,
queen d4.
but
Arjun is still much better. Can he get it again?
Fair. Let's be fair to the players. We saw the bar that it's something there is going on, right? And the players don't have this bar next to them, next to the board, where somebody calls it out. Hey guys, there is a win with white right now.
So
Pay
easy,
attention.
right? He saw bishop f7, would be my guess. Queen d4 is so hard. I wouldn't see it with 1 minute. I wouldn't see it with 1 hour. The pressure is unimaginable. And these are our two gladiators. Bishop f7 was difficult, but within Arjun's capability, maybe he sees it now and will try to lure. Please come back to e7. Not a chance.
But I think he went rook d3, if I see it correctly, didn't he?
Rook to David 3. Yes.
Rook
2
d3.
moves until time control. Can you imagine Kramnik and Narayanan, the team captains, reacting to the... I mean,
I wonder if they saw it because things happened very fast, right? I mean, it was just on the board, the opportunity for not more than 15 seconds, I think, because Arjun played rook e3 pretty fast. And actually, I have to admit that it's a rare pattern what he missed. Bishop f7, queen d4, queen d8.
mm-hmm. Because it exploits the rook on c7. I was thinking queen e4, queen a8, but that was wrong. You're exploiting essentially all of your assets here. As Vokitov, I think, is deciding between queen e7 and queen to f6.
Yeah, I would go queen f6, trying to exchange the queens.
Mm-hmm.
Though queen d6 is also completely a possibility, I think.
Yeah. As hard as this tactic was, the fact remains this is the last game. It's the deciding game. And this would have been a deciding moment. Wow.
Actually, knight f6? What was it?
A move. Has it been played? Yes. You're right. It was
I think knight f6.
And Arjun has one more move to make. Wait, does he still have bishop f7?
Yeah.
And by any chance?
Well, not really. Bishop f7, queen d3, queen c7, queen e4 check. So that is too much of a weakness for white over there.
It's a perpetual check, I think, after bishop f7. How about a different bishop move on the diagonal, like bishop c6? Nah, queen d3. Maybe.
Well, going queen d3 and queen g6 check.
I move my king to... Well, we're about to find out. Arjun has a move in mind. Oh. This is move 40. You get 30 additional minutes. Then Black, of course, needs to make his 40th move. Alexei Sarana comes up to watch the big moment. He's no stranger to big moments and big saves. This is like a tableau. This is like a Monet painting. Arjun Erigaisi about to make his move at the Olympiad.
Bishop e4. Black will go rook d7, I believe. I think it's important now for black to go to exchange. Because if black goes queen e7, then bishop f5 maybe ties up pretty much black's position.
Yeah, you need to put the kibosh on white's initiative and exchanging a pair of heavy. And that little look at Arjun is like, maybe it's time to start thinking about perhaps calling it a day. And what's he done? I think he's gone queen e7, Judith.
Well, I think rook d7 was... I would go rook d7 probably, which does not mean that that's the best move. But I think after... White played bishop f3, very solid.
But I'm with you. I don't like queen e7. I feel that rook d7 was just like a draw with white's king being as weak as it is. This is, of course, still equal. And by the way, they've made the time control. They can calm down. But Arjun in terms of squeezing water out of equal positions with a pair of rooks on the board, would you agree that white is now definitely in the driver's seat, even though the position is equal?
Somehow, yeah, I also feel that the bishop on f3 is better, has more potentials than the knight on f6. If white can go b4 and create a passed pawn on the c file, I can visualize it, that the pawn will end up b4, c5, c6, let's say, and of course, in that case, it's only white who can win the game. Unless white is going to be blundering something. Rook c8 was the move, I believe. So maybe black wants to go rook d8 and exchange after all. But let's see how white can put pressure, because that's also not so easy.
Indeed.
I mean, the knight on f6 stands extremely well as a defender, because white bishop cannot go to d5. It controls the h5 square. The king is very safe. It's not so easy to play b4, c5. So we still see some great fight, I think. Maybe queen d4 should be the move to stop the possibility for black to exchange the rook on d8 and control the d5 completely. What do you think about it?
I think queen d4, I mean, you want to play against your opponent's fatigue. And my main monitor just decided to run auto updates. I don't know if you can still hear me, Judith.
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay, now it's my other, it's like Arjun Aragaisi, one board remaining. My other monitor has to behave. But queen d4 I like, but with 30 minutes, we enter a slightly more peaceful phase of the game. And maybe a good time to look at our board 2 matchup, Hungary versus the USA, where 3 of the boards are still going. Gladura drew Aronian in a pretty colorless game. Shall we start with a bird's eye view? And I'm not going to be seeing it. So I'm just going to be seeing each boards individually, Judith. I'll let you summarize.
Yeah, so right now we see in the end of the 4th hour, the Hungarian match, the Leko game is, well, pretty balanced for the players, but I rather play it with black, because black has such a beautiful f5 knight with the, oh my god, what a knight on f5. But it supports very much the central rook on e4. And for the moment, white is defending everything with the rook on d3. So I don't see exactly how black can improve the position, but definitely it's black who is playing for a win. And it is quite difficult for white.
I'm seeing the boards again, and my monitor said updates not complete. Well, I didn't ask you for update. I asked Judith for updates. Continue.
Then actually, yeah, we should update. Yeah, thanks. We updated the Caruana game. Caruana Rapport is kind of interesting. Not much has happened in one way. In another hand, it did, because there was an exchange on e3. So now it's not the attack and the pressure is not done on the b file as it before when we left it there. But now everything, the queen and the rook, being transferred to the f file, and there is a lot of pressure put on Rapport's knight on f6 and the pawn on f7. So if white is able to play rook to f5 and put extra pressure on the pawn on h5, this could be very unpleasant for black, but white has to be extremely accurate. So for now, unfortunately, I would put my bet on the US according seeing the positions. But let's hope. I mean, from my end, definitely, I hope that things are going to be turning around and things go in the better way for my Hungarian teammates, ex-teammates.
You're hungry for a turnaround in this match, but I said Caruana, nothing more he likes than a Rosalimo slight advantage, and I think he's borne that out here. I was just quickly checking up. We're not going to go there right now, but in the women's section, it appears that there were some results in the India-USA match. So I was just looking that up really quickly. Is that match tied 2-2? Let's get an update on that. But in the meantime, King Ace, yes, yeah, USA women tied India 2-2. which is a relief, I think, for the Indian women's team. In the meantime, King A7 disapproved of by the engine. Was there a better move that substantively changed the position? Was it Rook E to D6?
Well, Rook D6. Yeah, Knight F5. Probably they were there before. Did they have? If you go back a few moves.
So if we go back a few moves. No. Yeah, so he dropped the rook back to F2. Yeah, so maybe Rook D6 would have led to some sort of a repetition. And what does white actually do here? Maybe replace the rook with the knight?
Well, I would go Rook F5. But black can go Rook D6 anyway. And then maybe Rook D2.
Or King B7, right? That would just bring us back to where we were.
Yes, but after taking on H5, what do you want to do? Knight takes E4. F7 will be under attack too.
And Caruana's gone completely different. I don't care about F5 for my rook. The rooks occupy the closed file. Kind of reminiscent of that last Kasparov-Karpov game.
So what's the plan? Queen F5.
And so your old idea, D3, D4, maybe he is at least hinting at that pawn advance.
I have an
right
idea.
Moment.
What happens if black goes Knight E8 and D6?
What happens if
Knight E8.
Knight E8 and Knight to D6?
Well, by the way, I want to take your H4, obviously.
That pawn is also a weakness. I could take H5, you take H4. And yeah, by the way, Vantika Agrawal, she beat Irina Krush in an equal position to save the match after yesterday having succumbed. Just the storylines are incredible. This is terrible for white. White loses the knight. So I guess I have to go Knight F5?
After Knight F5, my plan was to go Knight D6.
I'm very tempted, but okay. Yeah, this is going nowhere for Fabi, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can we go back for a second, all the way back to move? Like, why does the eval keep changing from like 1+1 to 0.3? God, this game is so weird. The maneuvering is way over my head.
Well, Rook D2 is a passive reaction, right? But probably, yeah, Queen F5 is the plan.
Yeah, the players having made time control, they're kind of in this state of lassitude. You know, we can breathe easy. But Judith, I think we both know full well, that extra 30 minutes can be a false security blanket because you could take 20 of them on one move and boom, you're right back in time pressure.
Yes, this can be the case, absolutely. But they have to be concentrated still for the upcoming hour, at least. And they have to be very careful not to blunder, because there are some tactical ideas here for both sides.
Gosh, I'm just looking around the horn. So many interesting games remaining. Dingley Ren, by the way, is probably going to draw Parham Maksudlu. And Magnus Carlsen has not moved, I think, against Vladimir Fedoseev. Can we quickly update Magnus Carlsen's game just to see how Fedoseev's technique is proceeding? And then we should look at Peter Leko as well.
So what did Fedoseev play? Rook C2 check. No? Yeah, he went Rook C2 check.
He did. He did. And what is the significance of that check? Is he just biting? He's trying to get the rook to D2 before he pushes G3, I assume.
I don't see exactly what is the big deal out of this move. But it cannot be worse on D2 than on B2.
Mm-hmm. Definitely not. And it's caused Magnus to spend half of his remaining time allotment deciding where to move his king.
Yeah, it's a big question where to go with the king, but I mean, king b4 should be only verse, I think.
Can
but of course,
we?
Magnus wants to discover the details of the position.
Let's try to prognosticate. How do we think this game is going to go? Can we throw some moves up? Because I threw some moves up earlier to show the queen versus rook position, but I was just bulleting them out. Let's say king d5 happens, okay? Fedoseev gives a check. King c5, g3.
G3.
We're pretty sure of this. Rook g7 forced. This is the only spot from which the rook can stop the pawn, right?
Yeah,
g2.
G2.
a5, forced.
A5. E4.
E4. I love this part of the endgame. I can do this very well.
Yeah, this is why the rook on d2 is standing better than on b2, so the king has no chance to come to d4 and stop the pawn.
But wait a second. How does black actually win?
E3.
A7 and rook a2?
Mm-hmm.
It's a little scary. Rook takes g2, rook takes a7. King d4, king f4. Wow.
That's cooked.
Okay, so here. And no, I am the boss. I am the one who knocks. This is the black king, and this is crushing because of rook d2.
King f3, no?
King b5, played by Magnus in the meantime. Does that change anything about the line we just analyzed?
So let's say g3, rook g7, g2, a5, e2, a6, a3, a7.
It's just the king, the cosmetic placement of the king. If anything, it's even more convincing for black. I think we...
You know what he wants to go.
This.
King d6, e6, e2, rook g2.
Oh, that is a devilish trap. So Fedoseev, I think, has to go rook a7. This is a draw. Judith, it's so amazing. You're like, oh, I win the rook.
Yeah.
Yeah, joke's on you, because
Good luck.
Is a draw. You try to find a win here. You try to discover America. I mean, this is a draw. But instead, the winning move, I think, this is actually, I think, what I threw up on the board. Rook takes a7.
Yes. Yeah.
And the white rook, it's got, a PhD dissertation to write, and it's got a family to take care of, and it's got too many tasks, and it can only take one pawn. Now,
but no, I don't think you can
win the rook?
Survive. Yeah.
I think black wins the rook by force. If you could go rook g2 to b6,
yeah,
we'd have a conversation to have. Here, I think black will zigzag the queen until the rook is won.
Somehow, yes. Rook g8 still. But it should be somehow white is losing.
Yeah, here.
And king b8, queen b4, king a8, queen a3.
Down the staircase we go.
Exactly.
And there's always going to be some zigzag, some staircase until the rook is picked off. The queen, it's omniscient. It sees all the little corners. There's no place to hide. Judith, this is totally forced. Completely forced.
Well, that's how it seems so, but I completely understand that Magnus wants to play it out. I mean, still, there are always chances that, let's say, Fedoseev plays e4 instead of g3.
Yeah, I mean...
again, in these kind of positions when you are winning, but you still have to make a choice, this is winning, that is winning. It also depends which move you start with. Do you start with g3, you see all the way how it wins, or you start with e4 and you also think that it's winning? I don't know if e4 is not winning, of course, but the obvious continuation is definitely push the pawn which is already further and faster.
I want to shout out Let's One Man. Wonderful time. He crushed Luke McShane in 30 moves for Vietnam. Gawain Jones won his game. This is England versus Vietnam, and that match is down to the top board between Lê Quang and Vitugov, which will end in a draw. So we'll get a 2-2 result there. Judith, also, when we lay out the path, it's so easy to say, well, this is the path. What else? What could be more natural? But there is no road markers for Vladimir Fedoseev, right? There's no arrows. Come this way. This road is paved. He has to choose on every move, and he knows what's at stake here.
Yes.
Norway's in trouble. Christensen lost to Demchenko, so obviously Magnus losing would end the match immediately. It would end the Olympiad. Magnus loses, the Olympiad ends. Just kidding, of course.
Well, of course, on Magnus, there's also a lot of pressure. I don't know how much he feels it, but he will have a bad day. I mean, this is not what he expected from himself to have a game like this with White. He just didn't have the game he wanted.
Yeah. And do you think this started early? Like when he got into the end game, the fact that he felt like he didn't have winning chances and he thought that this was a game he should have really grabbed control of from the early stages. It just seems like his mood, his vibe wasn't what we're used to seeing from Magnus, which is to take nothing away from Fedoseev, of course.
Yes, but it happens many times that when great players lose a game, that they lose actually because they end up in a bad opening or in something that they don't feel comfortable at all. And this was exactly the case when I won against Gary. It was a rapid game, not a classical, but he simply made a very bad opening choice. He played the Berlin. It was a queen off endgame, and it was just simply not his game to play. It was not his style. He couldn't show the Gary who is Gary in this kind of type of position. And I feel that it happened the same thing with Magnus. He somehow got the position after move 12. It was not something that he could really create some trouble for the opponent because it was such a liveless position that it's not that there are so many different actions and problems to pose to the opponent.
Judith, I will have to show you Dingliren's game against Maksudlu in case you want our heartbreaker of the day, because this wasn't just winning. This was more winning for Ding than it is for Fedoseev, and currently they are about to make a draw. I'm sorry for the abrupt change, but Vladimir Fedoseev has this in the bag. I was going to ask you a question, but right now I am speechless. I just looked over this game, and I got to show you what happened earlier as Ding, he knows of the chance that he just released. Okay, let's rewind here and get to the board. This is the current board. Parham is going to hold this position. Now, Judith, look at this position from earlier in the game. Bishop b8 was a big mistake by Parham. And this, to my eyes, looked completely winning for Ding, isn't it?
Well, it looks like
this would have ended it. This would have ended it. Why? Because after rook b1, rook d7, bishop f4 is the whole point. The point is you take back
the
with the
pawn
king.
game is winning completely.
But this would have been move 39, so presumably some time pressure. Instead, Ding gave the check and simply helps the king get to where it wants to go anyway. Oh, gosh. King f3 would have ended the game.
Well, it's possible to blunder.
Not the easiest move at all. Just,
No, because you're looking that king c6, rook d7 is taking off the pawn and not realizing that actually that pawn endgame is completely winning.
And by the way, I'm not suggesting that this game is totally over. This actually looks sharp even in the current position. Ding has this outside h-pawn, and Parham's still very much on the hot seat. But, man, I just noticed that he was winning. What this would have done for his confidence. But he still has some tricks left in the bag. The world champion, his struggles continue.
Well, and the match is also... Well, actually, the match China will win because Wei is having a winning position.
And Wei is beating Tabatabai with black. And Bushanji is about to draw Idani Puya on the bottom board. Let's take a look at Wei Yi. Yeah, Tabatabai has been so solid for Iran. Holding Prague in the last match with Black. But crashing and burning here. Is he dead lost here? Are there any last chances here as he's down in exchange with no perpetual in sight?
So on queen d7, black goes simply king g6, queen e8, queen f7. As bishop
no
h5
bishop
is
h5.
not possible because on c5 the rook holds that square.
Yeah.
And it's difficult for white to handle this threat of rook c2.
This was so good for Amin. He was very much in the driver's seat earlier in the game. Big advantage at some point. But Wei Yi with some heroics on the last couple of ranks turned the game around, generated counterplay. And the kind of fireworks in this game we don't have time to delve into. Amin is looking to the side. He's analyzing. He's thinking, where did this get out of hand? You're right, Judith. The ding result will be a moot point for the match score.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
We also have the Germany match, which is heating up unexpectedly. Brrr. Okay, what do we have here? We have a draw. Okay, no, let's see if we can pull up that bird's eye view. Germany versus Armenia. I think it's a disaster for Germany, because Bluebaum lost to Sargsyan, and Vincent Keimer is losing another game to Haig Martirosyan, Judith.
Well, it doesn't look good.
Oh my gosh. I think this match is essentially over, isn't it? Because board 4 is a draw, guaranteed for Armenia. Even if Martirosyan doesn't win, they take the match, but he will. If we can just zero in on that game.
Yeah. This is pretty clear that this match is decided. What about England, Vietnam?
And we're seeing Kramnik. They're pacing on the camera. Of course, we still have that Aragaisti game going. England versus Vietnam, I think, is going to be a 2-2 tie. I'm going to quickly check into that Vitugov game, but I thought it was a dead drawn endgame.
Yeah, that can easily end up in a 2-2.
Yeah, Vitugov needs to be a little careful, but it is as far as I understand, a dead draw. This is the current position. Who is pushing here?
At first I thought it's white.
Mm-hmm.
And I still believe it's white who can try to put pressure on the f6 pawn. But it's not enough. So it's indeed very drawish.
Like a fortress.
Because after knight d5, bishop f5 check. And the pawn endgame is a draw.
There's a huge development in the U.S. match. Lenier Dominguez, after endless maneuvering, appears to have broken through and now holds a big advantage against Anand Sigurov. Fabiano has broken through in the center as well.
I thought you say some better news to me.
I'm sorry, Judith. I don't mean to... It's like there's a good movie scene from this old comedy where the king asks for bad news to be delivered in a good way. Maybe if you tell me the bad news in a good way, I won't feel so bad. But Lenier, it looks like he has crashed through in this crazy minor piece endgame. I have not understood a single one of the last 20 moves. But shall we take a closer look?
It will be very difficult. Maybe we could just look at the other games. Like how is it going, developing the Fabi game. And Fabi played d4. What a breakthrough.
I mean, a move 1 would have been pretty good too, but move 51 is also sufficient. Let's look at the Fabi game, because Lenier is winning in boring fight. He's up a pawn and he's got the knights dominated. There isn't much to flesh out there. He's just outplaying Sigurov in an endgame. This one, we got some sriracha going after d4, queen d8. The big question for Fabi, does he pull the trigger on d5 or is that impulsive?
Yeah, I mean, d5 seems to be at first the logical continuation. At the same time, if white could keep the tension, it would also be quite good.
Now, Judith, you can't go DC, but what if you move the rook to a defended square? How does black stop DC?
Rook d3, nice move. Now it's defended from the f1 queen and the rook on d1, so dc
Or
is
queen
a
f2,
threat.
same idea. He has played
But
a
actually,
move,
look
hasn't
at this. White sacrificed the pawn on h for all this.
he? Oh yeah, it's gone, isn't it?
Can you go
It's
back
gone.
few moves? How did he
Yep.
sacrifice this?
He just left it there. Take it. I don't care.
Wow.
Have it. Apparently, wow, DC he had in this position. You're kidding me.
And it was
Bobby-
just winning on the spot.
It was because rook d2, rook d2. You can't take the
Rook
knight.
d2. Oh.
But why can't you? Oh my God, Judah. Why can't you take the knight? Because in this position, there's an insane move. And it's not queen e6. Because at the very least, black has perpetual. It's rook e2.
Okay.
And black is at a dead end. Black is dominated. The rook is trapped because if
This
it moves
is
to f6,
crazy move.
Are you kidding me for real this time? This was winning.
Yeah, but
No,
you
this
see,
is
this is
impossible.
exactly the thing that people might go up to Fabi afterwards. You were dead winning. Why
How
didn't
did
you
you
just
miss
play the
DC?
simple DC, right?
And Judith, like this is so important to point out because if you don't look at this carefully, you think, queen f7, queen e6. Of course you can't take the knight on g3. No. Of course Fabi saw DC. It's rook e2, this insane quiet move, and you're down a piece with the enemy queen at close quarters with your king. That and tripled pawns, which win the game. That's what he missed. Let's go back to the game, though. He played knight f5.
Very nice.
And still very much with the initiative in his pocket.
But this is a very nice decision that he was figuring out how to do all this. To play d4. Very impressive.
Yeah, Fabi is such a well-rounded player. He's been in excellent form from the earliest round. He's avoided some of the ups and downs that afflicted his teammate Levon Aronian, who lived to tell the tale. Fabi has been the professional we know him to be.
Rook d3 on the board. Or d5, you think?
Well, d5 is tempting, but Fabiano is standing.
He's happy with his
water.
position.
Yeah, when you're standing and drinking water while hovering over your own board, that's a good sign. That means you're confident.
Yeah, he's going to look around what's going on the other boards.
But what did he play? Rook d3. Oh, a meat grinder of a move.
Nice move.
DC.
Difficult for how to do it with black.
DC's coming, so is Washington, and Rapport sits down. One guy sits down, the other guy goes to Washington his face. How is this not losing for black? Because DC just opens everything in the center. Like, how does Rapport keep his position together?
Well, let's say c takes d4.
Mm-hmm.
Which one do you take with? E takes d4?
And you're asking all the questions I don't have the answer. Okay, CD.
CD. So now e takes d4 is not possible because of knight d4 and knight c6 next.
Yep.
So black has to be moving something differently. But now what, yeah?
Let me show this for the newer players. Little deflection action. Double fork and win.
Actually,
and
e5 was also quite strong.
So this was CD, right, that we were looking at?
So what about king a6?
Okay,
You
I'll
just
take.
go d takes c5.
I guess
rook
you have to take,
d3.
right?
Mhm.
I take. And Queen somewhere. God, this is such a miserable position for black.
Yeah, I'm not happy either.
But the eval bar is not
Not complaining that much.
I wish it were complaining more. It's way too mature right now. Oh God, Queen A8 is the move. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, why Queen
Well,
A8?
I can't say that this is something that I would be looking for to play with black. Rook D7.
Oh, I thought Rook D7, and
You
now I
want
guess
to go
BC.
Queen D1 and Rook D8.
You know what's a cool idea? Can I just show like this?
Oh,
I mean,
that's nice.
By the way, Queen B1 here is, I think, the best move. So black has to play BC. And it's amazing, but maybe like white just doesn't have that killer, that knockout blow. But can you help me understand why not Queen B8? Like why Queen A8 is so important? Why is this so much worse?
Probably Queen B1.
Excellent, with a pin. Wow. That's the key. And if I try to hunker into a little ball...
Rook D7.
Oh, no, you didn't. And again. Oh, come on. That should be made illegal.
I see you also like
in
beautiful
Budapest.
mates.
My favorite. My absolute favorite. Troitsky applauded us somewhere out in the Siberian forest.
Very difficult position for black.
What do you rate his saving chances as? Knowing Rapport.
This is a bad question.
Yeah, I agree.
Very bad question.
Rapport, don't let him near that question because he might have a word with the commentator after the show. I think Fabi, he's comfortable. He's relaxed. I think he feels very, very confident in his ability to drive this point home.
I also have this feeling, and he was looking around. He understands that the match is very close to winning for them, as Dominguez is having a winning position. So he has all the trust in him that he will convert it. Leko is on defensive role.
Yeah. Peter is trying to cover all his bases, but his position it's just so many things to keep track of. Wesley is pushing this way and that way. Too many boards are in trouble, I think, for your country, Judith. It's going to take an all hands on deck miracle to save these 3 games simultaneously.
Unfortunately, it's the case.
I won't gloat, I promise. And I like Peter Leko too much. And some other co-commentators too much. Hungary, of course, won in 1976, Judith, ahead of a Soviet team that featured everybody. Your country has quite the habit of performing incredibly well at the Olympiad, thanks to the effort of certain players.
Yeah, we had fantastic teams in 78 also. And, well, we had fantastic players always playing for a medal or being a candidate for a medal.
I misspoke. 1978 was when they won.
Yeah. So it's 76, I was born.
So the universe
But we had great teams and players from the very first Olympiad, basically. Like Hungary was always, for 200 years, we had amazing players and players who were acknowledged in the world of chess as one of the top players. Now we see Magnus still fighting for his life.
Yeah, and it's lost. But speaking of medals, there's another gold medalist, commentary gold medalist, John Sargent. I present to you with the virtual medal. Congratulations. Any winner speech remarks by the medal recipient?
Thank you very much. I would first like to thank my co-commentators, Judith Polgar and Daniel Naroditsky, for carrying me on their shoulders all the way through to this virtual medal ceremony. I appreciate that very much. And the tenacity of the fantastic players at the Box Sports and Conference Center for giving us so much content to talk about and so many storylines to follow. It's not even the beginning of the end anymore, Judith, is it? I feel like even Magnus, with the strongest mental game arguably in the world, he's playing the moves out now, but
it's over.
We're about to see a resignation.
We're 3 moves away. We're 3 moves away. Wow.
Well, he plays until the very, very end, until the moment he feels that there is little chance. But of course, he understands what is the evaluation of the position. He does not cheat himself by believing that he has really any realistic chance to save the game. As we see, he just resigned.
So there we go, folks. That is absolutely massive. So many storylines that we are going to be following. Magnus Carlsen loses as Norway slump to a 3-1 loss versus Slovenia. India, Uzbekistan on the brink of a 2-all draw. That hasn't finished yet, but that's what it looks like it's going to be. The United States edging out Hungary to get back into contention, and China currently looking like they have the winning edge against Iran. All sorts of exciting finishes to the top boards in both the open and women's section. By the way, Kazakhstan are better but not yet won on the final board against Poland. All of this action and more when we come back in a couple of minutes for the conclusion of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad Round 9.
If you found yourself talking to your mouse, it's time to quit.
Oh, come on, mouse. Come on, wake up, you stupid mouse. Wake up.
Yeah, I've definitely never done that.
In this case, you can see that Nakamura was obviously upset about perhaps some blunder he made.
Sadly, I think I've seen this clip enough times to remember that this comes from a video where he was doing, I want to say Puzzle Rush, and he mouse-lipped while trying to set some sort of a record. You know, you can find clips of certain other GMs and streamers performing gymnastics with their mouse, but we're going to leave this out of this video.
And it does happen. Occasionally, you realize that you're blundering more often than usual, or you lose in time more frequently, and because you just forgot about the clock. Overall, it's natural for us to have a downtrend, and if you notice that, it's better to take a break or to even continue with playing chess for today and to recharge without waiting for your rating to drop to the very rock bottom.
Yeah, that's a good one. I get this a lot on my stream. People coming in and saying, I dropped 200 points today. I'm at rock bottom. Should I quit? And obviously people who are asking this question, I don't think are actually looking to quit. If you're not enjoying your chess experience, then you should take your talents elsewhere, obviously. But if you look at the rating graph, let's take the chess.com Blitz rating graph of any top Blitz player, maybe with the exception of Hikaru, right? That is the one outlier because he's freaking Hikaru, and you shouldn't say, well, Hikaru stays at 3250. I dropped 200 points. What am I doing wrong? Well, none of us are Hikaru. In my case, fluctuations are very common. Sometimes I'm 3000, sometimes I'm 3200. In the case of other GMs, there's even bigger fluctuations. 300-400 points is not uncommon for that delta to be that large, because it all depends on your frame of mind, how much sleep you got that day, what your mood is. Do you have issues at work, or is it a Friday and you have nothing troubling coming the next day? So it's all very contingent on how your mind is functioning that particular day, and you shouldn't put too much stock into your performance on any given day. You also shouldn't fall into this trap of getting on tilt and then kind of wondering, well, why am I losing rating? Well, generally, you're losing rating or lots of rating if you're on tilt. And yes, the best thing is to stop, pause for the day, and then resume the next day. That's not always possible. We're all human. So I'm not going to pretend that I am able to do that, but definitely something to aspire to if you want to maximize your experience and your chances for success.
Great time here, right? Yeah.
You enjoy the commentary? We pulled you on the couch today. You finally got on the couch.
Last cookie.
No, it's my cookie.
Anish, this is my cookie. I worked all week for it.
It's my cookie. I told you, right?
You did say you wanted it right before you got here.
I didn't hear about that, Danny.
You both want the cookie down?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, how are we gonna send
Okay,
it?
who's higher rated?
I didn't know you guys act so bad. It's such terrible acting.
Things you do for money, I mean.
All right, FIDE rating.
Who cares about the FIDE rating?
No one cares anymore, man.
Okay, let's settle this on the chessboard.
Let's go.
All right.
Okay, I just no. Okay, so that period, I needed money, guys. That period, I was desperate.
You're clearly not born to act.
I lost the semifinal of GCC, so I really need money at the time. I just heard the news. I have another challenge coming, and then Daddy, he offered me to make this video, and I was like, how bad it's gonna be.
But that doesn't justify the bad acting.
Yeah, I know, it was terrible.
Like,
it's terrible.
My cookie? My cookie?
No, okay, the script was amazing, but the acting just ruined everything.
Yeah, script also, right?
Set the clock.
Let's settle it on the clock, yeah, for a cookie.
Oh, you guys are gotta be kidding me. Switch colors, play again.
Again, a draw, I guess.
Yeah, that was the joke. How did you like the scripted doc? We scripted the final combination. How did you like it? Cool, huh? Some nice touch, classy.
All right.
Just like the script, I think the combination.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, but the final
Let's go.
scene is really bad.
Let's go.
The happy ending, so-called.
Oh my God. You guys are hopeless. Okay, we're arm wrestling. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. Come on, Fabi, we just did a bunch of push-ups. You guys, this is insane now. It's a cookie. We're taking it to Twitter.
Twitter battle?
Most likes wins.
It was rehearsed. It was rehearsed, okay? It was rehearsed.
So cringe.
I think it was the highlight of the video.
So cringe. It's extremely cringe.
Look at that chicken.
Look at that.
Can I please have a cookie?
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you.
You want it?
Awful. In my head it was better, Awful. No, I told you.
Has Sopiko seen this? It's so cringe.
Okay.
I'm not doing
No,
I'm not stooping this.
this is bad.
Or cookie.
This is bad.
I think we should watch this again, the video.
No, enough. No. Oh, can I please leave? So bad. That's why I have a Chess.com contract and you don't with it.
At what cost?
Welcome back to the World Chess Olympiad. We have a very spicy interview awaiting. Mike Klein has managed to get a hold of Vladimir Fedoseev, who just defeated Magnus Carlsen as Slovenia defeated Norway 3-1. Without further ado, Mike, floor is yours.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Vladimir Fedoseev, who has one of the big wins of the tournament. You beat Magnus Carlsen as black today. Did you think going into the game that you were going for a win against Magnus?
No, of course not, yeah. But I was preparing to put up a huge fight, but he made a good job in the opening. He was working against my estimation, in my opinion. And also, I was not sure, maybe he hiding how deep his prep was, but some moves like bishop f2 indicates to me that he researched this position really deep. I don't know who is research longer, but even moves like rook h5, rook g5, which happened in the game, I'm not 100% sure, but it's probably was covered in my analysis, so that's why I didn't face a huge problem in the game against him. And then he played some super sharp decisions, and maybe they in fact was working for him, because I was really scared if he would enter king f7, rook g2, bishop f6, knight f3, h4 line. I was not sure because everything can happen here. He might be lost, he might be winning, whatever, super hard. But he sort of pulls back, and after he pulls back, I understood. Okay, I should be in chances in this game. And
so you felt the momentum turning.
I don't think it's turned at this moment, at this particular moment, but I already had a massive time advantage by this point of the game, and also, in my opinion, he runs to some territory where to achieve counterplay for him, it's highly unlikely turn of events. So.
That was clutch for you because he's good at counterplay. Great analysis of the game. Do want to ask you about one other thing. Did you see Magnus's comments last night at the FIDE Gala, and what are your thoughts on them if you did?
I think it's very nice that we are having a world champion who is not hesitating to show his opinion in public, and in fact, I'm only proud that he found a power in himself, and he actually did not hesitate to share his opinion with the chess world. Okay.
But you still had to beat him today, and beat him you did. Vladimir Fedoseev, big win for Slovenia over Norway. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mike. A really insightful interview and quite a long one as well with Fedoseev. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. We're now going to be getting into the stage of the broadcast where it's final boards. The team matches tend to be hanging in the balance a little bit, and I'd like to start by going to the women's section of the competition because Kazakhstan-Poland has ended with 3 draws and a 4th board still ongoing. And there's a lot of pressure being put on Kazakhstan right now to try and win this 2.5 to 1/2. Now, Judith, to what extent do we think the women's section is absolutely wide open for a large number of teams who can potentially be taking gold? This is a really big moment?
Well, I think we still see a pretty open fight over this today and in the upcoming 2 rounds, because you can only be sure that you're winning the gold medal when you have, let's say, 2 matches ahead, and this is not the case right now. And anyway, in such a tension and such a great situation when the players are feeling that they are getting more near to the medals, and they are there, they know exactly. Actually, most of the players are very experienced players who play in previous Olympiads, and they know exactly that you cannot be sure about it until the very, very last moment, that when the tournament finished, that's when you're really realizing it, that what kind of medal you won. And anybody can collapse at this point. So we are really in the most interesting period of the event.
Okay, and Dania, just a comment from you on the last boards and the psychology. We saw Fedoseev, Carson, of course, but we also have the final board here, Poland, Kazakhstan. There are going to be loads of these that you're going to be covering in the next hour.
Well, I just wanted to shout out Vladimir Fedoseev for an unexpected reason. And yeah, he just beat Magnus with black, but I've been good friends with Vladimir for since 2009. And in that interview, I just want people to know 10 years ago, he spoke 0 English, like not a word. And he's been studying diligently, and that is absolutely incredible. I was blown away just by his expression and vocabulary. He's just a really, really impressive guy, super talented, and you just feel happy for him. You sympathize with Magnus, but what an achievement for Vladimir Fedoseev, who plays for Slovenia. Okay, I now pass it off to Alua Nurman versus Alicia Slivichka, the 2 heroes of yesterday's match. How symbolic that they will once again decide today's affair.
Exactly right. There's absolutely no rest for the wicked here. After absolutely slugging out their games yesterday, they are right back at it today. Poland beating India, that's great. Here's your reward. Have another long slugged out endgame. Judith, Dania, I pass this over to you.
Judith, I pass it over to you.
Well, let's see what is this position. I like it at first with black a lot, not only because black has a pawn up, because b4 is immediately already trying to attack white's queen side, where the king is located in the corner. So, of course, white is trying to get back a pawn on d5, but right now it seems like black is having a winning position, which means a lot for the Kazakh team. Because h4 pawn is also vulnerable, so it is a position where I don't believe that black will blunder or make such a mistake but maybe I'm not correct. Well, actually,
Was
yeah,
there?
queen e3,
Oh
winning a
my
piece,
gosh.
right?
Now I will
Not
say that
winning
white,
completely. Queen d1
but
was
maybe
still
now AB would
possible.
have been a better version.
Now AB, and then the h4 pawn is also
This is a huge
grabbable.
weakness. Judith, white was much, much better in this game and has just been sort of suffering death by 1,000 cuts. It's not that Alicia made one mistake. She failed to kind of establish the initiative, and slowly but surely she's been conceding territory until we reach this really, really nasty position. But apparently, white has a chance here. Can she play rook takes d5? Like, this is a big question because she will have a pass pawn on the queen side. And we know that bishops are usually better at supervising pass pawns versus knights.
Well, let's observe. If rook takes d5, black will be capturing on d5. Queen takes d5.
Queen
And
c6 also, by the way, possible, but yeah.
yeah, maybe, yeah. And then if queen c1, king a2, and it seems like white is pretty safe with his king because the black knight is far, far away. And the counterattack on f7, it's something serious. So probably black should be taking on d5. Takes, then black has to also to take on a3. And now actually I'm not sure not b4 is the best move. I don't know if b takes a3 or b4. I mean, b4, I would think that it might be the move because it's faster, but maybe b takes a3 is just good enough because after knight takes h4, black should be trying to collect as many pawns as possible. a4, and the black knight is not so well placed. The d5 bishop is just perfect. And after knight d6.
No, but I'm taking white here, and this shows you why why knights are so clumsy at stopping corner passers. If you can get this endgame, I think white has the practical chances here. Okay, black, of course, can draw with f6 and then quickly getting her king to the other side.
Yeah, probably white should be now coming with king b2. Black goes f6, takes. And it's not clear that black can make a winning attempt with the two passed pawns on g6 and h5 because the white king can just simply come to the king side, I think. And the white bishop and pawn holds up the knight.
And so for that reason, I'm actually very enticed by just not going into this and going queen to c6 if I'm a Lewin. Now, this is if white plays rook d5. Slivichka still has not moved. What do you think of this move?
Well, I believe it's a good try, but I think white can, for example, I don't know if queen e4 is a move to consider, but also a4 is possible. Maybe a takes b4 is even possible.
There might be. By the way, we have not forgotten about Arjun versus whoever he's playing, Vukidov. That position is still dead drawn. If anything changes, we'll bring you that game, but nothing has happened on that top board for a while now. I'm keeping an eye on it. This
probably is a blunder to knight e3.
So maybe queen e4.
Okay. So after all, queen e4, yeah.
Queen e4. And ba can be thrown in.
B takes a3.
But white can't recapture for some reason.
I thought to play queen e5 check first.
To cover the c3 square, very smart. I'll hide.
And can white...
I thought this looks
rook e6 was scary.
But apparently, maybe just queen b2, curl up into a little ball, and hope for the best. Or hope for mate.
Yeah, but definitely black has to go queen c6 if she wants to play for a win.
So let's go back. And what is white thinking about? What alternative is there? There is no alternative, Judith. I am scared that Alicia is tempted by some sort of option like a4, which is a terrible move. You have to get rid of this d pawn. She's now spent 5 minutes, though. What's going on?
Well, I think she should be calculating what are the options, which there are not too many. But she has to evaluate which pawns are the most important and valuable for her. Like h4 was something that probably she had on her mind, that I cannot lose. I cannot give up the h4 pawn because that's essential to keep that pawn in order to fight for a draw.
Yeah. Obviously, I can't imagine the impact on your nerves to draw Vantika Agrawal and demand yesterday. And again, to have this situation, Judith, I'm sure you've been there so many times where your teammates have all drawn, or, you're down a point and you have to score a result on demand. What's that like sitting there with your clock ticking down? How do you describe the pressure?
Actually, it doesn't come to mind now when I had to win, and I'm sure I had this case. Actually, I remember one now. I think when we won against China, I played with Bu in Slovenia. I think it was that Olympiad, but I'm not sure. And it's a great feeling when you win, when you have to win, and with your victory, the team wins the match. And it's an awful feeling when you lose and you lose the match.
I had that consecutively.
I can tell you that. It's very difficult when you have to win, especially when you know it before already, the game of the start of the game, that basically when you look at the boards, you feel that actually you are the only board where the team is expecting or thinking that your board is the board where you have the biggest chances, whether it's because you're a much better player than your opponent and on the other boards are more balanced, or because of your opening repertoire, or because they trust you that you are the sharp player, so in your game it's going to be complications so you can make it. But actually, I never had a game where my teammates would put any pressure on me, or I would be feeling that they are expecting me to score the point to win the match. And I think that's very important, not to have any pressure. It's enough pressure on you yourself that you know that, okay, this is a game where I have to fight and try my best. But usually it happens on the way. That you realize that one game is a draw, the other one is a draw, the third one is like so, and then your game is somehow you feel that you have the better position. The whole game you are increasing the pressure on the opponent, and then you feel that it might be that your game will decide the match.
It's a slow creeping realization. Of course, my team tournament comparison is laughable, Judith, compared to all of your storied experience. I did have the privilege of playing the World Team Championship in Armenia in 2015. And in that tournament, I lost the decisive game against Armenia when my three teammates drew. I kept it composed. Team dinner, everyone was super nice to me. The next day, we were playing Russia. And the team captain, John Donaldson, he put me in against Yakovenko. I had an argument with the coach, Gregory Kaidanov. We went after it. He told me, Daniel, you're playing the Italian. I have never played the Italian as a title player. I wanted to play the Jababa London. Slivika played A4. I shut the door. I said, I'm playing the Jababa London. I played the Italian. I won to save the match against Russia. And it was when I saw Gregory after the game, we hugged and I broke down. It was just so many emotions, one after the other. Sadness and devastation followed by jubilation. Team tournaments are a roller coaster, and a roller coaster is what awaits us here. A4, what first of all, why is this so bad? And second of all, what's going on? Knight d4 apparently is just crushing. Oh my gosh, because knight takes b3, queen c1 is a problem. Oh my gosh.
It's a blunder, yeah?
What was it about rook takes d5?
After knight d4, maybe rook d3 is the only move.
And then rook...
to stay in the game.
Let's put it on the board. Knight d4. And it's not an easy move. I mean, I could see black going for d4 and maybe allowing some counterplay. Judith, you're right. Rook d3, I think, has to be tried. But black has a menu of options here, no? I mean, what if I play primitively?
Well, take and queen c4, right?
Or even taking rook a6. Can't defend the pawn.
And knight d4 is on the board.
Wow. How the table... Just what I said, right? Slivika, the hero yesterday. Today, a sleepless night. Very likely. Unreal.
Well, it looks really bad for white.
What do you think was... Clearly, rook takes d5. There was something she didn't like. What do you think it could have been? Is it just purely psychological?
It happens many times that in such a position when you're first of all, she didn't have too much time, because at this part of the game, even if you have time, you think you don't have time, or you're psychologically afraid that we make few moves, I will think my time, and we are ending up in a blitzing mode already. And also sometimes you simply hallucinate. You have this chess blindness that you don't focus on calculating the lines, but you have somehow an intuition that, okay, rook d5 takes, knight h4, I should be just losing, you know? And you don't calculate the line that actually white pawn goes all the way to h6. So this can happen very easily, especially when you play for 5 hours already, and you had a good position or a winning position, and then you don't move on in the game, but you might say, oh, I had such a good position. How can I have this position and now I'm struggling to make a draw?
And rook a6 on the board. Look at Alua Nurman. I mean, she is just filigree precision here. She will not let this opportunity pass. And now it's easy. Rook takes a4 and everything falls apart. A few updates while we stay on this board. Leko has drawn Wesley. Dominguez has defeated Sigurov, so it's down to Fabi's board, which seems to be under control, though still sharp. And of course, we're still monitoring the Aragaisi game, which is still equal, with no major transformations. With Fedosev's win, Slovenia defeats Norway, crushing victory over Norway. England has drawn Vietnam. And that's it for now from the breaking news desk. Let's keep watching this decisive battle.
Now white is trying to get to queen e5 check. But maybe just queen a7 is possible.
Oh.
Or she just plays d4. Queen
domination.
d4 she played?
Yeah, D for domination. Rook e3, I mean, white can at least keep making moves. I mean, obviously. But
Well, queen e4 is a threat also.
I'm looking for stalemates here. Unfortunately, I don't...
Not yet. It's not going to be the case yet.
What about... Okay, so rook f3. I would try rook f3, actually.
I just go b3, I think.
But there, I play rook f7. And no stalemate.
And? How are you going to give up your queen that the c1 square will be covered?
Oh, no, it's not going to work. What if I go queen d2 first? Or queen e3 first?
Well,
and now
it's a good try. I go rook a1.
Because
but it's a nice
you were not
try.
born yesterday.
Yeah, you're not going to trick me like that way.
No.
Queen g1 was not bad either.
Not quite there, but she's looking for those tricks. That's all that white has at this point.
What a sad finish for white.
And weird, just strange kind of moment where she paused, hesitated, and didn't play the obvious move and just imploded. And all credit to Alua Norman for exploiting it.
I think she went rook f3.
Will we see any more
Well,
crazy
we'll see.
in this
Yeah,
game?
we'll see how the technique of Alua Norman will be. If she wants to go queen e4, which I believe is definitely not the best move, but maybe it's also winning, or b3, or she goes... There's not so much of an option. Rook a7 is possible also. But I would think
Yeah.
b3 is the best. After
Don't go
b3,
queen
maybe
e4.
she's going to take.
Mm-hmm.
Why not
Just don't go
queen e4?
takes rook e3.
b3.
Rook takes b3. E3.
E3.
Yeah, it's winning, but I feel like that at least you can pretend to hold some hope out. No, it's totally winning as well. Yeah. Wherever you turn, it's bad.
But I wouldn't go queen e4. She went rook a7.
All right. Solido. Cemento.
Yeah, I mean, b3 was more... But maybe after b3, she simply take it.
Why? I keep getting stalemate on my mind. I don't know why. I'm just slightly concerned about it. Just going to put that out there. Black needs to be very vigilant, especially if she wants to play b3. That is really what potentially triggers those tricks.
Well, maybe she just wants to go queen e4 after all.
Which is completely unstoppable, I believe.
Unless you go rook e3.
Maybe rook e3, but that takes away the potential for the Desperado sacks.
Yeah, I'm curious if rook b3 will be played, for example, trying to attack on the b4 pawn.
Mm-hmm. And this one seems pretty much hopeless. Oh, yeah, your face says it all. I mean, there's just
E2.
not much there. Would you go queen e4 check?
I don't know, you can also take on h4.
Can you go? No, b3, rook b3 is very messy and unnecessary.
So what about queen h4?
Yeah. Taking pawns is a full-time
Queen
pursuit.
e5 and queen d5?
But I'd be happy to exchange that pawn for that. But queen e1 check there is just
King
crusher,
c2.
I think.
King c2. Queen on d5 stands amazingly.
You're making me work for it. Yeah, king c2, maybe like rook e7, some nondescript. Oh, wait, f7.
No.
Is
f7 is hanging.
Queen e7, the lazy man's move. I like queen h4 though. I think this creates this protected
Queen h4,
passer.
Queen e5, king h7, queen d5.
Okay, let me try to be disciplined there. Should we put it on the... let's do it in our head.
They go down in time, both of them under 5 minutes. Blunders are always possible.
Judith, I agree. It's actually surprisingly annoying to deal with the threat against f7. And I'm sure you've been witness to miracle comebacks, positions you thought were unsavable and ended up being saved. And it doesn't always happen with a blunder. Sometimes it's the opponent starts getting scared, starts fearing ghosts. It can be a gradual process.
Absolutely. I mean, I've seen so many times. Unfortunately, I experienced it myself on the winning side, that you are winning this, winning that way, winning every way. But actually, when you have to execute it, it's not that easy, even if you have a completely winning position with many options.
Mm-hmm. And
But we see something unexpected happening here in the Argisi game, because it is definitely not something where White made progress. Contrary.
Yeah, I mean, Arjun, I think, is bailing out into a draw because he's like, enough of this. I might end up being worse. So I think he's about to go c5, and I think we're going to get a draw. I mean, really not much happened since the time control in this endgame. If anything, Black established this knight on f4, and Vokidov will be making this draw from a position of, at the very least, of comfortable equality.
Well, it will be very painful for the Indian team, this for Arjun missing the bishop f7 opportunity. That was quite a shocking, unexpected winning opportunity for him. It was a very... And he had a good game. He had a good game out of the opening. His preparation was excellent. And then he had a huge advantage. Then I think probably he misplayed it a little bit. And then he had this very concrete opportunity. I think it was move 39, where he went down in time. So it was possible not to notice, because it was not so simple.
No, definitely. And the follow-up was so hard due to queen d3. But Arjun will be, all these guys are hard on themselves. He'll be upset that he didn't convert earlier. It was fantastic opening choice. But Vokidov, and it's a draw. Kramnik he just swoops in. That game didn't even... Lots of finger pointing on the squares. A draw agreed. Vokidov is the defensive hero, despite blundering bishop f7. Put Minister of Defense on that guy's hat, which he's not wearing. Okay, discussion over. And Vladistan to Uzbekistan, a draw on all four boards. Good result for the reigning champions, Judith. I guess that's a question for you, and then afterward a question for John. Would you say that they're happy?
These two players who we just witnessed, they are not
happy. The team in general, Kramnik. Kramnik doesn't seem too happy either. But
at this stage of the Olympiad, in the round 9, it's tricky. Probably, actually, they didn't have so much chance, Uzbekistan, right? I mean, did they have any chance to win?
Maybe Sandarov, but it was always very up in the air. It was never, he needed this and this move, and then he would have won. They were essentially always on the defensive. And to me, to nick India being the first team to hold them to a draw, that is nothing at all to sneeze at. And John's predictive and commentating prowess, also nothing to sneeze at. Gesundheit, John. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
You did not sneeze, for the record. I just said Gesundheit for no reason.
Oh, no, I was just super quick and smashed the mute button. You absolutely nailed that. Look, India's streak has been broken. Was it a match loss? No, but they've been shown to be vulnerable today, and that's exciting. Does that mean they're going to lose the Olympiad? No. Does that mean they're still not they're not favorites anymore? Of course not. But it does show that with fighting spirit and some excellent chess, absolutely anyone can be held here. So India 2-all with Uzbekistan. You folks have covered that quite a lot. We've still got one game to go in the United States-Hungary match. And Armenia-Germany, I think it's on the cusp of being 3-1 to Armenia, so I won't hype that one up too much. Still a couple of games to go. We are taking our final break of the day at the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad now, folks. So please do top up your drinks and join us for the final stretch as the last end games come in. Battles continue to rage in the tournament hall. We'll see you in a few. We're into the home stretch of round 9 here at the World Chess Olympiad. I'm John Sargent. Joining me are Grandmaster Judith Polgar and Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. We've had a whale of a time so far today. Things are starting to draw to a close now. A lot of matches are over, but I want to draw attention to the overall results. Let's take a look at the Open first. Judith, we've obviously covered a number of these final boards in a lot of detail right now, but glancing across the top 10, what are your overall thoughts on how round 9 has played out?
Well, it's getting very tense. All the day we could feel it, that the players are full of tension, very exciting action. Of course, India-Uzbekistan was the hottest match for me, as
Sure.
India was should have won, I must say. I think they could have made a full score in the ninth round also to win the match, but somehow for Arigaisi it was somehow something got messed up and it was not possible. But Pragnananda had a very difficult position, so it's kind of tricky. So one draw is not the end of the world. They are still leading the whole event. Of course, my heart is bleeding because the Hungarians are back 1 point. They're still playing. Richie is fighting as always. He and Fabiano got some very nice position after the middle game, winning position. Then he ruined
Judith,
it quite a bit.
It's actually getting really spicy. I mean, Fabi is really pouring gasoline all over this position. It's still a draw, but there's a chance for Rapport. Please continue. Sorry, just felt the need to say that.
Yeah, I also
I'm
see
sure.
it that it's
Go for it, Judith.
it is something not what Fabi was looking for 15 moves ago. He had a very stable, very energetic, very attacking, very promising position.
Whoa. Wait a second now. Queen d3. Holy smokes. Fabi with 30 seconds and Queen d3. Lady and gentlemen, what is going on here? What am I seeing? Queen b2 and Fabi
B2.
suddenly with his back against the wall.
Well, that's an
What if you make a
exciting
waiting
one.
move? What if you make a waiting move like king down?
Well,
What is White's
now
next
we are
move?
very much on the end of it, but of course now Rapport is in the mood. You can see that he knows that he has to win. He knows that he's very short on time, but still his opponent Fabi is also short on time. He knows it, and we know all that Fabi is not a player who easy to win against, right? Even if he blunders, he ruins his good position. But I'm happy that we still have a chance to equalize because the boys are playing really well. But you can feel the tension. You can see how Rapport's brain is ticking. How can I pose the biggest challenge for Fabi? How can I equalize? He's going to save the match. It would be amazing. And
King
look
c6.
at that.
I don't see a move for Fabi because Queen d2, Queen b1 gets forked. Queen f2, Queen d1 is mate. Queen b3, Queen e2 is mate. He either gets forked or gets mated. He might have to push a pawn, which means giving it away. I can't sit still, John. Fabi, he was in an unlosable position. It was literally he can do anything, and the worst is a draw. Now, it looks like it's still a draw, but with 40 seconds, I don't see a move for him.
Well, it seems to be a draw because we see the bar. Sorry, John.
What amazes me the most about this is when we took a look at the cameras of the players and we saw Richard, his body language, it didn't, like, he has a lot of energy right now, but it didn't strike me as nervous, oh my goodness, I'm about to lose energy. You can tell the shift. It felt like he was excited. He was getting ready to play his next move. He didn't care that he had a minute on the clock. Look at this. This isn't someone who's trembling with fear. This is someone going, okay, I can thread the needle and have an excellent chance of winning. I absolutely love that you can tell that even without looking at the moves on the chessboard. And with that thought, Judith, over to you.
Exactly. This is exactly what we are seeing and witnessing through the camera, and how great it is that we have these cameras at the location, so we see it better even than if I would be walking in the hall right now, because you can see the tension, and you see that Rapport is having a chewing gum, and he has the tension. Of course, he understands that he never had such a great position in the whole game before. Just in the very, very end, he has an opportunity to give the most difficult time for Fabi.
But there might not be a win. E4 was a huge move by Fabi, and now it's a different kind of frustration for Rapport. He doesn't see a fork because queen d1, king f2. You want to go knight d1, but you can't because the queen's on that square. Fabi is still holding by the narrowest of razor edges right now. Another waiting move by Rapport. This is genius. He is making Fabi make moves. And for now, can Fabi keep pushing with e5, Judith?
Well, the thing is, I think that after e5, black wants to go queen e4 check, king goes out, though I don't know, maybe he can go out to d2. That can be a problem. So
Knight
maybe that's why he didn't play. Yeah, and probably that's why Rapport played king c7, so black can go with the knight, so queen b5 is not there. But there will be other checks possibly. So let's see if white plays...
We'll get the move here. I'm sure Fabi did not lose on time.
I think now black will be able to take on e4, and Rapport feels the opportunity, feels that he can win this game. Look at that. They are both under a minute. Crazy tension.
The fact that he got this far is already insane. Queen takes e4 check and knight takes a4, and white does not have a perpetual. You get this into an open-ended struggle. And with white's king so much more vulnerable, and white will be down a pawn. Okay, this is ridiculous. We're getting some moves. Has he taken the two pawns? He's taken one of them.
Check and check on d4. Now white has to be extremely careful to move away the king to the right square. Probably king e1 is the only move.
Okay, so Rapport will take the pawn, I think, now. He's gained a little time.
Or he will play queen d3, and he says, you're in Zugzwang. No, queen b6 is a threat. So queen c5 maybe will be the move.
Careful. You don't want to repeat. Maybe he'll play knight takes e4, but I don't like it. King g1. What's going on here?
Don't tell me. It's impossible. It's impossible to make a draw. Oh, my God.
No. What is going... No. Did Richard just repeat 3 times by accident? Oh.
Probably it's only the second time. I hope it's only the second time, because then don't tell me it's the third time.
I'm trying to figure this out. So king f2, queen d4, king e1. It's so hard to... 1.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me it's the third.
I don't think so, because the queen was on d3 in the initial position, and
D3,
the third time
exactly.
It's on d4. It's on a different square. I think Fabi's claim... I'm
Which
not sure,
means...
Judith.
No, it's only the second. It's only the second time, which means that Rapport has to get an extra minute on his clock.
Did he realize how close he just came to accidentally repeating? It's the one square of the black queen. Jeez.
Well, of course, Fabi wants to make a draw, but this is only the second time. Probably he understands it also, Fabi.
It might be lost after knight takes a4.
After king e1, black is probably going to be taking on e4. Yeah, we can see that Fabi, how frustrated he is.
And then,
of course,
Judith, knight takes a4 to cover b6.
Exactly.
What's going on right now? Did he make a claim, or is he just thinking?
He made the claim. Now the arbiters go back to their room. They check it. They will take them 10 minutes or 15. And you see that Rapport is not letting himself to be distracted. He knows exactly that it was only 2. So he's checking.
It's more than 2. He's saying thank you for the extra thing he done. But wait. I'm not totally sure that Fabi's claim is incorrect. Let's get confirmation from the arbiters. Fabi is so exasperated. How did I let this happen? Some back and forth. So again, the black queen was on 2 different squares, which means the position wasn't the same. And Fabi.
Well, we can go back. We can go back where he started queen d1. So
yeah, it's easy to see. There.
Yeah. So if we just go here, this is where.
Okay. Now 2 minutes, I guess, will be added to Rapport's clock.
I hope so.
And yes. Whoa. We got some time travel here.
What's going on? What is the arbiter doing?
Okay, either they did repeat or there's no middle ground here. With a sore 2.5 time repetition, you're going to get 0.25 points. Now, Judith, we can all remember Gukesh's accidental repetition against Prague. I made an incorrect claim once against Victor Erdos and was apologizing to him for the rest of the tournament because I was worse. And then I pulled out a draw and he was upset, rightfully, that I shook his concentration. It can be hard sometimes to determine where the pieces were. But this isn't winning yet for black. Let's be clear. This is... I don't know what the evaluation is after queen e4, knight a4. It just seems really, really hard to hold. And here we go again.
So, king e1, queen e4 check. This is what we
he took
thought
that
of.
pawn immediately.
Well, he had the time. He used his time until they were waiting to be confirmed by the arbiters that it was not a 3-fold repetition. So now the question is, how is he going to... Queen g2 is also possible, but that's not good enough because king c3 and queen b6. So knight a4 is something.
That's the move, I think, Judah. Knight a4, queen g7, king c6. And, okay, Fabi will lose the c-pawn. And because of the proximity of black's pieces to his king, I don't see, like, perpetual being a thing. So Rapport can just, like, push this extra pawn for a long time and hope for a blunder.
The question is of mine, what about queen b5 for white after queen knight a4? And he does not play. Look at that. Knight d5, keeping the knight in the center.
Ooh.
Giving
also
a
very
surprise.
tricky.
Giving a surprise to Fabi. And it is. Very unpleasant move. I don't know if it's the best, but it's definitely... Look at what harmony black has with his queen and knight.
Love. It's the same idea. You're covering the b6 square. The queen threatens g2 with check. That is not a pawn I would like to lose. And
also you keep the
everywhere.
f1 knight there. The f1 knight you don't let out to play knight e3. Also, it's a good thing.
This is a wizard. I mean, he looks like a wizard. He's playing like one. Fabi has fattened up his balance on the clock, but 2 minutes evaporates so fast when you're trying to figure out a means of survival. How can we even say survival in reference to Fabi? He's got to push all that out of his mind right now.
Awfully difficult situation for Fabi right now. On the clock, on the board.
What's the move? King d1, queen takes a4 check. No.
Queen g7, I believe. But it's very difficult what to do with the knight on f1. Knight d5 is a genius move.
He's played queen b5. Best move. Best move. My turn to shine.
Queen g2. After what do you do on queen g2?
King c1. King c1, I think. Oh. And somehow the king might slither away, and the a5 pawn is suddenly a weakness.
So queen g2, king c1.
Queen g5.
Queen g5.
Knight d2. And queen g1, knight f1. Wow.
No, but I don't go. I go h3.
Queen a5.
King d7. I mean, you're pinned.
Queen a7.
King e6.
Some queen move there. Queen a6, if I keep checking.
Yeah, but your knight is pinned. I come out with the king.
But maybe I could even trade queens there and knight f1.
I go king e5. You go queen e2, yeah?
Oh, yeah, that's another queen trade. Well, queen b5. First of all, Richie has not played queen takes g2 check just
Did he
yet.
go queen d4? Or he's still thinking?
He has... Well, he could go queen d4 and repeat and then and then take.
No, but he can go queen d4 and somehow protect the a5 pawn.
Maybe worth a try. Queen takes g2, king e1 also possible, but that to me is not a very human move.
Yeah, queen b5 was a good move, indeed.
Fabiano. John Donaldson, the team captain. I know John very well. He's not watching right now. He is trying to just disappear for the next 5 minutes. The nerves are unimaginable. Richard Rapport needs to win to save the match for Hungary, who is down a point. Dominguez
Well, it's
beats
a very
Sigurov.
important match.
Queen 2.
d4.
King, where does it go? Not to e2. That's for sure.
Probably it goes to... Well, actually, king e1 is also possible.
And likely,
And
I
then-
think king e1 would be my choice, intuitively.
King e1, and then he can defend his pawn on g2, actually.
Mm-hmm. Oh, queen e4, king f2?
Mm-hmm. This is
Ooh.
bad news for black.
Oh, maybe Richard thought that he could just repeat worst comes to worst.
Yeah.
But the king could slither up to f2 and say, no, I'm joining this fight. Queen e4, king f2. Is there not... Queen f4?
King g1.
Queen g1. Queen b4. Queen takes b4. Yeah.
And now I
Wait,
see that
maybe-
Fabi is also relaxed. Now he understands he's out of danger.
Wait, queen f4, king g1, queen b4.
No threat.
Well, queen takes b5, maybe.
Well, but queen b5, I have two connected passed pawns. How can it be so bad for white? You think
But
it
does
can?
white have a
Takes
move?
a nice
Does white have
e3?
a waiting move? I agree. It's not what you wanted. I'm just trying to find any way for black to manufacture counterplay.
Queen e5.
Whoop-de-doo.
Well,
King
after queen
f2.
e5.
What's the point here?
Where did he go? Did he go king f2? Yeah, I think now king f2, queen d4.
You can see it, Richard. I mean, if he had taken on g2, at least the game continues. I think he forgot
Yeah.
the king could go this other direction.
Yeah. I also believe in he's going down on time. He has less time than Fabi. And he's, of course, upset.
And a draw. He just has no moves. There's no
Oh.
way to keep the game going, Judith. He is a hero in every sense of the word, and he came that close to
Well,
saving
this is
match.
this is the thing. When you see Fabi or any top guys there, even if they make a mistake, even if they misplay the game, they don't give up, and then they somehow save the game. I mean, they can make mistake, but they are not collapsing there.
Mhm.
Then they understand that it was tough. Okay, now I have to switch my brain. I have to look for a draw, and they do it.
They bend, but they do not break. You're exactly right. Their reserves are infinite of emotional strength, but these two gladiators discuss their game, and we have a very special interview with none other than Vladimir Kramnik. Without further ado, Fun Master Mike, take it away, standing by with the former world champion.
Thanks, guys. We're the Grandmaster Vladimir Kramnik, whose team battled to a 2-2 tie today. Obviously, I want to ask you about the controversy, but I want to ask you about the match first. Are you reasonably happy with a 2-2 tie?
No, I think we were very close to win the match, unfortunately. But, of course, in general, yes, I'm happy. It's a good result, but I think we were very close to win. And so I'm happy with the guys. They were really fighting well. I mean, no reproach. All the tactics for the match worked fully, just that we missed a win. One win on second or at the end on the third board, it was getting close. But okay, what to do? But I'm proud of my guys. They really showed that they can play real chess.
Yeah, they're a fun team to watch. Now, back to what we were talking about in the middle of the round. You did ask for the cell phone that was recording the top board, Grandmaster Gukesh's game, to be removed. And we talked really briefly, but
it was not at the beginning of the round. Not in the middle, from the very beginning, because it is an obvious violation of FIDE rules. I mean, I was just shocked to see it because it is violating handbook, violating rules. It's not allowed to have phones. I mean, and I said, I don't mind to have a camera. I mean, I'm there, I'm here. It's not a reproach to Indian team. I would do the same against any team. I'm here to protect my guys. It's my job, So I see that, there is an obvious violation of FIDE rules. Of chess, And I'm shocked that everybody takes it as normal. I said very clearly, okay, please, instead of telephone, put the camera. I have no problem, but not telephone because it's a device which is theoretically can transmit moves. But it's not against Indian team or something, but just like, if you are taking a little bit serious anti-cheating, you just cannot do it simply.
Do you know if the Fair Play team looked at the existence of a SIM card or Wi-Fi what did they look for?
No, of course there is no SIM card, but in nowadays technology, it's not difficult to. There was I was present there. There was Bluetooth. You could switch on Bluetooth. So SIM card, not SIM card. It is a kindergarten. It doesn't matter at all. So it is. Maybe it's not the fault of Indian team, but it's an obvious violation of rules. And I understand. I understand Indian fans watch. I have nothing to do, nothing against it. But just what's the problem to put the camera instead and don't violate basic rules? When I was entering, they're taking from me my electronic cigarettes, which cannot even have any device. You cannot transmit anything. They told me if they find it, they will ban. I will get 0. But then why you have a phone, nearby players? It is absurd. It is absurd.
Can I ask why only the Gukesh phone? Why not all 4 phones? Why were they not all analyzed, or were they?
No. I just took one. It was actually not Gukesh. I saw some other one. I don't remember. It doesn't matter which phone. It just doesn't matter. Okay. Just take one. I just wanted to check if it's transmittable. Yes, it is transmittable. There is no SIM card, but Bluetooth was on. You can switch on Bluetooth. All information is on phone. So it is obvious violation. And so now I'm going to speak with my team. With the head of people on the team. And we will see if we make an official appeal.
I think you have 2 hours. I was going to ask you, do you plan to appeal?
I will discuss with them and we'll see if there is official. Because, it just cannot be tolerated nowadays. Cheating in general, it's very easy nowadays, and at least you cannot do this. I'm very, I would say, skeptical about anti-cheating measures here in general. I saw people are checked. Nobody really checks, but this is just way too much. So I hope they will just remove it. They will make cameras. I saw, by the way, few people during the round every day, basically going there with mobile phone, making videos. This is absurd. It's just in nowadays world, it's absurd. So I just don't want to blame anyone, but I just want that, people start to take it seriously. It is, it's not an accusation, but it is a serious issue. And as long as we will just below this, we will, it's, we can have anything. So it's just like basic thing. But all in all, it was my team. I'm a captain and I want to protect my guys, and it doesn't matter whom we play. I want the rules to be fulfilled. So if they take our phones, our everything, our credit card, somebody was banned for mechanical watch, and here you have phones simply. It's just ridiculous. Sorry, it just cannot be.
Fascinating insights. I really appreciate your openness. I do want to say that I spoke with the chief arbiter, who does not want to go on the record until we decide whether or not there will be an appeal. So you've got some work to do with your team. I'm going to let you go, but thanks again, Vladimir Kramnik.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. That was explosive to say the least. There's quite a lot to unpack there. The first thing I would say is that because there is the possibility of an appeal, none of us are going to be jumping to any conclusions about anything, so we shouldn't be saying anything that could prejudice an appeals process. As an arbiter myself, I know how annoying some of these things can be, especially when you have lots and lots of different people involved, but I feel like at the end of the day, when it comes to protecting your team from potential fair play infringements, I think it's fair to say, Danya, like, Kramnik has a couple of points there.
He does, but okay, I'm going to be honest here, and I will try to be concise and objective, although admittedly it is a bit hard for me, given, despite the tremendous respect that I and the chess world at large has for Vladimir Kramnik and his chess achievements and his contribution to the game, some of his antics, including his accusations toward yours truly, makes it hard for me to be objective. And I think that the onus is on him now to be specific if he is filing a complaint. And here's the thing. I looked up the FIDE handbook during this interview. I did a Control F for mentions of phones. Here's what I found. Rule 12.8 in the most recent handbook reads, unless authorized by the arbiter, it is forbidden for anybody to use a mobile phone or any kind of communication device in the playing venue or any contiguous area. That first part, unless authorized by the arbiter, my understanding was that Sagar's phones were authorized by the arbiter. Most importantly, the opposing team does not have a say in whether these phones are allowed. You could dispute the rectitude of the law, but this seems to be the rule. As for e-cigarettes, and that they are taken away, also part of the rules, smoking, including e-cigarettes, is permitted only in the section of the venue designated by the arbiter. This seems to be more of a gray area. In my opinion, Vladimir Kramnik needs to provide the exact rule in the handbook that he is basing his appeal on, and there's no question that he cares about his team. We all care about fair play, and egregious violations should be hunted down and eliminated, but he needs to be specific, and right now, I'm not exactly understanding which rule he believes is being violated. We will get more facts, I am sure, pretty soon.
Judith, your thoughts? Do you agree with what Danya just summarized for us so eloquently?
Well, to tell you the truth, I think fair play is something very important in chess, online and offline equally. At the same time, I think it's an extremely sensitive thing. It's like the doping controls, also something very sensitive, because you're taking and checking the players and you make sure that everything went according to the rules, right? So, of course, it is a very unpleasant situation for the Indian team also, because it's not an accusation, but it's a very unpleasant discussion, let's put it that way. So I think that the FIDE has to be extremely careful and very well developing their way of regulations. They have to be very clear to the players, also in all kind of meetings, with the captain meetings and everywhere, being extremely open about it and make discussions with the team captains. Because, for example, this is going on from the very first round. So it is important that these kind of things does not come up when it's already the final phase of the Olympiad. So I think, of course, everybody's nerves are cracking. Everybody wants the best for the teams. But this is something has to be talked about much more, I believe, in much more clearer ways, and communicating with the people who are skeptical on these matters.
Thank you, Judith. There's one important point I would like to make to everybody watching as well. The phones in question are provided by ChessBase India, who are covering the matches of the Indian team. those phones are not the Indian Olympiad teams. They are a completely different entity. They're Chess Base India, and I know they're both Indian, but it's important to mention that it's not the Indian Olympiad team that have put those phones there. And to my knowledge, we will get confirmation either way, so don't take my word for it. I believe those devices have been specifically approved by the arbiters. Danya, I want to ask one interesting follow-up question based on something that Kramnik said. He mentioned swapping out the phones for cameras, but in the same breath also mentioned Bluetooth. Now, there are plenty of devices that don't have SIM cards in them that can transmit via Bluetooth. And in this day and age, cameras technically fall into that category.
Yeah, I mean, literally, my washing machine has Bluetooth. I don't know when I would ever need to start a wash cycle when I'm away from the house, but I mean, my toothbrush can connect to Bluetooth, for goodness sake. But
sure.
Here's the thing. I just wanted to clarify something important, which is that, you know, of course, this is an incredibly serious issue. And there was a Reddit post a couple days back with a picture of someone holding a phone in the playing hall. And Christian Chirilla, of course, who was on site, mentioned that that was a FIDE social media official. There's maybe 2 to 3 people max allowed in the playing hall with a phone. And this is not a bendable rule. This has to be taken very seriously. And it is absolutely unacceptable for anybody to have a phone in the playing hall of a tournament this serious or any tournament without authorization. So this is not a rule that can see any cracks. And I am totally with that. And if anybody sees a violation, whether it's Kramnik, or Capablanca or whoever, they should immediately report it. But at the same time, when you're discussing the rules, I just think you need to be specific, and you need to realize that you always need to allow for the possibility that you might be wrong, or that you are not seeing the complete picture. And I think that we would have more use to our general anti-cheating discourse if we understood that this is a nuanced topic, and that everybody has something to learn from other participants in this discussion. That's it.
I think that's a great point, Danya. And don't forget, the interview with Mike Klein isn't an appeal. There could well be additional information that we don't have access to. There could well be extra context that we're not entirely sure of. We're basing what we're currently discussing off of that interview. So we do have to wait and see if an appeal is filed. And if it is, we'll learn more. If it isn't, well, we speculate for now, but really we should just wait for the facts to materialize on the ground. So it is an extremely important topic, and we will be covering it more, I'm sure, throughout the rest of the tournament. But let's take a look now at the results from today and the summary heading into rounds 10 and 11, because the results, a lot of these, I'll tell you what, this is not in dispute right now. It's been an amazing day of chess. India, Uzbekistan held to a draw, 2.5, 1.5s all over the shop. Judith, this is a huge day. Does the India-Uzbekistan draw give hope to anyone else further down the field?
I think absolutely. I mean, the draw is definitely something that the Uzbek team is still fighting definitely for the medal. But also for those who have 15 points, they do fight for medals. So when it's mathematically possible to get there, you have to fight until the very end and get your points. So, I mean, we don't know the secondary calculation, how it is, but for sure, it's still a big fight for the 3 medals.
Let's take a look as well at the standings now that we've referenced those 15 points. Let's see where we are stood at. Danya, India haven't pulled out an additional lead. There's still a chasing pack of 3, but they don't play Uzbekistan again now, so they're slowly ticking opponents off the list, and they've still got a 2-match point lead.
And they've got 3 big rivals, John, the United States, the USA, and the US. And they're going to play one of those tomorrow. The US have a very similar average rating. I called India the assembly line of the Olympiad. They've got these 4 players, and they just keep putting out wins, churning out professional results. Today, perhaps a slightly disappointing result, Arjun missing a win. But at the end of the day, they keep the lead. They made a draw, and they're still very much the leaders. USA versus India, if we get that matchup, oh my lands, what a barn burner we are going to have. Fabiano, he decided we didn't have enough intrigue for the day. He needed to put team captain John Donaldson through the ringer one more time. But ultimately, who won for Team US? I'm actually trying to remember who won the game. It was...
in the open section?
Yeah, who... It was Dominguez. It was Lenier Dominguez who defeated Sanat Zagirov in the night.
3, I think.
Yeah.
And if we... so in the open section, if we do actually get India, United States, I believe we'll have 8 2700s, or we have the potential to have 8 2700s battling it out. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Let's take a look at the matchups from the women's section of the competition. 181 teams duking it out. Here are the top 10 boards. Judith, to you first once again. A whole bunch of draws here. The US and India draw here. Ukraine, Armenia as well. But we have to be honest, the big match today was Kazakhstan, Poland.
Oh yeah, that was very nerve-wracking at the very end because we saw that match finishing with very much ups and downs. And you know, when you have 3 draws in the on the score list, and then the 4th is the decisive, it's very nerve-wracking. And the Kazakhstan team is doing very fine.
Yes, they are in fine form, and that could potentially mean that, I mean, look at that. 16 match points versus 15 here. This is going to be an incredible finish, Danya, to the women's section after Poland beat India yesterday. Right now, it's looking like any one of these teams could have the gold medals around their neck. It's incredible.
There's so many arcs and storylines to follow, and one of them, as I touched upon, is players being the hero one day and then experiencing heartbreak the next. And for Vantika Agrawal, what a redemption story. Not quite the Shawshank redemption, but she defeated Irina Krush, allowing India to avert a 2nd consecutive disaster, keeping them in contention of the lead. And of course, Alua Norman, 2 days in a row, being the only player to win. She is putting Kazakhstan on her back. She is unstoppable, astonable. That ain't gonna work. But she's got to do more work in the last 2 rounds, and so will we.
So that wraps up our coverage for round number 9 here of the 45th FIDE World Chess Olympiad, everybody. We hope you have enjoyed all of the action that we've brought you throughout the day today, and we go at it once again tomorrow. Same time, same place. Stay safe wherever you are. Have a good night, and we'll see you then.